focus list, and B of A cuts to neutral. It's obviously having a halo effect on semis and semi equipment. We'll get the opening bell in a few moments. Don't go away.
All right. All right. Mic check, mic check.
All of it, but is there anything that you want to speak about?
Yeah, I think unfortunately, probably more so than I've ever seen, the decision out of the Fed, whether it was the intent or not, is very politicized at this point. Not saying that's not even saying what is right or wrong, but I think there's a lot of probably not shocking. I think when you get to Washington, you get a lot of hard-headed decisions, and yet we look. It is a confusing story, but I think there's some indications that I still think September there needs to be a drop in the Fed rate, primarily because I think overall the economy needs some help, and I think consumers are the one paying the price right now. So I think there needs to be something, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. There's not a big enough change in the past. I'm still hopeful, but if they don't, I think it's going to.
All right, we got less than a minute to go. There we go. We're open. We are open. Let's see what's going on for today. Okay. Intel up quite a bit. Intel's looking pretty good. Intel. Okay, UNH starting to bounce. Intel, a little profit taking on Intel. Intel, some profit taking. Okay. Let's see what up-down volume looks like. Up-down volume this morning. Okay, up volume is leading 2-1. Palantir dropping off. Okay, Palantir, I got puts that expire today. Go ahead and take some of those off here shortly. Palantir puts. Let's see if we get any kind of bounce. Palantir puts. Okay. Okay, UNH just dropped off here. Somebody just sold a bunch, UNH.
Small caps at Russell gaining 0.25%. Oil and gold are mixed. Gold is up $2.70 at 3,386 troy ounce. 63.15
Okay.
for oil.
We got a little fade here in the S&P.
At 4:30 at this moment, of course, everybody's still talking about what will the Fed do.
Intel also dropping off a bit. Intel.
Intel gaining on news, just to name a few. Retail sales comes in stronger, and other things such as the Empire Manufacturing also came in higher. So those are the big picture, and we came off of CPI and PPI. So it's been a big week. Now let's continue to take a look at some key movers on Wall Street. For these movers, Diane King Hall, host of Morning Movers, is looking at Applied Materials.
Okay, a bunch of these stocks have pulled back. UNH is actually a new low. On the morning. On the morning dip.
About just the lack of clarity around tariffs. So that was been one of the challenges. In terms of the most recent quarter, in terms of what Applied Materials is reporting, they did beat expectations.
Tesla's on the move. All right, we'll come back to Intel in a minute. Tesla on the move. Tesla follow through.
Forecast are guiding for revenue to come in between about the 6.7 to 7.3 billion. That is below what the street was.
Okay, let's see what Tesla's doing here. Tesla.
Between 211 to around 211. The street was looking for more than that, so it's a light forecast. They talked about a dynamic macroeconomic and policy environment with increased uncertainty and lower visibility, especially in China. This is
Nice popping in Tesla.
That customers in China are digesting prior purchases. Export license approvals are backed up. That's some of the language that was used. Lumpy. This is a term that came up. It's not the first time I've heard this earnings season. That lumpy phrase. So they say the demand pipeline is lumpy as customers face uncertainty over trade and tariff policies here. They do still see some long-term growth drivers. They did try to hype that up. They see some near-term softness, but the long-term growth drivers, they see that.
Tesla, nice little bounce. Tesla, Google, Palantir. Palantir's still dropping here. Looks like it's headed to the 21 day. I'd be interested in getting back into Palantir at the 21 day.
Policies could significantly raise chip prices unless production shifts to the U.S. So they have this large backlog of pending export license applications to the U.S. government. So they highlighted that that's a challenge for them. So again, this stock is under heavy pressure. And what it does in terms of its year-to-date performance, Nicole, is it really takes that down majorly, because before today they'd had some decent performance year to date. But again, this double-digit move down about just shy of 13%, significant haircut to their performance.
Okay, we got UNH, a little shakeout at the open, looks like. UNH, nice bounce now. Nice little bounce.
When you think about this, I mean, this is a name that is bucking the trend here, because it's been a lot of up arrows lately for a lot of these tech names. Let's get to Cisco, which has had a downgrade today. And so, look, as I said, it's not been all good news. Yesterday, we saw 7-Eleven sectors that actually had some down arrows. So we're going to expect some more volatility, but still breaking into record ground. Record today for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. Record today for the S&P 500. Let's take a look at Cisco. Some of your thoughts here.
It's interesting, though, just to add to that point, Scott Bauer made this point that it really seems to be a Teflon market overall. When you look at the broader market, even though, again, we're seeing some pressure on AMET, Cisco, I've got a couple of them.
Okay, whatever.
Paying attention, although it's not going to hit until 3 o'clock this afternoon, just because of the time difference.
Okay, Tesla popped up. Big sell order block right there. Some shenanigans this morning.
Well, I think that the Russia-Ukraine war, of course, is sort of a travesty of humanitarian basis. It's not of first-order importance to the United States. And I actually think that if there were to be some sort of solution, either coming out of this meeting or in the near future, one of the biggest beneficiaries, at least in sort of the developed world, would actually be Europe. Europe has this war on its doorstep. and solving it would unlock a lot of potential there.
Okay, Tesla pulling back there, UNH. Let's see what UNH looks like here.
Other countries to benefit, such as India, because that would allow
UNH.
them to avoid these the tariffs that Trump has talked about trading with Russia, and so relief from those could also be a benefit to.
Okay, big gap there, back above the 50-day, UNH. There was a little dump right at the open. Looks like somebody took some profits. Not sure what's going on there. UNH, big gap up. Intel also jumpy price action in the morning. People taking profits. Intel hit 25 this morning.
Whether we could be heading into a World War III situation. So that's always something that you have to keep in mind. But I totally agree with you. There's just a lot of momentum in stocks right now. There's a lot of risk trading. We are looking at big tech cap companies continuing to outperform. Crypto stocks have surged. And like you were saying, earnings have really been a big driver for that. Across the board, we've seen analysts raise their forecast for the S&P 500. Specifically citing earnings, and it's not just earnings expectations for 2025. It's really for 2026 and beyond as well. So that is where the optimism is stepping.
All right. Palantir gave us a nice dip on the puts. Russell's been in the puts. Congrats, Russell. You finally got that trade to work for you. Okay, I'm looking for Palantir to pull back to the 21-day. Be interested at the 21-day. Look for a bounce at the 21-day. Let's look at Palantir. Okay, a little bounce, a little drop there. Okay, so it looks like it's headed to the 21-day. Can it stop at the 90 MA? It's possible. Bollinger Bands are coming together. That's telling you that we should see potentially some consolidation. Maybe it stays above the 21-day, 167 or so. 167.40. Okay, so for the time being, Palantir's high is in. Puts are working. Russell's still in the puts, it looks like. Okay. UNH looking for the ramp back up. UNH. Okay, the number of stocks above the number of stocks advancing this morning. We've got 319 on the S&P, 319, 320, 321. We keep advancing. 60 stocks out of 100 on the Qs are advancing. 60 out of 100 are advancing on the Qs. Russell is 800. Okay, here goes UNH. A little shakeout at the open. UNH. Tesla dropping off here. Tesla. UNH. A little dip and bounce. UNH. It was a nice run up last night. UNH. Okay, got some buying volume coming in here. UNH. All right. It is Friday. All day. Nice reversal. UNH going for the after hours high. I believe was 307. No, 310. 310 was the after hours high. There goes UNH. UNH on the move now. People chasing it.
You're not seeing companies lay off. You're seeing companies hire less people, fewer people, but not really laying them off. And it's when people are getting laid off that they tend to rapidly slash their spending. With that really not being what's going on right now, it leaves the consumer to still be pretty healthy and still probably willing to continue to spend at least a decently robust pace.
David, economists love to categorize economies.
UNH, nice move. UNH. Futures are still a little bit lower. Let's go take a look at hedging flows for now. Okay, we know 6,500 is major resistance. Okay, we've got a 97 percentile here, 64.70, and then 64.50. Nothing below that. So we want to see these hedging flows turn back up. Okay, flows are still negative on S&P. S&P flows are still negative. We do have puts for the end of the month of August. For a hedge, we're expecting that we could see a little pullback next week. Okay, right now we're flat. S&P futures are flat. We did pull back to even. Okay, let's see. UNH. Let me put UNH on here. UNH. UNH flows. Pretty strong. UNH flows. Pretty strong. Got people taking profits. Most likely people that have been stuck for weeks and months. Probably taking a little bit of profits off here. UNH. Okay, we're watching for this dip to get bought. S&P might be a long. Intel pushing back up. Intel pushing back up. Intel. Okay, looking for a push higher. Intel. Waiting for the first 15, 20 minutes. See how the markets react. Mm-hmm. Intel pushing higher. Intel looking for a follow through. Trump mentioning I'd like to see the government own part of Intel. Nice trade there, BJ. UNH. Okay, some nice volume here off the low. Future's still dropping. Future's still dropping. Okay, we'll come back to this in a minute. S&P 64.70, 64.50. We're a bunch of buy order blocks here yesterday. Netflix. All right, so the New York Fangs are all off at the moment. Apple, everything's off except for Google. Google's up a little bit. Everything else is down. All the New York Fangs are down. Okay, S&P continues to follow through to the downside. All I have, SPY-wise, all I have is puts for the end of the month. 29 August. Have a 640 put. Let's see what SPY looks like here. SPY. Okay, 640 put, SPY. Mhm.
Increased stake in Salesforce by 47% this quarter, which approach new 13 filings. For big changes in
Just letting the market settle down. UNH. Still more profit taking up here. UNH. Okay. UPS. Yeah, UPS coming off the low. That looks pretty good. I like it. UPS looking good. Coming off the low, UPS.
Keeping back the modern reach for the freight line, this is a fundamentally just wrong company. Nothing's going right. Agreed. So Intel's not a name that I ever owned, and we don't own it here. But look, it certainly hasn't popped because it really focused on that. Well, I'm not even sure I agree. Why would you want to get? Why would they want running out the partners with Intel? Why would Intel want to be partners with them? And what does that say about future opportunities? Well, they're now going to start this, start this, stick this in. I mean, Mark, you're playing GM. 100%. And so I'm a little bit confused with that. Even I am to put your money in the space. But so this news does nothing in terms of getting me excited about, I can't talk about this that day.
Okay, UPS, I bought the 90 call for October. That's a 45 Delta. Okay, UNH fading a bit more. Could fade a bit more before it makes a move. Palantir still moving lower. Palantir headed for the 21-day. Palantir.
to what Intel put up. It's night and day. I mean, these companies all fucking make these.
Okay, letting the market settle down. We're still selling. Market's still selling. Looks a little early. This is an OPEX for the month of August. We're expecting a lot of calls to get crushed. We're very call heavy on the index right now going into OPEX. Next week, we should see, maybe we see the correction a little bit early. At this point, we're just dipping. If you look at the S&P 500, not to be alarmed. Okay, S&P 500, we're up here at the highs, all-time highs. So even a move back to 6,400 is perfectly normal, I guess you could say. 921, 50, 200 day are all tilted up and to the right. 9 and 21 day more so. RSI is just below 70. Stochastics is starting to embed. MACD's okay. Volume looked good. So I don't see anything you need to worry about at the moment. Though we wouldn't be surprised to see a little consolidation or correction next week, 2 to 3% maybe, or less. Junk looks good. Mara saw some big trades. I posted that in the trading room earlier. Mara saw some big trades. I don't see what they're looking at here. It's just holding near 1550 for the moment. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin is pulling back. All right, so that's not working. Bitcoin.
Absolutely not. You're not gonna make a decision just because you have to look at what he's doing. When he said Bank of America back on the 39, everyone was going, oh my God, he said Bank of America.
Okay, Intel pulling back now. Intel pulling back.
During the crisis, it hit his price target, so we started to sell it out. That's not necessarily your price target, unless maybe you bought it at 5 as well, then you decide you want out. But I would not be making a decision to own it, not own my Apple, based on what Warren Buffett's going to do. Like you said, it is still the biggest piece of his whole portfolio, so I am not selling my Apple.
All right, well, all right, Teddy, you're really fired up. Let me follow it on with this one. You know, have we reached the moment where the average investor should ignore what Warren Buffett's doing?
Well, listen, I think what the average investor has to do is they can't necessarily think that they are the same as Warren Buffett. They shouldn't be planning their life around what Warren Buffett's doing. He's got a very different company. He's been in for a lot longer. Your situation is different from his situation. So no, I was never in the camp that you're going to build a portfolio around what Berkshire Hathaway is doing. So I was never in that camp. So no, I don't think you should.
David, on Apple now, look, they did warn, it was first quarter, they might see a $1.1 million hit because of tariffs. How concerned are you about the third quarter tariff impact and what it is going to do? Or may already
Okay, UNH still very choppy this morning. Big gap up. Last night it was up near 310 pre-market. So most likely a lot of people taking profits off the table.
That's a substantial amount, but it's got to come from somewhere. We're not really seeing it all that much, at least as of yet, in the consumer price index. So consumer might be paying a little bit of it, but certainly not much. So the question is, how much of it is domestic companies and how much of it is foreign companies? And in the case of Apple, yes, it's a domestic company, but since it's producing overseas and then selling it here, if it's not the consumer, then it's got to be Apple in some form. So and not just Apple, but sort of companies in general. So certainly it looks as though, given that we're collecting a lot of money and prices haven't gone up that much, this is something where it is going to hit the bottom line of companies in general. Ali, Kenny brings up a great point. We may think we can pick a stock like Warren Buffett, but at the end of the day, we're not Warren Buffett. We don't have his billions. I mean, Kenny has billions, but we don't have his billions. We can't move
Okay,
on.
we're going to stabilize here. What are we going to do? Watching the futures right now.
You know, Warren Buffett is such a
Let's see.
investor. People have really looked at Berkshire as
UNH flow is still pretty flat. It had come off the low. UNH.
What do we do? We are
Tesla, we had a pop and then a drop. Tesla.
You see what it does, the innovation that it
Meta popping up. Meta's popping up now.
Just has lagged a lot of its competitors. But Apple, historically, they're not the innovator, right? Other companies innovate and they come in and they just build and make it better.
Okay, New York Fangs are still pretty hands off for now, unless you're short. Palantir starting to see short covering. Palantir short covering.
Using more and more. But I think there's still a lot more of the story to come when it comes to AI. Apple can really utilize that in the future. Right now, it's not there for investors. That's why the stock is down about 7%.
Palantir short covering. Would love an entry near the 21 day.
Because I do think Apple can maybe surprise.
What you tell me is, you go out and buy some,
Palantir.
Let me ask you one thing. If people want to play that game and they want to do what Warren does, just go out and buy Berkshire Hathaway, and then you're going to do exactly what Warren does.
My favorite panel of the week. I mean, you guys killed it. Big thank you to my opening bid roundtable, Kenny Pocari, Dave Seif, and Ali Canal. All right, programming note, friends. On Monday, I am dropping a new opening bid unfiltered podcast with special guest Chipotle.
Okay, let's see what the S&P can tell us.
Especially on the tech front. Looking forward to bringing you that special tech. Straight ahead, Julie Hyman has you for Market Catalyst. She'll be talking with Brinker International.
Okay. There's really nothing here. 0 day. Nobody's trading today, it looks like. Very little volume. Very little volume. Oh, these stupid commercials. Okay, so are we going to bounce or are we going to keep moving lower? All the New York Fangs except for Meta and Google. No, excuse me. Yeah, Meta and Google holding up. The rest of them pull back.
All right, folks, get ready. We're going to look and get ready for consumer sentiment. The survey, how are you feeling? We'll find out more. And today's morning trade is Target. This retailer was downgraded to an underperform. We'll tell you more about that. Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back.
Oh, boy.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
SPY down to support from yesterday.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning
SPY.
Bull with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Okay, there goes Meta. Meta's running here. Meta's on the move.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage
Okay, Meta on the move.
in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Spotlight the biggest market trends on Trading 360, 11 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network. Friday morning.
SPY looking for some buy order blocks. SPY. Just taking some profits off first 15, 20 minutes, waiting for the markets to give us a direction. There's really nothing down here. Not a whole lot down here.
11 sectors higher. Today you're seeing healthcare, communication services, real estate, materials higher. However, there's
Looking for a bounce in SPY, looking for a bounce.
We've been just climbing the wall of worry, and then we sort of, fizzle out a little bit like what we're seeing here. 6,458 now. In fact, the S&P has now turned negative, down 8 points. The Dow is holding on to the gain of 121 at 45,033. That's at least obviously a lot of good news there for United Healthcare, Berkshire Hathaway, big stake there. We talked about 5 million shares. NASDAQ 100 is down 83 points. We just finished trying to give a little preview of NVIDIA. 23,749, and the Russell is down 1/3 of 1%. Oil and gold are mixed. Gold is up just ever so slightly at 33.83 a troy ounce. 63.28 the barrel on oil. 14.91 on the VIX. See, that has to turn into the green. 4.30 for the 10-year bond yield. George Sillis is with me. And we've had a lot of news that we're watching at the same time. The consumer sentiment survey is an important one. And that's coming in here. And I see it's a little bit weaker. Is that right?
Yeah. It is. And I think the markets are selling off just
New York Fangs, seeing a little bit of short covering NVIDIA now.
Look at the sentiment numbers. The consumer expectations number essentially came in around 57.2 versus 56.5, but that's still down relative to where we were last month. But the total sentiment number itself, 58.6, it looks like estimates had 61.9, and so that was expected to be slightly higher than last month at 61.7. I think one of the situations we have to consider is the current conditions. That's also below estimates, close to 61. The estimates were 67.9, and again, that was expected to already be slightly down from 68 last month. And the other thing is, I think the inflation, this is the most important part I suggest, is the 1-year inflation expectations number, 4.9% versus 4.5%. And then also the 5-year inflation number is 3.9 versus 3.4. So this looks like there's a little bit more in terms of soft data now, survey data. Expectations for inflation continue to move to the upside. That may end up confirming some of the data we saw this week, particularly the PPI numbers, which typically from a wholesale standpoint ends up being passed through to consumer prices at the end of the day.
Right, understood. I mean, we talk about expectations and how people are behaving or how they're feeling about inflation, because that would be our GDP. How much are people spending? And if they're concerned, they'll spend less. This really tells, and we always get the business surveys and the small business surveys.
It is Friday, the 15th. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Waiting, seeing which way we're going to go. If we're going to continue to trend lower. I'm watching the hedging flows. Hedging flows starting to reverse. We might get some more short covering here. I don't want to get caught on a bear flag, so I'm going to give us a few more minutes. Okay, looks like we're starting to reverse now. Might take some S&P. See if we get any kind of bounce here. Can we get back to 64.80? Looks like a bearish day for now, so I'm just going to watch these 64.80s. Oh, that's next week. 0 day. 64.80 Lotto's at $300 per contract. That's a 20 delta. That's still pretty far out there. All right, just watching this turn. See if we get any kind of turn. Meta's still pushing a bit higher. Meta's up a bit. Let's see. UNH is still consolidating right in this area. I'd like to see it pull away and start moving higher.
Well, I think from the industrial production, one of the metrics I noticed, now the number came in slightly down, 0.1% down versus the consensus, which was basically flat. But one of the things I noticed is if you look at capacity utilization at around 77.5.
Just looks like a bear flag for now. Hedging flows are rising pretty rapidly, though. S&P. Today is an OPEX for the month of August, so not really eager to put a bunch of capital at risk. Though we are starting to see a little rise here. Maybe we do something with SPY. Make it a strangle. SPY. No, I'm not going to do that. The likelihood is we're going to be lower next week. It's pretty likely we're going to be lower next week. As all those calls roll off today, I'm thinking that we're going to see a little bit lower. All right, Palantir, more short covering. Palantir, more short covering. I took the puts off.
Let's talk a big picture. How are you feeling about the market? We're hitting records on all three of the averages next week. Obviously, another big. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think the markets, Nicole, we talked about this. I was looking at the July 31st, August 1st movement. I was a little concerned in that regard.
Shorts are covering.
Last week, once we break above those levels, we're in a trend continuation mode in the market. Albeit again, seasonally, typically there's a weak spot this month going into September. Jackson Hole coming up at the end of the month. We have to be mindful of that. So any dialogue or change in the narrative, maybe back to some sort of a hawkish pivot, could create a problem for the market. The other thing I'm looking at in September is the next fiscal year's budget. Typically, that's going to be negotiated throughout that month because the fiscal year begins October 1st. So the markets may end up, pulling back in some capacity based on negotiations on how much the government's going to spend going into next year. And this is important because this is what's propagated the market since the inflation scare we've actually had in 2022 when we had that bear market. So watch the fiscal flows. Monetary conditions seem to be easing, but that can change because we got PCE coming up, and of course the talk around interest rate policy at Jackson Hole. It can change the conditions that the Fed is moving into. And lastly, there's always talk about a 50 basis point cut. I suggest just looking at the numbers from a mathematical standpoint. There's not much room the Fed can cut with inflation at the levels they're at because they're already at a restrictive level. They have flexibility between 25 and 30.
All right.
It starts getting closer to 2%. They're going to be locked in.
It's 10 after 10. 10-10 wins in New York City. Great station. Are they still in business there, Frano? Are you? UNH, nice reversal on UNH.
Morning trade. If we look at Target, which got a downgrade this morning, it has earnings next week. Joining me right now, Schwab Network's Marley Caden, taking a look at the very latest on Target. Good morning, Marley.
Good morning, Nicole. Like you mentioned, they did get a downgrade. Shares down about 1.5% right now on this downgrade from B of A. Bank of America downgraded Target to underperform from neutral. Also lowered their price target down to $93, down from $105, citing what they called deteriorating long-term outlook. Analysts say Target is now underperforming Walmart on a comparable sales compound annual growth rate, and digital trends, quote, look very challenged. For Target, July mobile app monthly active users were down more than 4% year over year, compared with Walmart's growth of more than 17%.
Okay, watch UNH here, starting to move UNH.
Online sales growth of between 20 and 25% is also far ahead of Target's 5.
All right, Intel, little dip there. I might buy some more calls on the dip. Intel, I'll buy some calls on the dip here. Okay, we had a nice little dip, Intel. Okay, so that's good. So I have 24. Go to the end of the month. That's 14 days. Let me go to September. That's 35 days. The 25, lots of volume, lots of open interest too. That's a 50 delta. I'm going to buy some 50 deltas on Intel on this dip. The 25 strike, 19 September.
Wednesday, August 20th. As far as what's expected, a year-over-year decline in earnings on lower revenues is what's expected for the quarter that ended July of this year. EPS expected to come in at $2.04 a share. If it comes in around that, it would be a decrease of more than 20% year over year. Revenue expected to come in at 24.87 billion, which would be down just over 2%.
Okay, Intel just bought on the dip there. Intel. SPY still could be a bear flag, so I'm not going to do anything there. Intel bought the dip right there. Okay, see if this follows through. UNH starting to move now. All right, so those who wanted to take profits, looks like profit taking done. UNH profit taking appears to be waning, starting to rise.
And unfortunately, you mentioned Mizuho, their target came on the note of finding out that Ulta is ending its relationship with Target. They are not going to renew their Ulta Beauty in-store deal that they currently have with Target. They've been in store since 2021. That to expire in 2026, August of 2026, in fact. But they have decided they've mutually agreed not to.
Palantir, shorts covering big time. All right, so they're buying the dip right at the 9 EMA, Palantir. I have today's calls. I took the puts off. Thanks to Russell for that one. Russell had a lot of conviction on that one. And I really appreciate that in the room, Russell. Appreciate it. Okay, calls. A hanging man today would be very, very emphatic. It would be very telling if we put in a hanging man today at basically a hammer. A hanging man's inside a price action. A hammer is typically at a reversal point at the lows. They basically tell you the same thing. Buyers at the low of the day, shorts cover. Okay, Intel looking for upside. So I bought September calls, give myself more time. I sold the 24s I had this morning. I sold the August 22nd, 24 call. So I gave myself more time. That was a profit. Overnight profit. I caught that late, so it could have been a lot better. Did buy some shares of Intel as well. I'll be selling some covered calls. Once we hit the high of the day, I'll probably sell some covered calls out a couple of weeks. And pick up some premium, bring my cost basis down below like 23 or so. I'd like to get it down below 23. Intel, I'm still not fully convinced that it's a safe trade, if you will. So be quick to take profits. I'd be using options to define my risk, maximum amount I can lose. If Intel, for whatever reason, the bad news comes out and the conversation from yesterday that the president was interested in the government getting involved. Also, AMD was talking about doing something with Intel to get some production. Meta is still going. So is Google. All right, the New York Fangs are all turning. Okay, New York Fangs are turning. Okay, Google, Meta, Netflix, Microsoft, shorts covering, ripping. Okay, we should turn up. S&P, I would think, would turn up. NVIDIA as well. Okay, we're starting to see more short covering. Okay, so it looks pretty good here. Looks pretty good.
Shifting of allocations based on some of the stretched metrics within various sectors of the market.
Okay, Meta's ripping. What the hell's going on with Meta? Meta was at the highs, right? Meta's ripping here. Tell me I don't have anything left in Meta. I probably don't. No, I do. Okay, cool. I still have calls that are expiring today. So let me take these off now while I have a chance. Okay. All right. I'm out of these on the rip.
Historically, this has been a period of weakness for the market from a seasonal standpoint, and it hasn't necessarily manifested at this point. But there's a lot.
Okay, I didn't hear a fill. I did not hear a fill.
As far as interest rates and some of the data points.
Okay.
Basically, this hurdle of earnings, which was much better than anticipated. So that's
Okay, I just got filled at $2. All right, good. Good. That was nice. Okay, Meta's looking really strong. Let's look at the daily. Daily's making new highs. Meta new highs. Meta new EPS highs. All right, we had earnings over here a couple of weeks ago. We're looking for Microsoft to do the same thing. Microsoft to reverse and take out that earnings high over here. We held the gap. This is day 12, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, day 12. Looking good. All right. Okay, I just took some off on Meta. Okay, Microsoft's coming back a little bit right now. Look, probably short covering. So take the opportunity while you have it. Google, let's see, I had Google, right? I took some calls on Google yesterday. Okay, Google. I do have January calls too on Google. Google ripping here. Google looking good. Look at Google. All right, Google. Nice move there. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to exit these. These expired today. I'm not going to F around and find out. Okay. Google's going to keep going. I had some August 15th that expired today. Just took a profit in those. Not as big a profit as I had hoped because I bought at the wrong time. Unfortunately, I bought over here on Wednesday. But it's still a profit. I have January calls on Google. Okay, let's see what we can get out of this. The S&P is still very sluggish. Let's take a look at the Qs. Qs, nice reversal. SPY, not so much. The S&P is still down here, so I'm not doing anything with the S&P. I have S&P Spider puts for the end of the month in case we do pull back next week. But I have no S&P. I have no big cap. Okay, this isn't doing anything compared to the Qs. Look at the Qs. Qs look good off the low, a little bit better. Okay, even that looks like it could roll over. So quick to take profits, ask questions later, shoot first, ask questions later, as my dad used to say. Any hooligans in our yard back in the day in New Orleans? I always remember him saying that, shoot first, ask questions later. That's the way the people were back then, back in the day. Intel, okay, looking for that to push higher. Did buy some Intel. Did buy some more Intel. I went for the September calls. I took the August calls off for a profit this morning. That worked out perfect because we dipped, gave us an opportunity to buy further out in time. If this does work out, that's great. Meanwhile, we're losing a few winners. We've got let's see, Melly at the high of the day, Melly. Okay, let's see what, this has been something I haven't really paid attention to on the Alpha platform over at Spot Gamma, but this looks really good. Looking at the stocks that are very active once this fills in. Okay, these right over here, top daily movers. Yesterday we had Wolf. Okay, so today we got ZNet, NEG, NEGG. That's down. UNH is up. Okay, so watching these. Plus you got Tesla over here. Tesla's on all of these except for this one. NVIDIA top gamma notional, NVIDIA and Tesla. Let's see, NVIDIA is coming off the low. NVIDIA, Tesla. Okay, but watching this group right here, this group right in here. Let's see what else is on here. Let's see, we can see more here. Top daily movers. Okay. Look at the ones that, if you're thinking long, look at the ones that are up the most. See if there's any follow through. Take a screen cap because I'm going to move this in a second.
So, for example, I was an Army logistician. I require much different AI than a fighter pilot or a combat medic.
Palantir.
What we're doing is we're building
Palantir is gone.
for each occupation within the military. That way we can make everyone better.
What does Edge Runner do exactly?
So, probably
Meta, done with you for now. Meta. Okay, I'm watching for early B and C pivots. It is Friday. It is an OPEX day, so the liquidity is likely to drop off pretty substantially after about 11 o'clock. So if you got a big pop in something like Meta and you got 0-day calls, I'd be taking them off. Okay, let's look at some of these. XNet. I said ZNet. XNet. What are they doing? What are they doing? XNet. Okay, yesterday it was Wolf. Yesterday Wolf was on the list. Wolf. Okay, following through. Wolf is following through.
How concerned are you that the AI could be misleading at times?
You know, it can be, and we call those hallucinations. So again, that's why AI is not a silver bullet. We have to use it to augment us. That's why the humans, like us, we always need to be in the loop. And what we do is we use it.
Okay, Wolf is higher again today. The options were very active. The 8s and 850s. Frano mentioned yesterday. Top daily movers.
We always have to follow it because we still have our gut and our instincts as humans, but the AI is going to absolutely augment.
It is a Friday, so I'd be taking less risk on a Friday, especially on an OPEX day. I'd be trading a few more options, maybe. Define risk. Okay, this is what I'm looking at here. Okay, remind me to look at these every day, okay? Remind me to look at these every day.
You know, but for us, AI is not perfect, but we need to use it. And so the way I see it is AI won't replace any of our jobs, but it'll replace humans that don't use AI. And so for us, it's important to give the warfighters the best AI possible because the human effectively is the best weapon in the battlefield.
Understood. Are you working with the administration at all? I mean, I know Palantir, for example, has been getting some contracts. Is that similar or different to what you're doing?
So we're friends and partners with Palantir. You know, they're great at operating at the data center level. But think of us as like, we can go where Palantir can't go. And what that means is on the device, without the internet, on armor and Humvee, on a tank, we can build these AIs and compress them so they live on a chip. So Palantir requires connectivity and data center level hosting. But for us, we're completely air gapped on any chip and any device. And that way we're able to provide that situational awareness in the fight.
Okay, following through. Palantir off the lows continues to see short covering. Palantir short covering. Big move off the low, Palantir.
And also the team to have more time together and working take this public?
The grand vision, absolutely. We'll IPO one day and you know, hopefully become the next Palantir. And, you know, but for now, we're focused on, you know, winning the.
Okay,
fight.
so UNH, we know about that one. UNH,
What stops you from doing it right now?
XNet, that one's working. XNet, NU. Let's take a look at NU. NU. Here's Wolf. Wolf on the move here. The calls on Wolf.
And in those 5 to 7 years, what do you hope will be really different and telling about this product?
You know, our vision is every warfighter will be using us. The grand mission here is building effectively the Jarvis to your Iron Man, or the Cortana, you know, in Halo. Think of it as like the smart assistant that can help you with everything. So it's not just
UNH looking for that to continue. All right, Meta looks like it wants to go some more. Meta again.
Think of us, we'll be in healthcare, banking, metals and mining,
Meta again, looking good.
regulated industries. And so
Okay, Meta looking good. It's breaking out to new all-time highs. Okay, let's look at the weekly. Yeah, Meta's gone. Look at the depth of the 475. Okay, that's a 250-point measured move.
Throughout next week, we're going to have the fundamentals, a little bit of charts, go to JX and Walmart. No politics, no noise. From bell to bell and beyond.
Okay, there goes Meta. Google still going. Google looks good. Google. Okay, I'm reducing my exposure into strength. Hopefully I'm wrong and everything keeps going. Okay, hopefully I'm wrong. Love to see you guys and ladies do well always. Okay, UNH looking good. Okay, Google's still good. Okay, the Qs look like they want to go. All right, so I'm keeping a very close eye on the tape here and also the hedging flows. I want to see these hedging flows continue to move higher. Okay, looking for these hedging flows to move higher. Okay, we're trying to do something here. Okay, right here we've got a 98 percentile. That's pretty high. We got to get back above that. Down here, 6420 is 98.5. That's close. Hopefully we don't get down to 6420. Price is just moving sideways. Let's see what the Qs look like. Here's the S&P 500. S&P 500 flows. These are dealer hedge flows. So this tells you a lot about what to anticipate. Okay, let me just take off. Okay, that's good. All right, so. Okay, this is telling a lot about what to anticipate. Hedging flows fading a little bit. Let's look at the Qs and the NASDAQ. NDX. Okay, that's grinding higher. IWM. Okay, IWM's rising. IWM. Okay, IWM leading on the flow side. IWM. I think Mondo, I saw him earlier talking about IWM. The flows are leading, but the index is down, so not going to do anything there. Could be shorts covering. Okay, here's the Qs. Qs kind of sitting here as well. All right, so this is telling me to hands off on the indices. Individual stocks, different story. Let's see what Amazon's doing. Amazon's trying to bounce. Let's look at Google. Google. All right. So Google, by contrast, let's look at the flows here. Google's up and to the right. Okay. Meta. Let's check out Meta. Meta flows. All right. So these are starting to taper off now. So I would be taking some profits off the table. Intel. Let's add Intel. Intel. Okay, Intel, the flows have flattened out. Okay, so we want to see these continue to grow, move higher. Let's look at next expiration. Okay, pretty much the same. Microsoft, we got a little bounce in Microsoft. All right, look at the flow. Flow dropping off here, so I'd be leaving Microsoft alone for now. Tesla. Tesla. See what the flow looks like on Tesla. That was good yesterday. Okay, that's just tapered off a bit. All right. All right. Let's see if we can't get something going here shortly. It's 10:30, 10:33 on the East Coast, the best coast to coast with the most. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com, just watching the markets. Palantir starting to peak out right now. Okay, on the upside, it just bounced for 30 minutes, 35, 40 minutes, Palantir. Shorts covered. Now we need, if you're bullish, you want to see the flow continue. Want to see buy order blocks. Don't see them yet on Palantir. Okay, looking for buy order blocks. All right, so let's go through the New York Fangs. Looking for buy order blocks for day trades. Nothing on Tesla. Nvidia. No. Meta. Yes. You see the buy order blocks right there, shorts covered, and we got some new money coming in. Let's see if we get another buy order block. So if you missed the opening trade on Meta, let's wait. Let's see what we got here. Okay, we got new highs. We'll put in new highs there, Meta. Continuing on, Google, buy order blocks. Yes, you can see them at the open, right? So I only want to trade stocks that have buy order blocks at the open. Okay, I'm looking for buy order blocks, more buy order blocks now. Amazon, see there's no buy order blocks, there's sell order blocks, so I'll leave that alone. Broadcom, no buy order block. Netflix, buy order block at the open. So now I'm looking for the next buy order block. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. Microsoft, looking for buy order blocks. Okay, that's all I'm looking for right now. Buy order block at the open on Microsoft. You got supply way up here. So if we do get another buy order block right here on this dip, watch this dip right here. If Microsoft gets another buy order block, that would be the strategy would suggest buy there. Okay, let's say we get one right here. Okay, buy here, put a stop underneath the closest buy order block or the one here, depending, and see how far we can go. Can we get up to the previous supply right there at the highs? What was that? Yesterday's high? No, it was earlier in the week. Earlier in the week, we were right there. Okay, so we had some sellers up here. So the idea is once you start to see a buy order block, that means institutions are most likely buying. We look for the next one. I'm not seeing it right now, so I'll come back to this in a minute. Buy order blocks on Apple, negative. We got sell order blocks, so I'll leave this one alone. Snowflake, looking for buy order blocks. Okay, no buy order blocks, but it is rising. There's no supply until we hit the 21-day, it looks like. So back to, what was it? Netflix buy order blocks. If we turn and continue to push off of this level, Netflix could be really profitable. We're above the 50-day. Netflix is above the 50-day. Okay, so if we push off the 50-day, We've just gone from intermediate term bearish to intermediate term bullish because we're moving above the 50-day. Where's the 200-day? 200 days below. So we're long-term and intermediate term bullish. We're above the 9 and 21 days, so we're short-term bullish as well. If we continue to move higher, Netflix could see the previous highs back up there near what, 1340. Okay, so if you like the idea of swinging, keep an eye on Netflix today. Okay, we need one more buy order block to seal the deal. Let's say we get a buy order block here near the 21 day. We would start our process here, look for an upside 2-to-1 move, looking for the bounce. Nothing yet. Okay, Meta we said was looking good. Meta. We need another buy order block. Profit taking. It's Friday, so I'm not surprised that there's a lot of profit taking, less risk over the weekend. We don't know how it's going to turn out with this meeting with President Putin. Okay, what if it comes off really good or really bad for that matter? Are you ready for that? I already have puts in case I get bad news. That's just a hedge, so that's going to insulate me on the downside. I have the 640 put. You could also do VIX calls. Okay, so you could buy VIX calls. That makes sense too. Out a month maybe. VIX calls. Okay, we're really, really low. So when VIX is at the lows like this, puts are very inexpensive. So you've seen Russell been buying puts lately. So any bounce, any move in his favor, volatility is going to expand. But if you want to buy calls on the VIX or VXX, maybe you do that, VXX. This is a hedge. This is purely a hedge. VXX, I'm not so interested in. UVXY. This is a wasting asset. So meaning it just keeps going lower and lower and lower. Eventually, every once in a while, you get these little spikes, but they're not really worth it. I mean, 14 to 17, you're willing to waste capital on a trade that doesn't work very often. It's continuing on a downtrend. Not really crazy about it. So if anything, I'd be doing VIX calls and looking at any suspicious activity on the VIX. Okay, here's the VIX. Okay, what's Intel? Intel's moderating right here. UNH. Okay, UNH looks like it's about to go here. UNH, watch UNH. If it's gonna go, looks like it'll do it now. Okay, buyers at the low of the day. That's good. That's a big plus. Okay, so we got some upward momentum. Okay, so far this is what we're looking at. What are we gonna do? We're gonna break out. UNH is getting ready. Okay, it's about to go.
Typically slows down here. So we have a stock that seems, having the potential for a breakout to the upside if we can close that gap and push above those highs near 135. Certainly not saying that's going to happen or
UNHG
shouldn't do anything based on that idea, but it's a noteworthy point of resistance, especially when you consider that we also have our +1 standard deviation channel aligning right in that same area. So 134, 135, 136, that little resistance zone would be a key place to watch. A bit more of a supportive area potentially here.
UNH looking for their move. If we start going here, I'll probably add to, if we get going, I'm going to add to UNHG.
Lines up pretty closely to our linear regression line, our blue line, our fair value line, around 129 to the downside.
Okay, thank you for that, Rick. Last but not least, we look at Walmart, which over 1 year is up over 45%.
All right, so watching this.
We're going to be hearing from this company on Thursday, so it'll be after TJX and also Depot. So we want to hear about tariffs and prices.
Let me see what VIX looks like. I might buy some calls at the end of the month. VIX. And if they go kaput, hey, that's fine with me. You know, I'd rather see the markets rip. Okay, so they expire on Wednesdays, right? Wednesday. So the 27th would be okay. So do we have any? Yeah, we got a lot of calls on the VIX. Okay, 40 Delta is 85 cents. I'm going to buy some of those 40 Deltas.
Interestingly, the stock was up about 5% last week, but another headline that many have been paying attention to this week is the fact that Amazon has been expanding grocery delivery. But it's interesting, I was listening to one analyst sort of talking about this morning, that Walmart has also been nipping at Amazon's heels too. So that's, obviously important to put into context, particularly with regards to its coverage, of course, about 10 miles, within 10 miles of the 90% of the population. That is something that many people drive home. Obviously, we want to hear about what they have to say with regards to, back to school, whether we see those trends as well in line with all the other macro stuff. Just got a note out from Mizuho this morning saying that they've got a price target of 115, outperform here, looking for updates across several areas, including the agentic shopping, given Walmart's all-in approach with the AI agents. They're also looking at competition within online grocery, as I mentioned, in lieu of what Amazon had to say. And they're also looking for, as I mentioned, an update on the back-to-school season and Q3.
Okay, watch UNH. UNH is on the move. About to pop here.
Chart here went from 72 up to 105.
Certainly quite a bit of strength here from this company, especially off of those lows. But it's more from the phase of acceleration.
Looking for a
on the
pop.
upside seems to have moderated. That was more in the first half of this past year. Now we're having a situation where after our decline, we stabilized around here near that 85, 86 level, or so we thought. Then we got our tariff news shock, but price held on near the 250 two-day exponential moving average. Then we've made this very gradual upward sloping channel after that bounce back. So I guess
Okay, here we go. UNH looking for the follow through. Hey, we're starting to move now. Okay.
Close, didn't quite make it there recently here. We've got 100, our green line here, frequent stopping point for price. Now that we have broken above that old resistance level, it is a key support point to test. It also lines up very closely with our yellow 21-day exponential moving average. Below that, even though, the 94 level frequent stopping point, once again here, you can see that this has been a supportive area several times in the recent
UNH.
So another.
Okay, we're starting to push here, UNH.
Downside, once again, RSI slowing down as well as we head into earnings. So if we were to look at our other studies here, we can see that the heavy trading area, the volume profile point of control, is right in the thick of this range area here. So that point near 97 would be very interesting to watch out for, as well as a drop below that 94 area. You can see that's where the volume really starts to thin out. To the upside, a bit of volume did have a chance to develop here near that 103 level. So that could be a speed bump on the road to 105.
Thank you for those charts. Rick Ducat on the chart, looking at the technical. Sam Bottas with the fundamentals of three key names to watch here that we'll have all the details for you next week here on Schwab Network, looking at Home Depot, TJX, and also Walmart. Thank you both. Coming up, quick break, and our market leader panel is standing by. Much more. Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back.
Okay, UNHG. Okay, this is one that Mondo mentioned this morning. Okay, buying pre-market. This one's doing really well. UNHG. Okay, let me send the stream link to my son. I forgot to send that this morning. He's probably okay there. Mic check, mic check. Is the stream still okay? No choppiness? I don't know why it does that. Not sure why it does it. It's the stream service, I'm sure. Because I've done nothing. I do nothing different. UNHG looking good. Let's see what the 60-minute looks like. Okay, big gap up. Okay, look at the UNH 60-minute chart. Okay, where are we? UNH, where are we? We're above the 20 EMA. All right, so it's a simple strategy. Okay, let me just delete that. I want to get the volume on here.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management. Watching charts very carefully. You're always sharing levels to watch. At this point, we've seen records to the Dow and the S&P and tracking for winning week for stocks overall. What stands out to you?
Yeah, Nicole, I mean, we look a little bit heavy here at this current level for the S&P 500. We're trying to defend it as much as possible here around that 6450-ish area. But one thing we see a little bit more aggressive selling when you're looking at even the S&P futures, and we talked about that lack of liquidity in the market. You are starting to see that also taking place here, and then the major components that you would really like to see kind of step up, especially when you're looking at semiconductors. Once again, on the intraday chart, looking a little bit weak. Communication services doing really well, but the big fear that you have is that actually does kind of break down to the downside. Google's doing a phenomenal job here today trying to hold up. We talked about that lower end 6440 could be your first area of major support where buyers are trying to step in. So we're consolidating for now. But once again, when you kind of look at the selling pressure itself, it's a little bit heavy here. You don't want to stay in this range for too long here. And hopefully we're able to see some type of recovery.
All right, we're looking good. We're above the 20 EMA on the 60-minute. That's a go. We are extended. We could pull back.
Given the fact that we have these discussions taking place, I believe, an hour before the equity close in Alaska between Russia and the U.S.
Yeah, look, I mean, the big meeting here for Putin and Trump today, right? Poly market talking the high stakes summer summit. They're skeptical about peace. There was a very small percentage the two would hug. I mean, I care more about whether or not they can really execute and get peace on the docket here. I don't know. What are some of your takeaways from this week, George? What are you watching? We've certainly gotten a lot of data.
Yeah, well, one of the things you got to consider is based on the positive market reaction with the CPI number earlier in the week, that was essentially erased because of some of the PPI numbers which came in ahead of expectations. And so with that said, if you look at the 10-year yields in the past week, ended up this week, at least right now, as we move into the next few hours to the close, the The 10-year yield's around 4.3%. It's basically where it started at the beginning of the week. Or roughly
Okay, looks
speaking.
good
So
on
we
UNH.
see
Meta,
in longer term
Meta's still flagging. We're still looking for buy order blocks. Still looking for buy order blocks. The S&P, nothing's happening here, so we haven't pulled the trigger to do anything. We do have VIX calls now, and we have puts at the end of the month. The 640 put. Watching Intel, no movement. Okay, UNH looking for a follow through. UNH flow. Okay, so the dealer hedge flows are starting to turn up.
Relative to the federal funds rate, which again, we have a real yield on capital right now because of a higher than normal inflation. In other words, above trend inflation. So my point is they don't have much room. Maybe 50 basis points by the end of the year.
Dealer hedge flows are still rising.
So there's a possibility.
Okay, so that's good.
Next week, that might throw cold water on this move we've seen in the markets, because it seems to me, at the very least, and you can both add to this, but everyone's expecting more. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen, but I could be wrong.
Understood. What do you think? What were your takeaways? Because, obviously we've got CPI, PPI, retail sales, manufacturing, so much in our mind. And what will the Fed do next? Sentiment came in. What do you think, Kevin? How are you feeling now? Because you talked about the move fizzling out a little bit, which it did. Now it's going back and forth a bit.
Yeah, I would say, look, we have to take this as a market participant. You got to take this as baby steps. So are we going to have a cut in September? It seems like it's a little bit likely that will happen. The more that we hear commentary coming from Fed governors that are voting members around their openness to cut in September, the harder it is for Jerome Powell to actually try to hold off and throw cold water on this. We already know that there's a little bit of contention probably within those the board of governors here, and I don't think that he really wants to strain that too much. But as far as Jackson Hole, I think probably setting the right expectations moving forward, I think is going to be the key, and I think the balance is going to be 50 basis points or 75 basis points by the end of this year. And the market might be trying to get 75 basis points total. But cutting 75 basis points, given the fact that we have the inflationary data like we did this week, now we don't know if it's going to translate to PCE or even CPI, but knowing the data that we have this week, it makes it for a very difficult call to try to say 50 basis points in September or 50 basis points in December. So take it one step at a time, and Jerome Powell's going to set the right expectation. He's also conscious enough to know that if there's
all right, still waiting for the cavalry. Nothing going on at the moment. Feels heavy. Markets do feel heavy. S&P, Dow Jones hit new all-time highs again. Google are at the high of the day. Be taking some more things off the table. I would be taking more off the table. Okay, I took the calls that expired today off the table. I had the 207.50s. I eked out a nice little profit there, about $70 per contract. So that worked out. I still have January calls for Google. Looking for more upside. I have the 210s for January.
The Jackson Hole committee next week as well as some retail sales. So we'll see how some of those fare, because I still think there's pricing power that these companies have that are passing on to consumers. So inflation's still locked in. It's still sticky, unfortunately, and we have to accept that.
Okay. Both for being with me on a beautiful Friday this morning, live on the Colton News. Schwab Network. It's right here. Trading 360. Diane King Hall. Next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction.
Okay, so watching UNH price is fading a bit. Watching.
Cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide.
All right, feels like the flow is just kind of shutting off right now. There's nothing going on. I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The 2 grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Good morning, everyone. We are about 90 minutes into the trading day on Wall Street. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Diane Kinghall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Let's start out with our roadmap. Coming up on today's show, in our 360 Spotlight, we'll look at the state of the overall market and find out how long this current bull market run can last. Today's disruptor is Salesforce after D.A. Davidson upgraded shares to neutral from underperform. And 360 round will dive into those earnings from Applied Materials as shares drop to 2-month lows in reaction to the report that stock's slumping right now. All right, let's right now take a quick check on where markets stand at this hour. We've got the pullback after the S&P 500 hit another new record today. Momentum has been on the side of bulls. So right now, we are seeing the S&P 500 pull back by 0.25% right now. I have talked to numerous people and hear that 6,500 level is the key level of resistance. So we'll see where things go throughout today's session if the tide will turn in the favor of the bulls. But right now, again, off about 0.25% in terms of where the sectors are within the S&P 500. You still have some leadership in healthcare and communication services, but weighing on the broadest benchmark of U.S. stocks is information technology and financials. Utilities also under some pressure. The NASDAQ 100 lower by 0.5%. The Dow set a new record today, finally caught up to what we've been seeing in terms of the price action.
S&P, the flow continues to drop off.
NASDAQ Composite. The Dow right now just above the flat line, though. Small caps taking a step back. We're looking at the Russell 2000 off by a little bit more than 0.5% there. All right, let's take a look at some of the other asset classes that we are watching today. Yield on the 10-year treasury, not moving not moving really right now by any basis points. The dollar right now, taking a step back, off by about 0.5% there. Gold a little bit higher, better by the shy of 1%. Crude oil is falling today off by 0.75%, below approaching $63 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate. Bitcoin a little lower. Keep in mind, similar to stocks, has been setting some records this week. Bitcoin and Ethereum have been approaching those, but both taking a step back. Today, Bitcoin off by a little bit more than 0.5%. Not very volatile, but taking a breather right now. We're going to top moving stocks in today's market. I'm joined by Marley Caden, host of Market on Close. This is a big mover to the upside. We're watching United Health. Those shares moving higher. You know, this is the week where we get those 13F filings showing where there's big stakes. Berkshire Hathaway taking a big stake in this company. Tell us the details here. Good morning, Diane. Yeah, United Health.
Okay, we're watching these stocks for buy order blocks. Okay, the top 10 New York FANG components, nothing on Meta, NVIDIA. Okay, what we're looking for is a buy order block after the first. So a second buy order block, we're watching for that. Meta just sitting here. Let's see what UNH looks like. UNH.
Warren Buffett did own more than 1 million shares of United Health between 2006 and 2009 before he sold his entire stake in 2010. Now, prior to this morning's open and the aftermarket trade yesterday, shares of United Health were down nearly 50% just this year through Thursday's close. Now, the largest private healthcare insurer faces some soaring medical costs. They're under investigation by the Department of Justice into its Medicare billing practices. They had the murder of a top executive earlier this year, and they also suffered a massive cyber attack last year. So it has been a very difficult 18-month period for this company. They also signaled that they do have some prolonged pain on the way when they issued a new, far lower profit forecast as it sees what they called billions of additional costs in upcoming quarters after they pulled their annual outlook in their May earnings call while announcing that their CEO was stepping down. So a great day for them. And this does sort of fit with Warren Buffett's history of buying what he considers to be good companies that are at bargain prices. So, you know, Berkshire Hathaway saying that they think United Health Group may be in that category just based on their historical investment strategy. All right, we're seeing shares rally just shy of 12%, as you mentioned, Marley. That's Marley Caden, host of Market on Close. Thank you, Marley. All right, let's get some insights on news at JP Markets. For that, we want to welcome in Bob Dole, CEO and CIO Crossmark Global Investments. Bob, it's good to see you. I haven't talked to you in so long. Let's talk about this bull run. You say it's an extra inning. So to me, that begs the question, and if we're in extra innings, time may be short here. What's your take?
Well, as you know, extra innings in baseball can go on and on and on. I don't know, and I don't think anybody does. I've defined this, Diane, as a high-risk bull market. Bull market, of course, means path of least resistance higher. High risk means, but be careful what you own. You're paying 20.
Yeah, I would be taking it easy today. If you see some really great trades, maybe we get some scalps. But I'm anticipating that next week could be a little bit weaker. All right, here's let's go through the top 10 on NASDAQ 100. Pinduoduo. Hang Seng was down yesterday, right? Okay, so we got buy order blocks on Pinduoduo, PDD. But we have supply right overhead, and over on the daily, you can see we're right in the thick of supply right here. So we're probably, if we do pop through this area, we could get up to looks like 128 or so. Okay, not that interested. Intel looking for more buy order blocks. Intel looking for more buy order blocks. Okay, we had some pre-market, had some yesterday, but it's stalling here. So people looking for instant gratification. A lot of people get impatient. This is not going to go. This is not going to go. The bulls are going to get trapped again. You get that kind of scenario, and people are quick to take profits or just exit altogether. So Intel might take a little while for this to continue. So Intel, I'd be using risk-defined trades instead of buying a whole bunch of shares and whatever. I did buy some shares. I intend to buy or sell some covered calls if we get back up to the high again. Got supply just overhead we need to get through. 27. Okay, let's see what else is here. Trade desk yesterday. Nice little bounce in TTD. Trade desk, nice bounce.
Good news is good news. Bad news is good news. All news is good news. That's how I've explained away the app.
Trade desk looking forward to base down here. Basing.
What it seems like, I was talking to one of my colleagues today, he was like, bad news is good news right now. So that's what it seems like. All
Okay,
news
looking
is
forward to
good news.
base down here.
Let me
Okay.
ask you this, though. What do you
Now looking for it to
think
rip back up to the highs. What's this? TRI. What is this? TRI. Thomson Reuters. Okay, coming off the low. Thomson Reuters. Buyer blocks at the open. Again, intraday at 10:20. Got buyer blocks. This is like this could go back up to 175. It's $2 overhead, $3 overhead. Thomson Reuters, not really interested. Fortinet. Reason I'm not interested is not a whole lot of people are familiar with it. Trade it. Fortinet, though, it looks pretty good. Fortinet. Okay, buyer blocks at the open continues to trend higher. Fortinet.
After that, and maybe they'll go 25 in December again. I'm not of this. They're going to do it 5 or 6 times in the next 6 months. I don't think so. I don't think the inflation number is going to be good enough
Fortinet.
to do that.
Global Foundries, GFS, Global Foundries. That's been on the list the last few days. GFS, day 4, off. Most actives. GFS. Global Foundries. That's coming off the low. What's Walmart doing? Walmart faded for 4 days. Gap down on Wednesday. All right, starting to turn the corner at 100. Right at the 20-day moving average. Walmart.
Good stuff we import. They probably get a little harder. I guess there'll be a few tech companies that feel it as well.
Okay, and then let me ask you, balance out the bull case versus potential
AAOI.
seems to be favoring
Okay, buyer block. You got supply right overhead. You got the 50, 200-day overhead as well. Watch AAOI, Applied Optoelectronics. UNH still sitting here, not following through. Okay, Moderna also. Moderna number 2, mRNA number 2 on the SP 500. Most actives. Moderna number 2, most actives. You got buyer blocks. Squeezing now, starting to squeeze. Let's see what else. Back to the Biogen, is that? Biogen. Again today, Biogen. Biogen. Okay, that's up against the 200-day now, Biogen. Okay, so that's making higher highs and higher lows. This is based, Biogen based between June and August, starting to move out of base.
And their balance sheets are in pretty good shape for this point in the cycle. So I put them as the first in the category, but you got to own some tech, you got to own some consumer discretionary. And if you want a bottom fish, you got 3 choices: healthcare, consumer staples, and energy.
Biogen pushing higher. Okay. Fortinet, Adobe.
So you mentioned momentum.
This company,
You gotta have some momentum in your portfolio.
ADBE. This company's got a lot of work to do. I mean, this used to be still is probably, that's still the number one stock when it comes to number one software company when it comes to advertising and marketing, graphics, graphic arts. But so much is changing with AI. got to be threatening this company big time, I would think. Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, and all the other products that they have. You can see where they are. 52-week lows. Big lows here on Adobe. Let's go to the monthly time frame. These are monthly time frame. Okay. Adobe, though, it looks okay. Not my cup of tea right now. Adobe. I mean, they came out with some cute ideas on, add a clown to my photo, stupid things like that. Remove somebody from my photo. Those are very time-intensive type of things to do. If you've ever used Adobe Photoshop, you know what I'm talking about. Removing somebody from a photograph without it looking weird and obviously edited, AI does it in seconds. So Adobe had some good ideas. I'm not sure where they're going to go with it. Adobe, Datadog, looking at the top 10 on the NASDAQ 100. Datadog right below the 200-day. Regeneron, REGN. Okay, so that's like 2 or 3 big names in the biotech space. Let's see what biotechs look like. Biotechs, okay, those are pushing off the 200-day. Biotechs, IBB, XBI, bullish. All right, junk bonds, obviously. Let's take a look at junk real quick. Junk. See how it's doing. All right, so there goes UNH is starting to go. Junk bonds. Okay, we want junk bonds to be higher. We're still neutral. Okay, so there's nothing alarming here. If you're in a 401k and you're saying, oh, wow, Benny's talking about a consolidation or pullback. I mean, you could reduce your exposure, but I'm not looking for more than like a 1 or 2% pullback next week if we get it at all. This market seems to be shrugging everything off. If we get any kind of good news out of the summit between Trump and Putin, that's positive. The markets could surpass 6,500 very easily, but we have a lot of calls that dealers going to have to close. People are going to have to take profits. So junk bonds look okay. Biotechs look good. Biotechs are okay. XBI and IBB, these are okay. Okay, these actually look like they could start to go even more. Bitcoin, that did pull back, right, yesterday. Bitcoin pulled back to the 20-day. So it's still dealing with this 124 level. Coinbase pulled back too from the 50-day. What else? Let's see. What's Palantir doing? Palantir's hanging in there. All right. Going down the list and staying with the top 20 on the NASDAQ 100, top 20. Google trending. Look at Google. So if you're thinking about trading Google, I like pulling when we get a pullback to the 21-day or the 90 EMA like we had on Wednesday. Okay. Or last week. That was Thursday. Wednesday, Thursday, we pulled back to the 90 EMA and we reversed and started to move higher. Okay. So this is what I look for. Okay. This is what I look for. This is how. Oh, you know what? Let's go to the 60-minute. 60-minute makes it a lot easier. Okay. Look at that chart. Easy to see that pullbacks to the 9 EMA or 21-day will get supported. When you have the 60-minute 20 EMA upward sloping, when it pulls back to the 20 EMA, you don't buy immediately as soon as you see a pullback, but when it's up and to the right like this, you're waiting for the return trip, okay? So let me show you what I'm talking about here for those of you who are new at this. Okay, so basically what I'm looking for is, okay, So right here, you get the pullback to the 20 MA. It's not until you get the bullish. It's not until you get the bullish candles here. Okay, so you get the pullback. You don't buy this part. You don't buy this. Okay, you buy this over here. You buy this when it starts to move back above the 20 MA. You get the pullback. You don't buy that. You buy right in here when the 20 EMA starts to rise, okay? Or when price moves back up. You don't buy the dip right here. Well, you could. You gap up the next day. Okay? Dip, pop. Dip, you don't buy here because this could keep going down here to the 20 EMA on the daily. You wait for the return trip right there. Or if you're using ICT, you'll probably see buy order blocks. That's when you enter. Okay, you don't buy the dip here because why? Because you don't have a confirmation yet, and we continue to move down to the 20 MA on the daily. Even at the 20 MA on the daily, we don't buy here. We wait until we see the reversal. So you're always buying the reversal. You don't buy the dip. You buy the follow through on the upside. Don't buy the dip here. You buy here when we start to bounce again. All right. So where are we right now? We just had the pullback. What are we doing? We're following through and pushing to the upside. That's where you want to be buying. Okay, you want to be buying on the dips like this. Okay, after you see the follow through. Okay, there goes UNH. UNH on the move. Here goes UNH. Here we go. Dun, 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 dun. There goes UNH. Boom, 306. Okay, I have the 300 call. I have some 350s, and I have 400s for January. Also have UNHG. Okay, there we go. There we go. UNH on the move.
Take a look at this green line, 250. This was an area where price topped out several times earlier this year. That was a point that many traders may have had their eye on, watching for that potential breakout. We did indeed get it here, but we also had a bit of a retreat to this level here, 170. If you were to draw our trend line back a little bit, or rather our horizontal line here, it would be roughly around these highs and lows that occurred here. So this would be an area to monitor going forward for potential support if that 250 level does get breached once more. But for now, we saw extraordinary volume.
How's it going, Paulo?
1.9 billion with a B shares changing hands at one point during this spike to the upside here. Notice as well the
Really bully. Yeah, there goes UNH. All right, UNH on the move. Okay, we need Intel to bounce too. That would make the day even better.
So that's a pretty darn high reading in terms of momentum here. For now, though,
Woolly
we are
bully.
hanging out above our previous best close, the intraday highs. We're far beyond the best close there. 321 is the high close price. Today's candle activity showing big wicks to the upside and the downside. So a smaller real body. For now, though, if we were to look at our general area here, we're talking about 190.
Woolly bully, man. That brings me back to my youth. Going to the high school dance, Woolly bully. Oh man. Sam the Sham and the Pharaohs. Okay, we got UNH on the move now. UNH. There we go. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so we got a big pivot right here at 325, 320. Buy order blocks looking good. So we're going to see more buy order blocks.
So, I mean, my view is, if you agree with my breakdown of the big picture thesis, follow those technicals that you just gave, because I literally went over the exact same thing this morning. Absolutely love that breakdown.
Okay,
UNH.
all right, let's talk about that next trade on your list. It's Rigel Pharmaceuticals. Also up year today, outperforming the S&P 500, but within a shorter window here, really within this month, August. So we're just 2 weeks into this month. So tell us about your views on this one, Tim.
So basically, this was a really cool stock. Friday night, it kind of took off
Okay, Meta,
Friday night, and,
UNH on the move.
I've always been a technology guy. Build a lot of trading technologies with the help of stocks to trade. And this first showed up on our swing trade AI. So it's an artificial intelligence that looks for strong fundamentals, earnings statements, as well as technicals. So a lot of people, like I'm sure the reason you have the guest is a lot of people struggle with technicals.
Wooly
So
bully.
this first hit the radar Friday
Wooly
night
bully.
at $33 from that AI
UNH.
all by its own. And then you can, he's going to go over the chart. Just been trending up, up, up. And what I like about this is, in these kind of lower mid-priced speculative biotechs, Wriggle, I call it Wriggle, it might be Rigel, but it really has pretty strong fundamentals and constant news flow. So that's why I think we've seen basically every day this week, this stock just keeps trending up from that 33 buy.
Wooly
And
bully.
what the AI does, using technicals, it also predicts out price targets. So it sees, as always, you got stop loss. You don't want it to go, full on, Terminator on you. But it sees a price target at 50 plus. And when I look at that chart and the trend that's been on since Friday night, I think that's a real possibility on this. And
Let's see what Supermicro is doing. Supermicro, still sitting here doing much of nothing. Is above this area of liquidity.
Let's pull up this chart and tell us what you notice about the chart for Rigel.
Well, the main similarity is another very strong move to the upside. We've pretty much doubled over the course of the past couple of 3 trading weeks or so. 13 green candles in a row if we do finish up once again today. So really just a crazy high move here. And it reminds me of the old expression, bull markets won't let you in, bear markets won't let you out. This is one of those situations where everything kind of just keeps surging to the upside here. We do have some interesting horizontal levels to discuss here. You could look backward here. You could see our green line, 29.50. That's about where we formed a double top. That is about where we halted briefly after that big green candle. We actually cleared it slightly here, but that was a point many traders probably had their eye on. We could also see this lighter green line here, a similar boundary near 24.50. Our moving averages at this point, not too terribly much help here. You could try using a very short-term EMA like the 9-day or something if you wanted to, but this is the kind of situation where it's like you kind of caught the tiger by the tail and you're on this rocket ship, and the question is, where does it stop? Where do you get off of there? Because we can see, once again, extremely heavy volume here, but momentum starting to slow somewhat despite remaining overbought. Now, I got to say, I'm a little bit disappointed on a personal level in this rally here because I had a fun fact I wanted to share. I think probably the name Rigel is a star. Rigel's a star in the constellation Orion, and the candle pattern that was forming was an evening star here. So we saw a gap up, a small red candle with a small real body. Then the next phase of that pattern would be another large downward candle to the downside, a red candle the next day here. It didn't really play out here. That could be something to look out for going forward. These types of candle patterns can suggest the trend is being interrupted and starting to break down here. So something to remain on the look at, but my fun fact was ruined. If we were to look at our standard deviation, if we were to look at our standard deviation channels, once again here, 3 and 4 are the boundaries, 36, 17, 40, 57. That's where the +3 and +4 channels come in. Not really much else nearby sticks out.
I love that.
Okay, we had a little bounce, but no follow through. Okay, Google's still fading. All right, so these New York FANGs aren't doing much of anything. Let's go look for some buy order blocks. We got a buy order block on Tesla, so we got a long way to go. All right, notice the buy order block on Tesla. Maybe I'll buy some. I'm not going to buy today's calls, although they're be pretty cheap. Maybe I'll buy today's calls and next week's calls. Some Lottos, maybe some like 40 Deltas on Tesla. Tesla, got a buy order block. Okay, Tesla. Let's see what we're going to do here. Tesla. Okay, Tesla. 30 Deltas are 80 cents. Okay, Tesla. Looks like it's going to go here. Okay, at the money calls are 80 cents.
news to really push you that zone. This thing can match a move like it made in July. Now, the reason I like this stock is eVTOLs. I'm very bullish those. I mean, I know it's very futuristic, but I grew up watching the Jetsons. It's supposed to happen in the year 2000. Here it is, the year 2025.
Got a buyer to block here. Okay, Tesla. Okay, so if your entry is right here, you can put your stop right underneath this. Okay. Stop right underneath this. Look for a move back up to supply. See if that works. Okay. So we got so much going on here. 50-day, 200-day. Daily. Okay, entry if this follows through, stop if it doesn't. It would help if the markets decide to bounce. Okay.
So, three interesting charts, really all that kind of share the same characteristic of a really strong breakaway move here. This one is perhaps a little longer in the tooth than the other ones because we've seen the sideways consolidation phase here. So, when we look more.
Okay, let's see if this works or not. I need to see some activity above this level here. Need to see a push to this level overhead. Okay, so this is just one. Okay, UNH did bounce a bit.
1650 to 1850, roughly speaking here. So we did have a push to the upside here. We made those new highs, but we quickly lost that ground that we gained here. We retreated back to that familiar range. Once again, today it looked like it was perhaps going to be a breakout, but we have a quite large red candle that has dropped off from those.
Okay, let's see. Intel's starting to bounce. Intel popping.
And notice as well, we have
Intel's popping. Watch Intel here.
21-day exponential moving average despite our break below our blue trend line here. So still got those sideways boundary ranges to watch out for. RSI, if you were to notice, was showing a little bit of bearish divergence here. But despite remaining in that overbought area, price made a higher close. RSI did not follow suit and trended the other way here. It did result in this decline here, but Diane mentioned a crystal ball here. Technical analysis patterns, none of this is a crystal ball. It can go in different directions here. What you're
Intel's popping.
Predictions, but identify the key areas of support and resistance, looking for potential strike prices, etc. here. So one other quick thing to point out too, it could.
Okay, so we got a little pop there on UNH. Now it's starting to fade.
So a break below that 1650 level.
To be clear, I'm looking at UNH from a longer term perspective. We've been in this for what, 3 months now? This first time, this looks like it might get something going. So UNHG is one way to play it too. Sell some of your UNH. Maybe buy some cheaper UNHG that's leveraged 2 times. If you got profits, maybe you want to do that. I have January calls as well.
+2 standard deviation channel, 1891 would be one area to watch. On the road
CFLT. All right, CFLT. CFLT being mentioned by Option Hawk.
What is not like current state of the market? We'll find out. AI-led optimism at peak. Inflation on the horizon. We'll be right back. Morning movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst call. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern.
Okay, UNH looks like it could run. If this thing runs like I think it could, it'd be kind of profitable. There goes Meta. Okay, Meta. Shitsky. Shitsky. I missed that one. Meta, we had to pull back, and then looks like, oh, okay. I don't have it on the screen here. Okay, so I'm off the screen a little bit. False alarm on Meta. False alarm. My chart looked like this. on my TOS platform. It looked like that. I didn't see this part. So, okay, never in a hurry. Always double check. Meta still looking for a buy order block there. Nvidia, same thing, looking for buy order blocks on this higher low. Okay, supply overhead. Okay, it's just kind of tapering off. I'd take it easy. I would take it easy, given we're looking for a little pullback next week. So if you're day trading one thing, maybe see some rotation into some defensive sectors like UNH, like healthcare. Okay, so IWM. Okay, that's still up there at the highs. So that's one of 5. There goes the Intel. That's one of 5 bullish indicators, risk on indicators. Here's Intel. Intel on the move. Intel starting to go. Okay, Intel. Long-legged doji. Look at the volume on Intel.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King online on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Time to spotlight the current state of the market and ask the question, how long can the bulls keep this up? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. We're excited to have you on. So let's talk big picture here. You signal that Max have been infighting and ETF underperformance suggests that the AI optimism may have peaked. Why do you think that?
Well, the thing is, Diane, and thanks for having us on. So we hosted an ideas dinner in San Francisco about 2 weeks ago, and we were sitting down with some of the chief investment officers, people that run money for the big families out there, the Larry Ellison type, Zuckerberg type money. And one of the things they track is tertiary asset performance versus established. And all that means is like meme stocks versus, say, the S&P. You can look at Joby Aviation type companies. Joby Aviation, you talked about in the last segment, $14, $15 billion market cap, no sales day, right? So you look at all these different groups of tertiary assets versus established. And what you see is about 12 days ago, they started to break down. And sure enough, we had a hiccup in the market, very small. And then we had this rally back. And now, once again, tertiary assets are breaking down again, and they're not taking out the highs. So that tells you that liquidity is kind of fleeting. And the bottom line is the guys in the valley, the real risk takers, we're talking about CIO level people, billionaire type fund managers, family offices. They want to put on risk when the tertiary verticals are outperforming established and across many different verticals. But when they see that breaking down and going the other way, they go to cash. And this is something we talk about in our book, How to Listen When Markets Speak. Top seller on Amazon all summer, number in the top 5 this week.
All right. Intel popping here. Intel. Nice pop on Intel. There we go. Coming out of a squeeze. Squeeze play. Squeeze play.
Still near records. The Dow hit a new record today. What are you anticipating in terms of a potential investor reset?
Well, I mean, obviously, the last month, right? Inflationary forces are just keep appearing and growing.
Squeeze play on Intel.
And that rate of change.
Intel squeeze play at the moment.
Is something we've never really seen into rate cuts ever. And then this week on the PPI. So you've got all this evidence of basically a bounce in inflation. Inflation is like that scene from the Terminator. You can't kill it, and you really.
Okay, it's 11:37 on the East Coast.
Is going to emerge, and that's why we see the copper names outperforming software by 30% this year. And so, this isn't about being bearish or bullish. This is about like colossal rotation. Look at the silver miners, look at the gold miners. You look at the uranium names. There's been this big rotation out
Mhm,
of financial
mhm, mhm.
assets, and it's more companies that own hard assets.
Are you anticipating stagflation, or like full on stagflation, or kind of stagflation like?
Okay, what's S&P is just sitting here. Okay, so going back through this list. Okay, Amazon tapering off. Looks like people taking profits end of the week. Okay, Netflix. Okay, Netflix. Looking for more upside. We got buy order blocks. Did we get any more? Probably not. Looks like pretty slow day today. These are previous entry levels. Apple. No, no turn yet. Apple. Apple. Just sell order blocks. Boom, boom. So this is the exact opposite of what I'm looking for. These are sell order blocks. Okay, Intel looking good. Yes. Can I help you? Fine.
Just to keep it simple, that cash flow is worth so much less if interest rates, inflation is just a little bit higher. And that cash flow, that $1 million over 10 years of cash flow is worth a lot.
Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
Deflationary environment, right? So inflation, stagflation is going to create a massive migration portfolio reconstruction.
Okay, and then Larry, I want to go back.
Intel. Buy order blocks on Intel. That's what you're looking for. Buy order blocks and no supply overhead.
Well, one thing I'm more worried about a little bit, we've been long uranium names. We saw a couple of convert issues coming from some of the uranium names this week. And so whenever you see, Diane, whenever you see a big pickup in convertible issuance, CFOs are great sellers. So that's a great learning lesson. We talked about that in the book, and it's happening this week. Circle doing the secondary, Coin doing a convert. So CFOs are great sellers, so watch out for that. But at the end of the day, the power grid and this whole AI trade is the most lopsided, stupid thing I've ever seen in my entire year of finance. You want to be long natural gas equities, the FCG, companies that are going to benefit from the AI revolution and power the AI revolution. Right now, think about NVIDIA, $4.5 trillion. The entire FCG, natural gas ETF, I think you basically add the value of all the companies for $400 billion. So, not even a fraction of the value of just NVIDIA. So everyone's in the same trade. If you look at it this week, I think the most important thing happening right now, the leadership is breaking down. Look at NVIDIA, look at PLTR, leadership breaking down. That means I think we're seeing a rotation into, say, healthcare, natural gas, and out of tech.
Well, we're certainly seeing that healthcare leadership today. Thanks to the news about UNH. Thank you, Larry. Larry McDonald, Fair Trends Report. Hello, also from Sam Bonnett. She's over here next to me. Coming up next, the Disruptor. We've got George Silas joining us to take a look at Salesforce after DA Davidson upgraded shares. We'll have those details plus an example trade. Sam will bring us some news on Intel. I'll be on the other side.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Trade 360. I'm Dunking all live from the New York Stock Exchange. We're looking at stocks on the move. I want to bring in Sam Bada Schwab, the network contributor. We're taking a look at Intel, those shares on the move here. And as you said, you've got Intel on Intel.
I do have the intel, but it is from reports over at Bloomberg this morning. We were discussing this story of in the morning show, and this obviously is the fact that we're going to be potentially seeing talks between the US government and Intel as far as taking a stake in that company from the Trump administration. We have now got an update from the folks over at Bloomberg, talking to their sources familiar with this story, that perhaps they are considering using funds from the US CHIPS Act to take that stake in the chip maker, that is Intel. Obviously, we have got these talks being reported not just by Bloomberg, but folks over at the Wall Street Journal as well. But they are talking about the fact that we could be seeing a focus on using the CHIPS Act funding to at least partially finance an equity stake in Intel. They do say that these discussions are in early stages. Other options could be on the table. Unclear if this approach would actually involve converting some or all of Intel's existing CHIPS Act grants into equity, or allocating new funding from a broader pool of combining the CHIPS money with the other financial streams. Because we have obviously known that Intel has been a big beneficiary of the CHIPS funding. It has been awarded nearly $8 billion as part of this. Obviously, a lot of this money was committed under the Biden administration, but as far as the reporting around these latest talks with the Trump administration and a company like Intel, taking the pressure potentially off the CEO, which has been under scrutiny from Trump and co over his alleged ties to China. So there have been suggestions that the details of such an arrangement would need to be structured. They're still being hashed out. A deal, though, could shore up potentially the planned hub in Ohio, which of course has been delayed, been facing these sort of pushbacks, etc. And we could potentially be seeing that becoming a big focus of maybe some of this funding. Intel, obviously, we know that has been facing a lot of challenges. We've seen the CEO under scrutiny, but even he himself has been talking about.
All right, S&P continues lower, so I didn't get sucked into that possible bounce. S&P, let's see, the S&P 500. Okay, S&P 500. Okay, back down to the lows that we've seen recently. Starting to see a little bounce. Let's see what the hedging flows look like on the S&P. We know that there wasn't a whole lot down here. Okay, so they got a. Okay, so we got a 99 percentile down here. Okay, so be aware of it. If we get there, look for a bounce. Okay, if we get there, look for a bounce.
First thing I noticed is look at the performance of Salesforce year to date. The stock is down like 28 or 29%, and last year it's down around 5 or so percent. It's significantly underperformed the rest of the software industry space as well as the overall markets. And there's a lot going on with the business. First off, they're of course one of the leaders in customer relations management and marketing cloud software, and their commerce cloud business has been growing. But I think their Agentforce AI program is actually been quite expensive, and even open ChatGPT or open AI models that exist out there are starting to encroach on some of
Okay, we're moving down to the lows. Look for a bounce down here.
over the years. A serial
Okay.
companies and the recent acquisition of Informatica for 11 billion or $8 billion, forgive me, may have actually put some additional pressure on the shares over the past year with those high cap expenses, as well as organic growth, which actually has been only growing in the mid-single digits in sales and, of course, in the low double digits for earnings. But if you look at D.A. Davidson, they're actually more constructive right now. They moved their rating on the stock from an underperform to neutral, the price target at 225. They actually see that there's still some challenges with decelerating organic trends, in the business, competitive pressures, as well as, like I mentioned, that high capital expenditures. But there is a lot of activist investors that are involved in Salesforce right now. Starboard Capital actually increased their stake, as denoted in the 13F, by 47%. And a lot of the valuation metrics for Salesforce seem to be more in line right now, at least how I look at it from a forward standpoint. Right now, the stock is trading around 18.5 times.
Okay, we're continuing to move lower.
Historically, it's around 39 times, so that's about a 50% discount to its historical averages, but it also matches essentially
These
growth
pot
rates
stocks
right now.
never
If you
work.
look at sales estimates,
You get excited about them and then they drop off again.
9% earnings growth.
I can't wrap my head around taking those trades.
Metrics are actually about half of their historical averages. So maybe this is why D.A. Davidson is ranking the stock at 225, which is approximately slightly lower than the stock price right now. Maybe they actually see that there's fair valuation in this name.
Yeah, I think I can see it at full valuation. So George, what's your thoughts for an example trade?
Well, I think, looking at the chart action, if you look at the 3-year weekly, it seems to be right now placed around the 200-week moving average, which at times, at least in this stock and many other stocks that I've noticed, can provide some meaningful levels of support and institutional flows, potentially showing a major trend reversal. But it hasn't reversed just yet.
Okay, for now, we've got bearish flows. Got a little bounce there. If you're going to buy puts, buy on the bounce. Don't buy at the low of the day. Intel looks like it wants to go. Individual stocks are the play now, for now.
At the 230. So I'm selling the 230 put, which again is around an $8 credit you can receive. So that places your break even if you're assigned the shares at 230 at 222. So the math works like this. You have about a $20 flexibility in the stock price, which is around 8% down to break even. And also that $8.
I don't know what you want, sweetie. What do you want? Kitty cat, what do you want? There's food right here. Look, there's food right here.
Holding the 230 or higher by expiration, and that premium of $8 will erode to zero.
What do you want? What do you want? A Dr. Pepper or something? You want a Dr. Pepper? Kitty cat? My kitty cat wants something. I don't know what she's up to. The door's open so she can go to the bathroom if she needs to. Where's your sister? Your sister's gone. Sister's downstairs. She's probably sleeping. Go join your sister. I gotta watch Intel. You're distracting me. Okay, S&P is starting to bounce a bit. UNH grinding higher. UNH. Okay, let's look at the 1 minute chart. 1 minute chart continues to rise. UNH. Winner chicken dinner. Okay, IWM. The hedging flows were rising on IWM, but the stock was moving lower. Okay, looks good. IWM, like it. 0 DTE. IWM, I like it for a 0-day trade. The only thing about IWM, you got to pay attention to it, because if you get in the money, you're definitely going to get a sign. Let's see. Okay, so the 25 deltas are 20 cents.
Some of these earnings reports,
Okay.
some of the kind of long-term tariff implications or some of the uncertainty play out in the market. What you didn't see is it for the prior quarter. So the Applied Materials actually reported a beat on revenue and earnings.
Bought some 228s.
For the previous quarter, but that forward guidance for the fourth quarter did not look good, and it was a little bit rough for what they're going to look at for the end of the year, and it's because of all the uncertainty when it comes to tariffs, when it comes to China, and then customers who are these kind of big semiconductor producers just being uncertain on what they're going to do, how much they're going to demand because of the tariff implications that are going on. So you're seeing a lot of uncertainty, and it kind of follows a theme that I've seen throughout this earnings cycle that we've had. It's that the companies that are hitting and meeting their marks, they're not getting rewarded tremendously. There are exceptions, but they're not getting huge pops in the stock. But if you miss in this earnings cycle, you're getting hit hard. And we're seeing that in Applied Materials today, obviously down double digits through the morning session so far.
John, what's your take on its most recent report?
Well, we don't own Applied Materials yet. We do own competitive research, and we've owned it.
Okay, Intel's still going. Intel's on the move. Intel's still going. There goes Intel. Okay, looks good. Intel looking good.
There's just a voracious appetite for all things chips. So from a long-term perspective, when you get these kinds of pullbacks, I think these are areas.
Okay, nice and little move on the S&P so far. Nice call there. Nice call there, Paulo. Okay, nice reversal. S&P. Okay, S&P moving higher. Let's see what IWM's doing. IWM. IWM flows have been moving higher since about 10 o'clock. I didn't do anything because the stock kept moving lower. So, okay, let's see what's actually working on the tape. Let's see what's working the markets today. Top stocks, Gamma Notional, and top options volume. We got Tesla, S&P, NVIDIA. Let's see what else we got here. XNet is at $5 now. XNet, UNH, Open, NU, DQ, Sunrun, Lyft. That's one that Jason over at Three Peaks has been talking. Lyft. Lyft. Okay, Lyft is on the move. Lyft is on the move.
It's marginal, right? We're on the fringes of the margin here, and seeing some of that uncertainty is causing the stock to get hit. I mean, I do agree this stock is going to be around for a very long time.
Lyft on the move. Let's see what the daily looks like on Lyft. Okay, Lyft looks good.
Which is obviously going to be a major industry moving forward when we have these major companies like Microsoft, Google, Meta saying how much they're going to spend on
Lyft on the move. I might buy a few Lyft calls. Let's see. We're at the high of the day. Should see a BNC pivot. It is Friday. Probably going to taper off right now, so I'll pass on Lyft. This was one that was mentioned earlier. Let's see what else is trading here. UNH looking good. UNH, higher highs, higher lows on UNH. DQ. NU. What's NU? NU? What's NU? I don't know. What's NU? It's not in me. It's in you. Okay. Intel still going. Intel looks good. XNet We saw this earlier, XNet. That one's bouncing again. XNet, $6 stock, XNet. This was, Wolf was the high. Wolf was the active one yesterday. Okay, looking at this tape, okay. So these top daily movers right here, Wolf was on this yesterday. So I'm going to start watching this list because it's free on the Alpha platform, or it's part of, I should say. You know, whether you're short, Applied Materials. Let's see what Applied Materials looks like. AMAT, yeah, dropping off. Shooting Star. Okay, what else? SCLX, I don't know what that is. SCLX. SCLX. Okay, that one's grinding higher. Silex Holdings, SCLX. What do they do? SCLX, SCLX. SCLX, SCLX, SCLX. We don't have, it's just a small cap, so I don't have much on that one. DFAI, UNH, Open. Okay, let's see what Open looks like. We've traded Open before. Open Door. Open looks good. That's moving higher. $2 stock, $3 stock, Open Door. That used to be much higher, right? Open Door. Weekly trend. Open Door.
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started the company. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, you'll want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective.
Okay, we're coming into the 12 o'clock hour. Let's tune into CNBC and see what they have to say. Maybe Santoli's on instead of Wapner. What's going to be on here? Open, let's see, we got last close 337, it's up 10%. It's a low price stock, but if this does turn, maybe it does something. Open says me, open. What's doing here? Open. Okay, open. Okay, open. I'll see what this does. Open. Okay, what's going on with Wapner and these guys? Are they not on? What's the story here? It's Wapner. Okay. Watch Open Door here.
From this week of information and trading, information in the market, price action. What do we take away, do you think, from this week in which we set some new records again?
I mean, it's clear that the momentum continues to be to the upside. It seems that this market is almost unstoppable. It's funny, Scott, I'm lying in bed last
Next
night
week,
at 10:50,
I got a feeling next week we're going to
and my
have a
phone
pullback.
rings, and it's
I'm going
my
to plan
hero,
for it anyway. I'm going to
Belichick.
reduce my
And
risk.
he said, the legend, perhaps one of the best investors of our time. He says, listen, I'm having one of the best years of my life on a relative basis. Stocks are doing great, easy to find, great things to do. However, this reminds me of late 99. He went on to read me something that he calls God's Plan from Warren Buffett that he wrote in November of 99. And what I would say is, while we're in a great time now, we don't know what the pivot point out might be. Earnings are being revised up. There's a lot of good news that's happening, no doubt. However, you have to be mindful of valuations, which are back at nearly all-time highs. And so our message for investors has been one of balance, right? One of starting to think as he's thinking about some of the value names that we can buy and the pivots that you can make away from these what seemingly unstoppable growth names. We saw this week some of those moves in the small cap, right? And so I think if you stay nimble on your feet, you'll be able to make the pivot when the time comes. But for now, I think it's more of the same because of momentum. And we'll see what happens as the year progresses.
What I learned this week to put forth into the conversation was from Rick Reeder, who joined me on Closing Bell. And Brenda declared this to be an amazing investing environment, perhaps one of the best ever across a variety of different asset classes. He addressed the issue of valuation and said, if you can have a problem with it, it's a little stretched in certain places, but if you look to where the earnings growth is really coming from and the most powerful transformative technology that we've seen in decades in terms of AI, that it's not so out of whack. And this is in fact a great environment to be
Intel, all right, at the high of the day, Intel.
I do think that, at the margin, we've gotten a lot of good news, as Rob mentioned, but particularly about corporate earnings. So Rick Reeder, I think, is exactly right. Corporate earnings are incredibly strong. That's great news. Bond yields should be coming down at the margin, although maybe not as much as some are anticipating. But I do think there are some other things that are complicating the story that we learned this week, particularly about inflation and how that's being passed along or not. So I still think there are some question marks about how that works itself out over the longer term, because I think we've been in an environment where there's been so much uncertainty about the level of tariffs, the timing of tariffs, that a lot of companies probably chose to absorb some of those initial costs if they were experiencing them. But as we get more certainty, I think we might see that passed along to the consumer at a later date when things become more solidified. But it doesn't take away from the overarching story, right? That we are in an incredible period of technological innovation. For the time being, everyone's going to assume it's amazing until proven otherwise. So I think we're still in that sweet spot where valuation can stay elevated. And to your point, Scott, and it's being driven by really solid earnings.
I wonder, Josh, if we also learned that maybe I don't know if it's a euphoric perspective, but this idea that now is finally a great moment for the broadening trade. Because if you looked at the activity in small caps as a barometer of that, they went nuts this week. We're up. The Russell is, as in the Bay. The Russell was up 5%. Okay, it's only up 3 today in total for this week, but it shows you exactly what has happened. Whereas some say it was a false breakout. Is that the takeaway?
Not mine. Today is the risk off day. And I know, like, the layperson will open up their CNBC app or look at what the market did, and they'll say, oh, the Dow is up. The Dow is up because United Health is a $300 stock, and it's price-weighted index, which means the
Junk, neutral, at the moment, neutral. Could be bearish if this starts to drop next week. For now, though, it's okay. Josh talking about risk off. Hey, that's his, what he's watching. I would say, yeah, I'm reducing risk too. So I would agree with Josh.
Energy and real estate. Those have been risk off. Real estate because the high dividends.
XLV.
Energy, sort of as like a hedge.
Real estate.
The inflation picture isn't getting better, and healthcare is healthcare.
XLP.
We had a
Okay, so the sector wise, I don't see the same thing.
From a bellwether in the chip sector.
Sectors, I still see.
And I would also clapping, by the way, you're hearing is because of the tradition on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Whatever servicemen and women of our great country are here. On the
Okay, so XLP, XLY, the ratio doesn't look anything like February, the red box. Okay, coming out of the blue box, bullish. We continue to rise. Momentum down the bottom. Momentum, bullish. Okay, there goes UNH. UNH is pushing a bit more.
idea, and it was an excitable moment in time that I'm finding maybe questioned as we end the week.
Maybe. So when I look at it, I'm always honed in on the dividend index. So if we look at TVY, which is an ETF that represents dividends, that was up 1.5% this week. Then on the other hand, you have QQQ is up 0.22. So everything's still good, but there does seem to be a leadership shift happening. And then when we think about that on a more granular level today, and we juxtapose AMAT with UNH, which I know we'll get to later, I just think it's really representative.
Okay, what's AMD doing? AMD, that was hot yesterday, right? Pull back. AMD pull back. Turds. Why'd they do that? Okay, why'd they pull it back? There was some conversation about AMD taking over some responsibilities from Intel or something like that to produce chips.
And the reason I think it's a little thing is because obviously that was a value. Like obviously some of the big guys have been quietly picking it up, but now that it's out there, the stock shoots up 12%. But the point being, that to me is like
Intel looking good.
level example of what went on in the bigger picture this week. And I wouldn't be surprised if that continues.
I mean, if you look at UNH and the news that has driven this stock.
Okay, Intel. I want to sell some covered calls on Intel. Let's see, Intel. Okay, so what's this over here? 2650. Let me see if I can sell some 2650s. I have September. All right. Intel.
More of that. Michael Burry Scion bought that
25.
With the disclosure,
Trade.
too, that these are
Intel.
sometimes, but the Berkshire
Intel.
thing feels like it's significant.
Okay, so let's go out 20 days.
Yeah, I'll get to you in a minute. But I would
26.
because she has really been the biggest proponent of this name. And she's come on this program on numerous occasions and said she was buying it and why she believed it. What do you make of this news, Steph?
Well, it's encouraging that several investors see value. One of the reasons I initially bought shares, and it was higher for sure. But when you're trading at about 11 times EBITDA versus 14 times historical average, or 17 times earnings versus 23 historical average.
Intel, do I really want to do this or do I want to just take it off for now? Look for a dip next week. Yeah, you know what? I bought shares yesterday. I'm going to go ahead and take these off. Intel's probably going to keep going, but I'll keep the options. I made a nice profit on the shares. Okay, Intel, I'm out the shares. I'll keep the calls. What I'm thinking here is that we could grind up here a little bit higher, maybe 26, 25, whatever. I had 1,000 shares. I'm just going to go ahead and take those off for now. I'll keep the options. Thinking that this could pull back and give a better re-entry if this is going to actually work in the future. If it keeps going, I'll keep the calls, so that works as well. But I took the shares off at the highs there.
It'll eventually work, but it may not work between now and the end of the year. But I love that I have the support along the way. And if on any weakness, that people realize this is a longer term story. If there's any weakness associated with that, I will be buying more for sure.
Okay. Josh, what point did you want to make?
2 points. A lot of people who are really excited about UNH today were equally excited at 600, 550, 500, 450. I think what we saw Buffett do or Berkshire do is important insofar as it probably puts an end to the credibility problem here. And I agree with Stephanie on the CEO's return being important as well. But the part I disagree with, all of the excitement around the name, it's $1.6 billion of a Berkshire Hathaway equity portfolio that's $300 billion. It's not even 0.5%. You tell me a quarter from now, hey, look, the stock started rallying and Berkshire kept buying. Maybe I'm a little bit more interested.
Yeah, I like his thought process here, Josh Brown.
Relative to Berkshire's overall market cap, it's almost not noticeable. So
Yeah, let's take a look at Berkshire BRKB.
The real thing is that they're expected to grow earnings by 10% next year.
Berkshire Hathaway. Yeah, Berkshire actually not a bad idea.
That's all fine and good. I hear you. It makes sense. The context is important, but they're not in the business of buying what they think are going to be ongoing dumpster fires. And Rob Sechin, you're here. You own the stock too.
It trimmed it significantly in 23. Definitely more interesting when Steph and I think Steve.
Yeah, Weiss has been buying
probably bought it
at times.
This is really notable. Of the top 20 institutional holders, almost half are notable value investors, are willing to accept a lot of volatility and take a lot more risk. That means something.
Okay, we're back below the 50, but trying to continue. Watch Berkshire Hathaway. If this gets above the 200-day.
I don't think we're sellers yet. It's still a show me story. Small position doesn't mean we're going to hold a small position because we hate it. We think there's opportunity in this name. And I think it pays to be cautiously optimistic. And if you're a long-term investor, you can ride along these guys. And you might want some proof points along the way. But I think you're probably going to see them.
I mean, Steph, I'll give you the last word before I let you run. You're not afraid to look at something that frankly looks like a dumpster fire, acts like a dumpster fire, and at certain times is. But if you believe there's a turnaround here, and if you believe these other well-known investors think maybe the worst is behind this name, then you take a shot on.
Okay, Google, looking for a buy order block on Google. What's Tesla doing? Tesla. All right, Tesla did drop a bit more, so Tesla didn't work. Tesla didn't work. Dropped off. Okay, so that should have stopped you out back over there. Tesla. Okay, so you stop. Definitely hit a stop. It was cheap. It was cheap. Maybe it reverses back up. I doubt it, but.
Company in any given industry down 39% year to date, that has management change, but also has a very, very strong franchise. I mentioned 52 million members. They have size and scale, and Optum is a growth business for this company. They're going to get back to it. It's just going to take time.
Yeah, it took 5 months to get down here. You should at least expect a year to get back to anywhere near profitability. Profitability meaning back above 50%.
SEAL Foundation that you heard the applause for here on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Other moves today of note from Berkshire, new stake in Lamar Advertising. You own that name? What do you think about that?
So this is huge.
Yeah, of course.
I'm kidding. That is like,
if that wasn't predictable, I don't know what.
Joking. Right. Sarcastic. So it really, it's to Josh's point, on the United Health, it's 1.6 billion. I don't know what the exact number is, but it's not a huge part of their portfolio. But it's reassuring and it's lovely to hear. So Lamar is an interesting company that I promise you, every single person watching this show knows. They do billboards. And in the world of marketing, that is, I think, the one place where you can market and have guaranteed eyeballs. So even in this hugely modern world of marketing, billboards are a really, really profitable place to be. So they reported earnings last week. They were fantastic. Let's see, net income and earnings were up about 12% year over year, but they did reduce the guidance just a tiny bit.
So they're still trading at 15 times FFO. They've got a 5% yield. Stock backed off about 6% last week, which is why it's up so much this week. But it's a fabulous business that just mints cash flow, raises the dividend every year, trades at a fair valuation. And it's easy to understand. It's something that I think kind of lasts forever. So I don't think it's that exciting that Berkshire added to it, but it does make
Well, there's a lot to pick from, and they have a mountain of
it's an
money.
incredible company.
So I look at the other moves that they've made. DR Horton, a new stake, Lennar, A shares. If you take that and you look at the continuation of the Apple trimming, the continuation of the Bank of America trimming.
UNH took 5 months to get down here. It's going to take at least twice that to get back, I would think. UNH. What's up, bud? Hi. What you got? Oh, you want me to mute? Okay.
Too. And we saw him buying carpet companies and paint companies and making a big bet on the housing market. That, of course, turned out to have been an incredible bet. I think he's
All right, so United Health.
in this country. We have sluggish.
It's going to take at least a year to get back to where it came from, I would imagine.
Probably we need more demographically, and rates are going to come down.
United Health.
Know, like, when is the next 25 basis point rate cut? But I think they do know.
Okay, so it took 5 months to get down here. I would think it's going to grind back up. It's going to take at least a year to get back to maybe 500, above 618. So if you're thinking, I want instant gratification, we got a nice turn so far, but I would be in this for at least the next year or so. I would think this is going to have some ups and downs. Maybe we accelerate. So I'm reducing my expectations basically. Thinking, okay, so this is a nice bounce. We get back above 320, 325. I'm looking for like 380 by maybe, what is this? August, September, maybe by October, November, we're up here near 400. And by the second quarter, maybe we're up at 450. I think that's reasonable. Okay, I want to have reasonable expectations if this does change direction and continues like Stephanie Link is talking about. Okay, this is definitely not going back to 400 in a couple of days. Okay, so curb your expectations.
Industrials and financials, and I think REITs too, if we start to get rates coming down. So I do think that we could have more of a broadening, even though there is certainly an argument that the earnings growth just hasn't been there.
Yeah.
But I think if we do get signs that earnings growth is starting to get a little bit better and rates come down marginally, that could be the start of a better story unfolding there.
What do you want to say, Jeff?
It could also, like, even if there's not a macro theme on it, it could also literally just be sell high, buy low.
It feels like it's more than that because it's so targeted in areas that
I hear you.
would seemingly be on the better side of things coming up. I want to move and talk about a stock of the day for sure. It's Applied Materials. They gave weak guidance. Stock's getting crushed. The chip equipment names are all lower on that. Some of the semis are as well. The SMH has been at a record high of late. It's notable for us today, not only to bring you the move, but to bring you the move in the market, but to bring you the move of Josh Brown. Is this Lam Research new buy for you directly related to what's happening in the market today?
Sometimes you just get lucky. I wrote the stock up. It's been on the best stocks list in the market pretty much all year. It's just been absolutely on fire. It's one of these names where you just look at it and say, you can buy it now, can't buy it now. You report another earnings quarter and the stock keeps rallying. I got a chance to buy it under 100 today, so I pulled the trigger. And this is a name that it's a trade. I'm looking at the 50-day moving average, which is a rising 50-day. I'm looking at a stock that's now given back the entirety of its post-earnings report gain. Their last earnings report, they affirmed guidance for the year. Guidance was amazing. The report was off the charts good. And then AMAT comes out today and is talking about export licensing issues with China. And I understand the way the market works. Stocks trade in baskets. There are ETFs. People become forced sellers of stocks that just get caught in the crossfire. Everyone on the desk, myself included, have experienced that all the time. So I look at land and I say, wait a minute. Stock was 102 Monday, went up to 107. Now it's 99 and change. I'm pulling the trigger. So that's where I am with
UNH,
this.
nice follow
Just a
through.
very quick thing on LAM itself, getting away from the AMAT stuff. The reason why it's one of the best stocks in the market, quite frankly, is the earnings and revenue results and the forward guidance. I highly doubt they would have given guidance 10 days ago and then make a material change to that. So I think the selling on this AMAT thing is just misplaced and wrong.
Rob, you own some of these names too. You own Lam and AMAT or KLA?
We own them all.
Oh, you own them all.
All right, what's going on here?
Said the company fails to provide notice to parents and child users of its dangers. TD Cowen did affirm a sell rating on the stock and wrote the regulatory risk is not negligible.
What do you take from AMAT? What do you take from
So let me make a quick macro comment on it. First, number one, these are all great businesses, but let's remember they're high businesses. Back in July, we did a lot of trades about the price performance had been pulled forward in the names. Right now, AMAT stands at a 1.5% position. We're comfortable with that. They face some significant headwinds from China, that's for sure. Lamb's a little different. It's been a great performer. But
Meta, let's see what some of these are doing now. Okay, Tesla, that stopped. If you took that trade, Tesla didn't work. NVIDIA.
It's one of these companies that's going to get sucked into
These setups are not a guarantee, by the way. You got to put a stop in. Okay, have to have the expectation that you could get stopped out. It is a Friday. Okay, looking for Meta perhaps to move back up to the highs. Okay, see what Meta does here. Meta, if you took a long here, put a stop underneath that last pivot. We have no overhead highs, no supply overhead.
Expectations because the economic data has held up. I think animal spirits may be expected to come back. Capital markets activity might be expected to reignite. Some of these banks trade at reasonably cheap levels. We own Comerica, for example, as a regional bank. Jefferies is cheap relative to what it's been in a while. It has incredible embedded leverage to the capital markets activity we're going to see. So anytime you get these notions of rate cuts, right, you're going to get a match that, kind of lights these up a little bit.
Right.
Yeah, I think the other thing you can throw in there is, especially with the regional banks, is hope of more deregulation, which would really be helpful for this group on top of rate cuts, rates coming down. So I think that, and certainly the capital market activity, as Rob mentioned, has also been relatively strong this week. So more signs that more could be coming there, which would definitely be a positive for those larger banks.
Scotty, one thing on that's driven kind of small cap too, not the good, but small cap I think is a pain trade. I don't think it's time yet. If you go back to 1998, and it wasn't until the third cut, we had a major uptick after the Greenspan kind of perfect housing, irrational exuberance, and you had 4 years. That's what I'm saying. So I think before you're going to see a rotation, you better pay attention not to get off this train too early. Okay. And kind of chase that when it was probably
Okay, Meta looks like it wants to go some more. Meta.
Plus, coming up later, Josh Brown.
Meta.
Spotlight under the radar software stock. Software, that's right in the mix too of the conversation right now. We're back in two.
Meta trying to go here. Meta. Looking for a follow through. Meta, let's see what's going to happen here. Meta. All right, just kind of sitting here, Meta. Let's see what the flows look like. Flow. We got NVIDIA 2.1 million. Tesla. Open. We got almost $1 million worth of options volume today. Open. OPEN. Okay. Open. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
But he's given himself duration here, Kevin, and you're paying a pretty low debit for a $40 wide call diagonal to the upside.
Okay, UNH is still going. We're almost at pre-market highs. UNH almost pre-market highs.
So your short option has got a ton of premium in it, and that keeps lowering that price. Now, this is a call diagonal. This is a $40 wide that you're spending right around $20 for. That right there gives you that big cushion on the upside.
309, 3010.
Move towards 340. The theta level is a little low because your shorts are 35
Wow,
days out.
this is cruising higher.
Start to pick up as a couple
Following through.
the decay on that 340 option. But this is one that, whether you look at your account
On the move here.
or you look at your account once a month, you don't have to look at it every day because you're out 35 days on this. You can just basically pay attention to where the stock is, knowing
What's going on? Your mother's here.
in the right direction or not.
You can't get past her. She's parked right in front of you.
Put on and not pay attention to for a week or so.
Antoine,
So yeah, a little longer duration on this.
why don't you take the car and have your mother go with you?
Of a different way to do it.
Yeah, and Joe, you mentioned, a lot of people would look at a covered call, right? You buy 100 shares of stock, you sell an out of the money call against it. But that capital intensive, this one, $2,000 in risk.
Okay, UNH is on the move. UNH is definitely on the move here.
Above 310, 315 or so, aiming for that 340 strike, but because you're paying less than half the width. But Joe, this is, for me, over the next month, if you get that move to 340, maybe you can close if the market's open. But at the same time, you have those potentials for rolls, and those things can get up there, above $5, $7 every time you roll that short option. Potentially, potential credits to reduce your risk and increase potential profitability, right?
No, absolutely. That is the beauty of the time spread, especially in this example, because you basically have a long call vertical that is structured over multiple months. You're going to be along a little bit of egg in this because you're along the at the monies, you're along the further out option, at the risk of volatility coming in as the stock, if the stock continues to rally. However, what I do like about being kind of long that at the money is I always look at this thing.
Okay, S&P still no follow through. I'm not doing anything with S&P until I can get a clear picture of what's going on. It feels like choppy. You see the hedging flows, the purple lines just not going anywhere. I was thinking that maybe we get down here very quickly, 64.20, and then bounce end of day. Right now we're just kind of sitting here. So I'm just trading individual stocks and not really worried about the index right now. UNH is looking really good. UNH, the flow on UNH. Hey, baby. Did you call your doctor? She doesn't do that very often. Is this today? Oh, wow.
Where this thing might stop. And that would kind of work out pretty nice for the spread.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt having more.
You got any schoolwork today?
Shares,
You done?
Also. All right.
Okay.
Good stuff. Thanks to Joe Mazzola, head trading and derivative strategist at Charles Schwab, for joining us. But let's take a quick break here. When we come back, Megan Brantley from Lightfolio will look at sentiment data. In Amazon, the cloud and retail stocks up a modest 6% so far in 2025, but just about 4% off those all-time highs per hour.
Thank you, Corey. I didn't realize you had mentioned it as well. Okay, UNH flows. Okay, you're starting to see a move here. UNH.
Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools.
including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization. And track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
All right, UNH, you can see the flow is very bullish here. Flows are very bullish.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's
Dealer
your
flows
number
are
one
bullish.
for the best full-service wealth management skills in the business. Actually, I've seen something from Schwab. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your
own. And if you want,
they can even manage it for you. Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages.
Yeah, that's good. I'm glad you guys are on top of it.
You can ask questions directly to an education coach.
More the merrier.
Interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Yeah, the more the merrier. We're all making money, so that's good.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. It's time for our cash tag segment. For that, let's bring in our next guest. That's going to be Megan Brantley, VP of Research at Likefolio. Welcome back to the show, Megan.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, so we're talking Amazon. Stocks up a modest 5% so far this year. Megan's pulled back a little bit, but if you look at retail sales data, it seems like it's okay, but they threw another wrench and another gauntlet into the retail space, saying they're going to expand that same-day delivery for groceries, and that's probably pretty big. Look what it did to Walmart stock last year by them getting more into groceries, right?
Yeah, I mean, Amazon is pretty greedy as a company, right? Isn't it? But this is, I think, a major segment that if Amazon can pull off efficiently and effectively could be a major growth driver for the company. When you look at the opportunity at hand, I think the stat that I've seen commonly referenced in this news is that groceries account for about 43% of retail sales, but only about 15% of these grocery sales happen online. And so there's massive opportunity.
Okay, Google.
Amazon is
All
sitting
right, what do we
on a
got going
customer
here?
base upwards of
Apple.
189 million. And so if they can convert
Okay, Tesla got stopped out. That's one trade that didn't work. Okay, Coinbase, just sell order block after sell order block. Tesla, a lower level there. Sell order block, sell order block. Okay. Meta. Yeah, just sitting here. Meta, not doing anything. Meta. It's Meta I sold earlier. Okay, so UNH looking good.
Whether you're talking about, ordering just via the regular Amazon Prime offerings that existed prior to this new announcement, it's very compelling and very easy for a consumer to say, okay, well, why do I need my Walmart Plus membership anymore if now Amazon can deliver my groceries? So I think that a lot remains to be seen, and we'll be closely tracking sentiment, especially with this launch and overall adoption. But we're kind of watching for those inflows and outflows from consumers who may have previously used a different method, who now may switch to Amazon, and maybe even some consumers who had never really had their groceries delivered before. Now that they already have a Prime membership, they say, hey, wait a minute, I can use Amazon. I just had my groceries delivered this morning before I came into the office. So as a customer, I'm very excited.
Megan, one thing you can count, or a couple things actually, you can count on from Amazon. If you are a high margin business or you are any type of a middleman, they'll attack you. and they'll get in the middle there somewhere. They'll either chisel down the margins or they'll interrupt that middleman process. And that's, I think, what they're doing right here. And, you know, this was probably a very easy transition for them to make. They've got delivery, they've got Whole Food stores. All they need to do is link that up and make it more efficient. Looks like they're doing that. My concern, that was big news this week, and you saw stocks in the other companies sell off. My concern was they dipped after earnings, right? A pretty substantial dip that they more or less made back this week, and they've had a good week. A lot of it was, you know, the overall news about AWS and their growth wasn't that great in terms of Google Alphabet and other companies and Microsoft Azure. They all grew at better rates than AWS. Is that the biggest problem for Amazon right now? Is the other firm, you know, they're the clear leader, but when you're the clear leader, the competition tends to gain slightly, especially when they're really good, high-quality companies like Google Alphabet and Microsoft. Do they have any threats with AWS, or does the stock activity this week really represent groceries only?
I think that AWS, the point that you make there is a really valid point, and we see that in our data. And, you know, we've tracked that data for some time. We kind of noted that, wait, we see some market share steal from Microsoft.
Very nice. Okay, S&P is still sitting here. So individual stocks are the way to go today. The markets are just sitting here. Let's go look at let's look at Trace again. Okay. S&P big cap. Okay, you can see the flows have just kind of lower highs, lower lows, and just kind of sitting here and doing nothing. We have a 99 percentile down below. Okay, so this is telling you if it gets down to 64.20, expect a bounce. The flows will probably shut off. The bearish flows will most likely shut off at 64.20, thereabouts, if it gets there. Could very well be that we turn back up because there's not a whole lot of supply overhead to 64.95. Maybe we test 6,500. Maybe we run back up to 6,500. Maybe, you know, buy some options, some lottos. It's late. It's what, 12:40. Maybe some S&P big cap calls, or you could do a straddle or a strangle, right? Or you could sell premium outside of these bounds. I don't know how much you get for that, but S&P 0-day. Okay, 64.70 is 64.75 is 60 cents. 64.75 is 60 cents. Maybe try some of those. I'm gonna try some. What the hell? See what happens. Get filled at 55 cents.
A little bit. Do you expect maybe that bottom blue line to continue move to the upside, or are you guys comfortable with that?
So we'd like to see some more movement to the upside. I know that, you know, this is Amazon Web Visits at large, and right now the AWS that we previously mentioned, that's really weighing on the overall momentum of the company. But on the flip side, we see other levers like Prime and you know, like that kind of helping to balance that out. So we'll certainly be monitoring in the near term. But right now, for us, it looks like Amazon's priced about right. You know, this score, obviously it's not earnings, and we just had earnings, but our score is pretty neutral right now. But I will say long term, at least in the products that Amazon provides and the feedback that we get from consumers when we're listening on social media, you know, that sentiment is improving. And so for us, that's perhaps the best long-term indicator of future growth. And so we would expect to see some improvement there. And we'll certainly be watching as we approach the holiday season.
All right, yeah, and then maybe results from that May Prime Day.
Till we get something to turn up here. It'd be nice to see this rally up. Take Sally up. Rally up. Intel high today.
Kev, you got an example trade for us here at Amazon. As I mentioned, it's only about 5% off those all-time highs, but it's filled that gap, as you mentioned, from that sell-off post-earnings.
Top current IP percentile 2.
This is a crazy way to crazy end of the week, huh?
So the focus
United Health, Intel popping up. You got a lot of speculative stocks. I fully expect a pullback next week. If it doesn't happen, great. I'm hedged. I'm hedged with SPY puts and VIX calls. VIX calls I have for August 27th expiration. That's a Wednesday.
August 22nd, 237.5 call. I paid about 740 for it. It's trading a little closer to, the stock is sold off, so it's trading significantly lower than that now. Probably like 670 is where it's trading now, Tom. So here's the thing. Just as much as the Delta, which is about 35, you've got almost 20 Vega on this trade. And that's why the debit is as big as it seems, because you went out significantly further out in the future and to buy this, which if you get any recovery in that implied volatility, you'll get that Vega kicker as well. But focusing on that 237.5 strike, which is still below the all-time high, Tom, I think this same day grocery.
Okay, Intel's running here. Intel's going. Let's see what Intel flows look like. Intel. Intel. Okay, I think Intel is probably going to be on our radar for maybe a few days, few weeks. Flows are still rising on Intel.
Basically at the money. It's got that higher delta. And then in the near term, August 22nd weekly options, sell the 237.5 strike call. Bullish $7.5 wide call, diagonal to the upside. Paying roughly, we got 740. That's where it was trading earlier. Stock has pulled back. You'd probably get it for under 670 right now. But the debit you pay on this is going to be your risk. So
what's he talking about?
740
What's he talking about? Amazon. Okay, Amazon on the dip.
$670 in risk. Anything above about 233 is going to be profitability on this one. But Kevin, this sets up also with you get those opportunities or potential to roll that short option a few times into expiration.
Just as important, Tom, as the Vega and the other components is the ability. Remember, because you paid $670 or something around between there and $7 for this trade, you get a chance to extend duration. And I'll do it for you, Tom. Going on to September 19th, I've got one starting next week, 1, 2, 3, up to 4 rolls you can do to chip away at that net debit. That's if you keep it on that whole time. If you're not already profitable, you can chip away at that net debit and meanwhile chip away at
Okay, we're going higher here, it looks like.
Look at that. You got some side risk on that short option over the next 7 days.
Okay.
Today.
Some big committee movers this week. JetBlue having its best week since May 2nd. It is up 20% week to date. Jenny, you own it. I feel like this has more to do with Spirit than it does with anything that JetBlue is doing. Am I right or wrong?
Well, 20% up week to date or whatever it is, and down 34% year to date. This for us it's a tough one, because if they ever do just get back to half of what they were earning prior to COVID, and they earn $1 a share, we have a stock that's trading at 5 times. So that seems achievable, right? So we kind of keep holding on, waiting for that. It's a tiny percent of the portfolio, but at the same time, it just seems unable to get out of its own way. So we're sitting with it, but it's when I say, when I said on Cisco, I'm like, I'd be a buyer of it here. This is one where we're just kind of letting it sit there because it seems stupid to sell here, but I would not rush out to buy more.
Josh, what about Rocket? You good? Yeah. What about Rocket Company's best week since May 16th, up 11% week to date? Yeah, it's weird. This is like quietly becoming one of my better holdings. Stock up huge year to date. Varun Krishna is the CEO. I think he's making a very aggressive bet with the housing market and the doldrums that there will be a recovery, 2 major acquisitions. And then you look at what they reported on July 31st, beat on the top line, beat on the bottom line, adjusted revenue up 9% year over year, 18% higher loan originations, $75 million in adjusted net income, and mortgage loan origination volume, 29.1 billion, which is a substantial jump over the same period in the prior year. So I'm hanging on to this thing. I think the trade's higher. I wish I owned more of it. And this is a great bet on housing making a comeback. I don't know when it starts. Maybe the stock is already anticipating it.
Lilly is having its best week since April 18th, up 10% week to date, Brenda.
Yeah, it's having a great week. The year has not been great for stock. But I'll say, signs that they are picking up market share versus Novo Nordisk. They recently had a price hike in the UK on Mounjaro. And if you look past the GLP-1 story, they also have a great pipeline of other drugs in cancer, Alzheimer's, etc. So they're really not in the camp of having a lot of patent expirations coming up. So I think overall, it's still a strong story, strong fundamental story. But the stock has just been a terrible performer this year, but hopefully that's turning out. Also, a lot of insider buying more recently, which is good news.
This is a company that was expensive a year ago. We trimmed it a year ago. It's now at 26 times. It has grown into its valuation, which shows you how remarkably successful it has been from an earnings standpoint. And I think this is a bright spot in the healthcare space. This is one that I think you can own.
All right. Santoli is next for this midday word.
All right, so we got some nice flow here. Look at Intel. Intel just keeps going. Let's go take a look at UNH. UNH. Flows, survey says flows are flattening out a bit at the highs. Okay, so don't chase it. Whatever you do, don't chase it. Wait for the dip. You're going to get a dip eventually. Okay, so. All right. Okay. S&P looking for a rip to the upside. Be nice to see a rip. Be nice to see a rip on the S&P. 64.75s were 55 cents. Okay. Okay, let's look at S&P. 64.75s were 55 cents. Okay, let's see what the flow looks like. All right. Big cap finally starting to get something going. Flows just started to turn. Flows just starting to turn. Okay, flows are turning, and let's see what this looks like. Purple line looking good. All right. S&P flows turning up.
With confidence.
Senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here, Post 9.
midday word. I'll ask you how I started our program today. The big takeaway from this week to you in this market is what?
That the market kind of refuses to come off its preferred storyline in a way, right? You absorb all these suboptimal inflation readings. Didn't get a great, consumer sentiment number, and it's riding on still the predominant expectation, get a Fed rate cut, even though we don't necessarily need it. So to me, that's the takeaway. And then there's obviously room for a lot of mean reversion throughout the market. Where we've seen that, in the small cap trade coming back a little bit. For a few days, you had the average stock outperforming the NASDAQ 100. And then the rotation remains in place. And then this reversion with healthcare, maybe it's going to start to wake up parts of the market that have been asleep for now. I still think in general we're priced for the bright side of things to come through, but it doesn't mean that that's the wrong way to look at it.
As we march towards Jackson Hole,
Yeah.
do you feel like a hawkish cut is the biggest risk at this point?
I think before we get to the actual September meeting, probably the biggest risk is that Powell really tries to remove some of that expectation of 2 or 3 cuts for the rest of the year. I don't think they want to do a hawkish cut. I don't think they want to reinitiate rate cuts and have it seem like a one and done, or have it seem like a one and we'll wait and see. They might, but I don't think they want to go into it with that presumption. It's almost like the threshold.
Okay, flows.
Yeah, because one becomes like gratuitous. Like, okay, great. Like, what is the point other than to signal, okay, we hear.
We all just be prepared for the possibility that Powell just talks big picture stuff.
Okay, Meta looking better. Meta looking better.
Go back to the 8-minute speech at the beginning.
S&P 500. Okay, looking for a move through this area right here. We got a bunch of supply right in this area. Okay, a lot of supply in this area. Okay, so we need to pop through this area. S&P needs to pop through this area. Maybe can do it. Okay, Meta. Meta looks like it wants to go now. Meta. Okay. UNH looks like a little profit taking. UNH. Okay, Google making it back up to the highs. Google. Okay, there goes Meta. Meta turning up. It's got a buy signal on Meta. Let me see. What do I do with Meta? I'm going to do this next week. Next week. Okay, I got buy order blocks on Meta. If it gets through this area, should go. Got volume on Meta. It's at all-time highs. The only problem is next week we've got potential for a pullback. So, I don't know. 792.50s are $1.90 right now for today. Okay, do we get through this area? $1. $1. Or $1. If Meta can make it through this level and push a bit higher, Meta needs to get right through this level right here. Okay, S&P, no follow through yet. Let's see what the up-down volume looks like. Up-down volume. Up-down volume. It's 1-to-1. So this could go any way, I guess. Could go any way. Kind of flat. S&P, can we go? Can we go now? Okay, what do the hedging flows look like? Hedging flows. Okay, we're trying to make higher highs. Trying to go here. S&P.
You following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime
S&P.
Podcast now.
S&P looking good. S&P, can you go now? Can you go? All right, let's see if we follow through it all. Let's see if we go LATSGO. Okay, can we go? S&P, can we break through? We're right at the 105 EMA on the 1 minute chart. Okay, so let's see. That's Meta. Let's see if Meta can break out here. S&P 500. S&P breaking higher. Okay, there goes S&P. Okay, through this, if it gets through this level, should run. Gets through this level here. About to break out. Gets above this level, should run. Okay. Okay, let's see. 12. It's almost 1 o'clock. Okay. 6480. Is that 6480? Yeah, 6480. Or is that 6460? I need glasses. I need to have my prescription updated. 6460. Gets above 6460. Okay, let's see what they do. Meta still pushing. Okay, that's got a buy signal on Meta and Google. Tesla was a stop earlier. Looked like it was going to go, drop down below 332, stopped out. Okay, let's see what the hedging flows look like here. Hedging flows still rising. Hedging flows still rising. Okay, there's really not a lot overhead. There's not a lot overhead. 0 day. Gamma. Delta.
Between President Trump and President Putin, will bring all of that live as well as we count down to the actual sit down later this afternoon. Let's do some final trades. Josh Brown, you start us off.
Yeah, Uber within a couple of points of an all-time record high. I still think this name wants 100.
Okay, thank you. Good weekend to you. Sichi, what do you got?
IBM 20% off its recent highs and trades at a reasonable 21 times. It's diversified across everything that's important now.
Okay, right.
Alexandria Real Estate, Life Sciences Real Estate finally starting to bottom. And
Alexandria, they're still in business? Wow. I'm impressed. Alexandria Retail, real estate. Okay, I gotta get a screen cap of that. I didn't realize they were still in business.
Yeah, that's what I said.
All right, good stuff. I'll see you on the bell.
Scott, thank you for that. And welcome to the exchange.
Flows starting to taper off a little bit right here.
But the S&P hits new record highs earlier in the session. All three indices now on track for weekly gains. The small cap Russell 2000 index pacing for its best week ever, but right now you can see it's off by almost 0.5%. Chip stocks under pressure following weak guidance from chip equipment makers.
Microsoft still pushing. All right, do I have anything on Microsoft I want to get rid of? No, I have September calls on Microsoft, right? Microsoft, I got September calls. Yes.
Sharply higher after Berkshire Hathaway revealed a stake of 5 million shares. It's worth about $1.6 billion in that troubled insurer, and it's up 13.5% as we speak. The stock is down though.
Pump it.
40 years in
Pump it,
the field year to
CNBC.
date.
Pump
Today's
UNH.
news setting
Go ahead.
a
Pump it.
5-year high.
Pump it real good.
Speaking of Warren Buffett, the famed value investor also buying into housing with names like Lennar and D.R. Horton. They're both higher by more than 1% today. Housing is where my next guest is finding value too, and he's pointing out value has been quietly outperforming growth this month. He says the shift is real. Joining me now, Charles Burgoyne.
Lennar. Lennar. Okay, those are blasting higher. XHB. Okay, grinding higher. Nail and AIL. That's going higher as well. It's off today, but following through.
Nobody's switching jobs. That's the headline.
Yeah, I think it's clearly Buffett related here. Buffett thinks the market overall is pretty expensive. He's keeping an awful lot of cash, record amounts of cash.
S&P needs to break through this level. If it can get through 64.60, 64.59.
When earnings are down and the PE multiples high, right now you're able to buy off low depressed earnings, but at a very low multiple. So if we get back to a normal housing environment, repair and remodel, we don't have to have everybody building new homes, just normal repair and remodel, there are a lot of housing stocks that look very attractive.
How do you get back to normal repair and remodel with interest rates where they are, with the overhang of tariffs and what that can do to parts and materials? And then there's the issue of labor. I mean, anybody who's tried to get work done on their house
Come on.
recently
S&P, let's
is
go.
probably getting sticker shock with the
S&P,
prices
let's
that they're-
go.
they're quoting you to
See what
come in.
Meta's doing. Meta trying to get above this level, 792. No go yet. Google reversing buy order blocks on the way back. Google buy order blocks on the way back. That's a good sign. Google back up to the highs. Buy order blocks on the way back. Okay. Netflix turning back up. Microsoft at the high of the day. Looking for Microsoft to get back to that 555 level that it hit after earnings 2 weeks ago. Okay.
So fundamentally, there's just a nice setup for building products.
Okay, so when you're looking at the stocks that you like, we've got on here Mohawk Industries. It's down about 0.5% today, but year to date about 7%. You mentioned Generac. Residio Technologies, I noticed this is on your list. This is a thermostat company that used to be Honeywell's.
Right. The old Honeywell thermostat business that was spun out by Honeywell. They the stock had gone nowhere for a long period of time because they had a big annual payment that they were making to Honeywell. They finally settled out and made a one-time payment, and so now earnings are going to be much higher going forward. And frankly, the stock was just way too cheap. So the stock has now gone from mid-teens to 32 in about 4 months. And this is just another example of a good, maybe very good company, but this is not NVIDIA. This is not spectacular growth, just solid company that's going off of low profits right now because of where we are in the housing cycle, yet trading at only 13 times earnings.
Lowe's and Home Depot report earnings next week. Do you expect to see movement for them in their earnings reports?
I am nervous about the impact on tariffs. This is the one thing that I would call out. That people, the big stores have been waiting to increase prices because they didn't want to do it before they saw the actual tariffs. Now those actual tariffs are coming through, and there are going to be some sticker shock, I think, at Lowe's and Home Depot. I'm a little nervous and cautious about the impact of tariffs on retailers.
I wanted to just draw out and sort of go to the 30,000-foot view here, where you're finding value in value right now as opposed to growth. Why do you think that there's momentum in value?
Because momentum works, it's a cliche, but it's true, works until it doesn't. And everybody has been piling into Max 7, into large cap growth. They've been shorting small cap value. That's a trade that has worked for several years now. The values have gotten so out of whack with the large cap growth stock trading at 30, 33 times earnings, small cap value trading at 12, 13 times earnings. Eventually cash flows matter. And we are finally starting to see that reversal that I've been talking to you at CNBC on for a couple months now. Small cap value is finally starting to get a bid.
Charlie Burbinskoy, great to talk to you. Thank you so much for spending some time
Thanks
with us today. Intel has had a huge week. The president meeting with the Intel CEO at the White House earlier this week. The president had, of course, called for his resignation, but now the government is reportedly looking to take a stake in the chip maker. Christina Partsinevelos has more in today's. What are you learning, Christina?
Well, Contessa, talk of a U.S. government taking an equity stake in Intel sounds dramatic, no doubt. But for investors, it doesn't solve the company's core issue, which is catching up in advanced chip manufacturing. In July, Lip-Bu Tan told employees Intel's advanced manufacturing would only move forward with, quote, confirmed customer commitments and, quote, no more blank checks. It was a direct signal to Washington. Without outside orders, Intel wouldn't build. That message landed after Tan also met with President Trump just this past Monday and after Trump called for Tan to resign just last week. So clearly a lot can change in a week. Intel, though, has already received billions of dollars in CHIPS Act funding under Biden. Now Trump is considering more support in the form of an equity stake, potentially even funding that stake through the existing CHIPS Act money. But Intel, unfortunately, still lags TSMC, to a degree Samsung, in producing the most cutting-edge chips that power AI. Wedbush highlights key concerns. Federal investment won't improve Intel's fab capabilities in the near term. What strings are attached? Will shareholders face dilution? Federal cash doesn't change the fact that Intel needs both the technology and the customers to fill those fabs profitably. For the market, this may provide short-term support on political headlines, as you can see with the stock today, just up, over 6.5%, and maybe a win for Trump in a swing state, Ohio, where Intel is building those plants, and there have been some delays. But without a fix to its manufacturing gap, the long-term upside remains limited. Washington's money may boost sentiment, but it won't fix the fundamental problem at Intel. Contessa?
Are there solutions on the horizon?
Aside from capital influx, the solution for Lip-Bu Tan was possibly to close down the foundry. That was something that he alluded to, or maybe we're reading between the lines, but he alluded to, working with other foundries if they don't have customers. So he was willing to change things around. And then some people took it as, oh, could Intel become a fabless manufacturing, which means that they wouldn't actually manufacture such chips for other customers. And that's a big move. So there's a lot of avenues. There was rumors about TSMC taking a 51% stake in the foundry business. TSMC denied it. Again, just rumors. But something needs to change because this foundry business is really having a tough go.
It sounds like it boils down to a question of, would fabless be fabulous?
You sound like Brian Sullivan with that.
I know, I was just channeling it. It was like a dad joke.
Next hour.
Right, okay. Christina, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Intel would not be the only name to strike a deal with the White House. Earlier this week, NVIDIA and AMD agreed to pay the government 15% of their AI chip sales to China, while Apple has upped its investment in U.S. manufacturing to $600 billion, with CEO Tim Cook notably spending more time at the White House. The big question for investors, how do you trade these companies that are getting in business or being close to the administration? Is there more risk here, or is there potentially more reward? Let's ask Tim Seymour, CIO of Seymour Asset Management and a CNBC contributor. What do you think?
Well, Seymour's invested in a lot of other parts of the world where when you see the government step in to either nationalize or take a major stake, this is seen as something that would put a company at a discount. I mean, ultimately, this would not necessarily be something that you would be rallying on. Recognize that this is a new world order, and in fact, its globalism is dead. I mean, this dynamic is what we've seen with Apple, and we'll talk about that maybe in a second. But there are ways to get close to the government, and we talk all the time about Alibaba as being a company that got on the wrong side of the Chinese government. But once we knew that they were with the backing of the Chinese government, this is something that actually was a positive and it was a re-rating moment for the stock. For Intel, I think they got in trouble on their earnings call where they said something along the lines of that the Ohio project was something that they were going to at least delay because it wasn't value accretive. And
And in addition to balance sheet dynamics, I think that the Trump administration and the politics has been noted around Ohio and why this is such a big political football. I think it's really a case of where I just think the Intel management team felt this wasn't a good ROI. This wasn't a good return on investment. And I don't know that the government's involvement here is good for those types of decisions going forward. I think it's great in terms of balance sheet and in terms of support, but this is the place where I would be very bullish.
When you're looking at what is required to get the approvals from government, we've seen it. You know, we saw it at CBS Paramount. We've seen it with Apple. That there is a level of capitulation to what the administration wants in order to get the approvals that are necessary. For investors, how do you start to make those plays and say, okay, well, right now, the president is calling for the CEO of Intel to resign. I'm gonna go in because I'll bet you this turns around and they become close to the White House, and then we start to see some forward progress.
Tim Cook and what Apple did with their White House visit was a masterclass on how to work with this administration. And I think the Trump administration has made it very clear where they want follow through and they want adherence to U.S. first dynamics, not only for manufacturing, but security wise. So whether it's AMD and NVIDIA on the export licenses and paying a 15% big, but to now have it clear that this isn't a security issue, this is a monetizing issue. I think it's actually great for the companies. I think being practical, at least as an investor and understanding, I think AMD benefits more than NVIDIA just because I think the sovereign AI tour, so to speak, is one where adding AMD to that story, they have more to gain than NVIDIA. So I like it in those two cases.
When you look at the more broadly, this is a crypto-friendly administration. The regulation seems to be lower. We've got AI coming in, and how does government regulatory environment play into that? Do you think that there's other opportunities because of the administration and the framework or lack thereof that we're seeing?
Without question. Again, I would highlight that maybe the playbook I used 15 years ago, investing around the world and in emerging markets, when the government got involved, it was negative for valuation. I think in this case, what we've seen this week is that it as long as there's not a structural change in how this company is going to operate, then I think you take this as at least a benefit in the short run. And I think even just getting the political clearance is something, well, maybe we haven't gone down these channels in the past. This is what is going on now. Those companies that are playing ball are being rewarded. Investors care more about that. I'm not going to get righteous on the political front here. I'm going to talk about where I'm going to make the most money.
Tim, it's great to see you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Coming up, the high-stakes summit between Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump happening in Alaska today. We've got our eye on it, and we're going to bring you with the very latest this afternoon. Oppenheimer's retail analyst has put together his top 4 names for playing defense against tariffs. We'll reveal them with retail stocks trying for their first 4-month win streak in 4 years. The Exchange back right after this.
This is The Exchange on CNBC.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help and access support by phone, email, and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Trend Investing. It's time for the chart master, Rick Ducat here, as promised, lead market technician. Rick, we got two names that both disappointed pretty dramatically, I guess we could say, this week around earnings. Let's start with Applied Materials. You got it up here on the screen. This is the most recent one. This was after the close yesterday. Disappointing guidance. You see the stock basically in free fall here for a company like this. A 13-14% move is really, really dramatic. It doesn't typically move with this type of velocity and volatility. So you can see, I mean, what is that? Almost a month of trade wiped out in a single session. So talk to us about, where we landed technically. Obviously, tons of volume sticks out. But what else sticks out here on this chart?
Yeah, one thing I noticed about today's price action is that the rally that attempted to kind of coalesce after this downward move got pretty quickly slapped back down. We are still continuing to move lower today. So if you were hoping for some relief, if this was maybe an outsized move you were thinking, it doesn't seem to be playing out that way at this time. So if we were to kind of think about, what we have before us here in terms of our price activity, we had a upward sloping trend line beginning here off of our lows. That's been broken. That was kind of the way things were sitting.
S&P still hasn't gotten through this area. Needs to get through this area.
We had connect these two areas here on our chart. But notice as well that 200 level, you can see that was a high point here. It was a high point before we had our gap up, and then kind of a consolidation phase where we had a breakdown once again. So,
and I think we talked about that yesterday, perhaps with this name, is that might be an upwards target. Clearly, hey, earnings didn't deliver. We went the other way.
That's why we look both ways. We're not trying to make predictions. We're just trying to look for important price levels where there's a lot of activity or a lot of indicators coming together in the same general area. And one such area like that is to the upside here, 175. It lines up with our purple 252-day exponential moving average. It is also the site of resistance or support several times here, also back over there by you initially. So that would be one upside level to watch. And remember, after you get an extreme move, we often see a retracement to support or resistance. In this case, it would be that 175 resistance level, perhaps, before continuing that trend to the downside here. So in the shorter term, also be on the lookout for whether price can take out the high that we reached here after that gap down in the coming days. Hanging on for dear life above that oversold area on the RSI, just a hair above that threshold of 30. That would be another bearish signal.
Yeah, and based off of kind of significant levels, sort of no man's land at the moment. Obviously, uncertainty increases sometimes around these events, even though that news is out, because the move is so dramatic. Oftentimes, that implied volatility stays elevated. Wouldn't be surprised if some of those names or those areas come back into play. Interestingly enough, though, one of your favorite indicators that we talk about came into play and sort of where we're at now, which is this linear regression channel.
Now, first of all, I love all my indicators equally. I don't play favorites.
And you like ones that you don't even show on here equally.
That's true. But in all seriousness, though, the thing that's useful about this one is that it shows where the trading is taking place. If you were to just look at the conventional volume study on the lower part of the chart. It tells you more when the trading took place. This shows you those key price levels. Oftentimes they align with consolidation areas or ranges. Typically they aren't right around those extreme price levels. So for example, here we can see that our point of control is quite close to where price was yesterday here near that 184, 185 level. You can see the volume really started to thin out once you started getting too far above that area. Now, though, we have another rather discouraging situation potentially for the bulls here. That area that I mentioned before, that 175 area, that's about the high end of where the volume node developed here. So about 170 to 175, that would be the area to be on the lookout for to clear once again. 170 is about where we topped out today, though. And curiously enough, we are right near our linear regression line, our line of best fit. By one measure, we're right about where you would think we should be based on that particular study. So perhaps just the balloon has been popped a little bit. We've kind of come back to earth near what maybe perhaps traders might think is a more reasonable valuation. 157 to the downside as well. Repeated high point in our range and then a low point. That's where the volume picks up once again as well.
Yeah, interesting too, noticing it more when now that the channel sort of did that downward slope to kind of catch your eyes. We had been in a series of higher or lower highs and lower lows. That was broken though, or kind of tested, I guess we could say, in that latest up move. But that you talk about it all the time, like you need confirmation. It's not a perfect system. If you were just looking at it and say, hey, maybe that downtrend was broken, you might have been led, to kind of a false signal here. So tough to say. I know we got a lot of circles on there now, but all to say that maybe that counter trend rally has petered out, but perhaps buyers are going to start thinking about stepping in some of these levels and that node of volume down below. Looking at an example trade though, what we talked about a lot was how we're sort of in no man's land right now. You can have that 175 area to the upside, and perhaps you could say something like 150 to the downside could act as support. And so I looked at a neutral, range-bound iron condor surrounding the current share price, utilizing some of that still elevated implied volatility to our potential advantage here. $5 wide spread, 150, 175 strangle. So it's the 175, 180 call vertical, 150, 145. Put vertical combined makes an iron condor spread. For a $1.75 credit, that's your max profit potential, which is $1.75. You see that over Rick's shoulder. Max loss, 325. And a plateau-like risk profile where you have risk in both directions, but we know the stock can only be in one place at a time. So in this case, you got two separate break evens, 148.25 and 176.75, Rick. What you're looking for is, hey, maybe it rallies up to 175 on a counter trend. You'd like to see some of those sellers step in. Maybe it continues to sell off. You'd like to see buyers step in. Keep it within that range, at least out to September 19th, where this one would have a chance then to be at least partially profitable, if not entirely profitable. But I know you want to look at Trade Desk as well. And if you thought AMAT's move was dramatic, this one way bigger.
Yes, and the Trade Desk advertising platform, nothing to do with financial trading at all. But we can see here that, right, we had a pretty big downward move on earnings here. You could, I guess, make the start of a trend line going from the lows to the subsequent low point that we've reached here. This would be just kind of a very slight boundary to keep an eye on here. I would usually a trend line you want to connect to 3 or more points on your price activity. This is a much better example here. But what I'm trying to look at here is just a potential area to be watching out for here during this downside move. We don't have a ton of activity to go off of here, just this brief dip down into that area near 43 here. So once again, we can see very heavy volume spikes a couple of times in recent days here. Disappointingly, though, for the bulls, perhaps that big spike previously came at a point where price struggled to break above this area. 85.18 was our high point after that gap down. We had a bit of a rug pull too, because it was looking like we were holding on. We were made some closes above that level. It's common for things to slow down when you head into earnings, though. But it seemed like perhaps that it was going to take hold and materialize, but earnings quashed that idea here. Now the area to perhaps look, 6105. Our red line here, the high point before we had that gap up, that would be where the bulls would hopefully want to clear. Meanwhile, RSI quite low, oversold, sign of weakness in a trending market.
Yeah, what really sticks out to me last 3 quarters, big gaps around earnings. Obviously back to the first down move that we saw, but then there was kind of that counter back, decent quarter, the follow up, and then this one resuming, basically getting us back in sort of that low range. And how many stocks can we say are in that kind of low range of where we were back in sort of the tariff tantrum of the first and second quarter? Not many. So disappointing stuff for trade desk investors. Let's look at your next look here. Things getting interesting. And this sort of, I would also say, indicates sort of that gappy nature of this chart. You got huge kind of vacuums where there's like no price activity at all.
Right. And this is kind of why volume profile can be helpful here. If you didn't have this overlay, you wouldn't really kind of get the same information here. What we see now is our point of control, our area of heaviest trading of all at this thick red line, 54.57. Notice that price didn't really spend a whole ton of time in this area here. So typically that's viewed as a sign that an important low point has been formed. When that point of control comes in near the bottom of the chart here, certainly does not mean it's a brick wall that's going to...
Okay, this is flow right here. This red
It's one of these key
could add to the tailwind for a push higher. S&P is trying to break out right here.
42.96 would be that 52-week low to be the lookout for beyond that area. And then we see other pockets of volume here, for example, near about 73 or so. We have our 2 moving averages fairly close to that area, 70, 73. That could be one other point to watch for resistance. A quick glance as well at a 5-year chart here showing the severity of this.
All right, so S&P is trying to push to this level right now. We've got another 2 hours and 2 hours and 30 to go.
It is, but I guess it puts in perspective that although it was a dramatic pullback, it sort of just got back into this
2 hours and 30 minutes to go.
Maybe that makes it slightly less alarming. It's not like we're at 5-year lows. We're sort of middle of the range. But if you could go back to that 1-year look, just the one previous, one thing I wanted to say too, and this is along the lines of what you were getting at.
Okay, let's take a look at flows again. Trying to get this flow. See if we can get a follow through. All right, the 64.20. The dealers were long, people were short, and it looks like we're moving away from it. So you can see that the GEX is decreasing. Okay, so this was a major level down here. Okay, it was a 99 percentile, now it's 98. So as we pull away, these dealer longs, people are short, the dealers long, these are starting to dissipate. So we're headed back up towards the highs. Dealers are short in here. Dealers are short right in this area where price is currently. If we push above it, these dealer shorts, people are long. The dealer is going to have to scramble to cover. So we could see a rip here towards 6,500.
Be a $200 max loss, $50 max profit potential, 47 is the break even. So basically asking for that level to hold. Now it's not perfectly, it's a zone. We're hoping that zone holds for this one. Taking $200 in risk, chance to make 50. Rick Ducat, appreciate it once again. Taking a short break. One of the big stories of yesterday came late in the day. That was news around Intel. We'll find out what that was and why. The president is on the screen as well and what that might have to do with it post a meeting between the CEO of Intel and President Donald Trump earlier on this week. Marley Caden will join for FOMO right after this.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
At each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your #1 broker with the best full-service wealth management skills in the biz. Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and savings, all with low fees.
There we go. There we go. We just popped through an area. Just popped through that area. S&P on the move.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trading, full hours of trading. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Heath. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network. Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Okay, so we got the dealer long there. Dealer short. All right, nice move on the S&P now. Nice move on the S&P.
Schwab Network, Market on Close, of course. Marley Intel. This is a stock that is just disappointed after disappointment for investors, but a little bright spot perked up yesterday which I don't know if it's ultimately a bright spot, but it certainly got the stock moving. The government might be getting involved.
It certainly has the potential to be a bright spot. I think the groundwork has been laid that this doesn't feel abnormal, oddly, anymore. Multiple outlets are reporting that the administration is in talks with Intel to have the U.S. government take a stake in the chip makers. So they would inject federal capital into the company with an aim to expedite the U.S. semiconductor production here at home, but also reinvigorate.
Okay. UNH at the highs. Do we get anything else? 310 was the earlier high. 310. On UNH.
So many industry analysts that cover Intel have referred to the company's struggle as a potential national security concern. So a federal stake would signal a shift from traditional subsidies toward a direct industrial policy, but it does sort of fit with some recent moves that we've seen from this administration, right? We've most recently saw the NVIDIA AMD deal where the government is getting a 15%.
Okay, let's see what the dealers are doing. Okay, so over here, dealers are short. The red is telling you that we have negative gamma. So what happens there? The dealers, a big long right there. Somebody just added a big long right there. The dealers are short, so they're trying to keep it below this level, looks like. Looks like they're trying to keep price right below this level, 64.70. Okay, let's see what happens here. 64.70. Okay, we're at 64.60.
Accusing him of being what he referred to as highly conflicted because of some potential ties to China.
Okay, you saw that? They just added that. Okay, if we go back one step, we go back one step. Okay, look at the flow over here on the left. Look at the flow on the left here. Now watch when we go to real time. Boom, there they go. They just added a bunch here. Street added some longs. The dealer is short. If we push through this area, we could get a squeeze up through 6,500. Not a guarantee. It's all depending on what they're doing. Watching. Okay, we need to see a pop. Right now, they have an incentive to keep things below 60, 64.70.
Discussion about hypothetical deals should be regarded as speculation.
Oh boy.
I think that's probably what they have to say, right? Until there's pen to paper and there's something to announce. But I think this is further confirmation to me from the administration side that there's a twofold aspect to this. One is geopolitical, and the other is boosting the manufacturing base. And they go hand in hand in boosting it.
UNH at the high of the day. UNH.
You know, Intel is that kind of key traditional American semiconductor company that maybe it makes the most sense.
UPS working. Okay, UPS is working.
As for what that means,
UPS coming off the low, lots of volume down there.
Then the president saying, hey, your CEO should resign. So just for that alone, let's just say that from a temperature standpoint, it's an improvement. Now, having an injection of capital from probably the deepest pockets that there are also wouldn't hurt, but that's still speculative at this point. So just know that you're trading on speculative news, rightly or wrongly, at this point, if you are, simply buying something like Intel on this.
Yeah, this is multiple organizations reporting, multiple sources, all unnamed sources, as goes with most government.
UPS looks good. Good call out there, Scott. Scott.
That the talks were happening, which
Scott
is
B.
interesting language.
Scott Bravo.
Close attention to, but just
UPS.
which at this point it is. There's no pen to paper.
Okay, we got 2 hours to go.
These conversations are happening,
yeah.
but it's complex.
More than 2 hours to
I'm
go.
not gonna say it's unprecedented, but this would be a big undertaking for the government to, start taking a stake in companies like an Intel in this type of an industry. But yeah, it's not unprecedented. I mean, we've seen stuff like this happen when it came to the banking crisis, the automotive issues. So yeah, exciting times, I suppose. Interesting times, I suppose.
It's very interesting though too, because earlier this year, the administration had floated the idea about Taiwan Semi potentially operating some of Intel's factories as a part of a joint venture. That was not discussed between Taiwan Semi and Intel. It was just an idea that was thrown out by the administration. Now, since then, Taiwan Semi CEO has come out and said that they do plan to remain focused on their own business. But it is
Yep, we're backing off this area, backing off. If we get a higher low and a push higher, we got a buy order block right there. Okay.
Already there. So it's not like you're starting from nothing. And so I think it could make sense, but the thing is these projects, you can't just start.
UNH is sitting at the highs, not following through at the moment. Intel, same thing. So it's an individual stock day, more or less. Indices not moving a whole lot.
Maybe if there's some skin in the game, government's an actual investor in the projects, they have a little bit more, ability to, get these projects actually to the finish line. But quick example here for it, the stock's moving like this is for real. And so if you believe that, you think that this can continue, this is a stock that's been just starved for some sort of positive catalyst, a risk-defined way to take part in a potential continued upside move. Buying a call vertical sort of at the money, slightly in the money, the 25-28, September 19th expiration. The nice thing about this strategy as it's structured for a $1 debit on a $3 wide spread is it has some positive asymmetry. You still have that risk definition, but if it does continue to move higher and gets through 28, you can make 2 times the risk. So $200 max profit, $100 max loss, break even is 26.
Okay, futures, a little fade there, the futures. We're going to get something going. Watch that's what the hedging flow is still making higher highs and higher lows. If we make it through this area over here on the left, okay, if we make it through this, here, that negative gamma, that means the straight is long above this level, above 64.60. The dealer is short. So a push through this area, this will become a tailwind. Watching. Okay, hedging flow is still turning up. All right, looking for a move here. Looking for a move on the S&P. UNH at the high. Okay, so open turning back up. If you were looking at open earlier, open just dipped and starting to bounce. All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday. Looking forward to the weekend, working for the weekend. Okay, looking for the S&P to bounce. You can see flows are still rising. S&P on trace. Let's go to see real-time flows and see if they're still rising. Okay, SPY, want to keep an eye on that too, SPY. SPY tends to lead a little bit. More people trade SPY options than they do S&P big cap. I guess just because they're less expensive. I don't know, but there's a higher risk of being assigned. S&P 500, you can't be assigned the index. So any move, if you have a 64.60 call and the markets closed at 64.61, $1 in the money, you don't get assigned anything. You just get $100 per contract, whatever you're holding. So if you got 10 contracts, you close $1 in the money, you make $1,000. You don't get assigned 1,000 shares of the S&P big cap. You can't get assigned a big cap index. So this is always good. That's why I like to trade SPXW on Thinkorswim. All right, looks like United Health is seeing some profit taking now. United Health starting to see some profit taking. Excuse me. If you're day trading it, starting to see some profit taking up here. UNH, this is a longer term trade for us. For me, we'll day trade it though, around it. I am looking for a potential pullback next week, so I have SPY puts for the end of the month, 640s, end of August 29th. And since VIX expires on a Wednesday, I have August 27th, Wednesday expiring calls. Okay, so I have the VIX calls.
The exchange, the Dow and S&P hitting record highs today, but the Dow is the only index still in the green.
Both of those are for a hedge. Both of those are for a hedge.
Despite today's drop, small caps are still
Okay, so we're not making it through this area yet. Okay, so maybe end of day. Feels like people taking options. Feels like people are taking profits.
It's up almost 5% week to date. Staples and utilities, the biggest laggards. And taking a look at some of this week's biggest movers, Intel and United Health leading the S&P up more than 20% since Monday, while Axon and Applied Materials are the worst performers, down
Intel up 26, 27%. United Health up 23%.
At about 117,821. Coming up, sports cars have not been immune to President Trump's tariffs, but is it holding back wealthy buyers? Robert Frank is live in Pebble Beach with, oh, what a gorgeous car, Robert.
Contessa, great to see you. Well, this 1969 Mercedes would not be subject to any tariff, even if it came from Europe. But this newer Mercedes behind me could cost an extra 15%. We'll explain the difference. Talk about how tariffs are affecting both classic cars and new supercars here from Monterey Car Week. Coming up after the break.
One year, 2 years, and 3 years out. So this is
Okay, Bitcoin turning up. Bitcoin. You're watching these hedging flows, watching the hedge flows. SPY looking for a higher high now.
Strategy in terms of returns once you go 2 years out and also 3 years out. Although buying the highs kind of comes a little bit closer to those buying the new lows once you go 3 years out. And it's neck and neck with that benchmark, which is buying every single day. Now, if we take a look at percent positive, we can see the results don't vary that much over the long term. So for 1 year, we're looking at percent positive of about 70, 75% here. 2 years out, everything's neck and neck. That approaches 80. And then at 3 years out, we're a bit above 80%. What I didn't show here was the volatility. And if you take a look at the volatility that we experience in some of these studies over the short term, let's say 1 week up to 1 year, you have a lot more volatility if you're buying the dips. And that's not surprising. Bull markets are boring. And so when you're buying the highs, you're not experiencing a lot of volatility on the results. But when you're buying the lows, it's easier to get shaken out.
Okay, let's go futures. Let's just pop this thing, get it over with. We have a buy signal on the 60 minute. Do we have a buy? No, we don't have a buy yet. Tick cumulative is green though in 60 minutes, so that's good.
That wins more. That's that percent positive that we were talking about. And then in the short term, buying the dip can be a bit bumpy, and that speaks as to the volatility I was just speaking about. And finally, the best strategy for holding long term, that's 3 years and out, buying the dip is the best.
We're here. Progressive's accident response. Is it an accident? Send for help.
Did we beat him? Where's he?
Yeah, no, it's the consumer is in a really tricky spot, and I think they'll be there for a bit. So they're spending
has kind of held flat at 0.3% for PCE and disposable.
Okay, Meta fading a bit more. Meta, no follow through on Meta.
But what you're seeing at retail sales is kind of what you were just talking about is the consumer has a lot of challenges from an inflation standpoint. Energy and electric bills.
Okay, Microsoft still gaining a bit off the lows. Microsoft.
It's all
Okay.
for home usage up 5%. And that's just going to get worse because AI data centers are the big kind of monster that's been unaccounted for. They accounted for a record 5% of the total grid, and that's just going to keep going up. So as a consequence of everybody buying GPUs and chasing after AI, B2B energy spend is going to go up, squeezing the prices for consumers. And then you see this also on the tech front. As cars become computers, insurance is going up for cars, car repairs are going up. And so I think we're actually looking at a new normal where 3% inflation is going to be what people are adjusting to, and that we kind of have to kind of come to the grips that 2% is far behind us.
So a little bit of a curveball, but I want to ask you a question from your perspective. If you think this is something that could come down the pipe, you talked about the mix of electricity off the grid going to AI and how that's going to continue to grow.
AMD trying to turn the corner here. Okay, AMD Meta.
Let's call it the populace to revolt a little bit against some of these big mega cap firms that are causing their bills to go up, or something that, maybe it's like a nice luxury to have, but when it comes down to it, bills might be higher priority.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. There's a lot of unknowns as to what the ripple effects are going to be, and there's certainly, you could see some consumer revolt, just given, that this is not something in their control. The other thing that's not in their control is the same large tech companies in particular are cutting jobs. So job losses are at 800,000 up through July. That's up dramatically year over year, and there's more to come. As we see, Microsoft put out a report that said there's a number of high-paying jobs that are at most at risk from AI. So it's a double whammy. Including sales reps and customer service reps. Now, sales reps might not be the obvious.
Apple just fading.
Job. You can go from 6 figures to even making 7 figures in certain categories as a sales rep. And that's a lot of kind of commission-based, bonus-based spending that is discretionary, can be a little bit unexpected, and really kind of puts a juice into the economy. A lot of that could go away as a result of AI. And so I do think you're going to see some consumers really upset about that, especially the ones who don't make the transition. And so you have that. Now, the confounding factor is that there's another generation of consumers, Gen Z and Gen Alpha, that are coming up that are just fundamentally spending differently. So as an example, alcohol consumption is at a 80-year low from a per capita basis. It's kind of unheard of. And so you're seeing a lot of the kind of booze as a loser categories that are really struggling. So Boston Beer Company, as an example, down significantly, 27% year to date. And then you have other spirits companies like Brown-Forman, down 22% year to date, 32% year over year. And so that's a factor that you have to come to play with this new consumer that's coming up.
I'm so glad that you mentioned that. While I'm more of a millennial by both, how I actually am and where I actually fall in my birth year, you're describing me, though. You're talking about, these categories that, the bets on the pets in particular. It does seem that you're seeing families started later, and the role that the pet is playing is much more like a child, at least, earlier in life for many young couples. So super interesting. And there's fallout financially from that as well. And you talked about some of those names, Chewy, for example, and then some of those,
What's IWM done? IWM faded. Okay, IWM.
We'll catch up again. Eddie Yoon from Category
Okay, IWM.
Space. George Schillis going to join us after the break. We're going to
IWM. 227.
Some updates, though, right after this.
IWM 227.60.
With me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network. Download the Schwab Network app and join in on the latest market trends. Anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for Under 30 as we discuss Joby Aviation with
S&P. All right, trying to turn back up. Let's see if we can get the S&P to run here. S&P, watching. Looking for another run up. S&P. Lows did turn down a little bit.
Was there a negative that came from this, or what did you see?
No, I don't think there was a negative that's specific to the company or the news. I mean, in fact, if you just look at the surface, the news that was reported, it's actually quite good. They actually first tested a flight, their electric vehicle takeoff landing. We call it these, EV type helicopters, which that technology is coming to fruition. It's going through.
Let's go S&P. Let's go. Let's get above 6460, 6462.
Between two regional airports in California. I think we talked about this company as a company that has a lot of prospects going forward, assuming they pass FAA requirements and safety protocols to basically be able to move passengers on these electric vehicle and takeoff landing, mini helicopters, let's call them. But I think at the end of the day, this is a company that has been well capitalized. Toyota's a big investor in them. They've successfully launched their vehicles in places like the UAE and Dubai. And the prospects for them getting approval potentially by the end of 2026 is starting to manifest as we get closer in time. Now, to answer the question, Alex, is that the stock is down today. And I think what's happening here is in a larger context.
Okay, let's go S&P.
We're starting to see a little bit of the high beta in some of the smaller cap names.
Okay, Meta continues to fade. Meta, not working. Tesla faded too. That stopped out a lot of people. That's turning back up now, Tesla. Palantir, turning back up. Palantir. Let me just make sure I don't get stuck in the money here. Palantir. Okay.
We did see earlier in the week a big pickup after the CPI numbers and the small cap names like the IWM. And after yesterday, we started to see a sell-off and a continual move to the upside in term interest rates. And the sell-off is.
Come on, let's go. S&P futures are starting to rise. Futures are rising.
He's just getting caught up in that particularly short-term sell-off as we move into a really slow period of time from a volume standpoint. Also, it's a Friday.
Futures rising.
George, I know that this flight that happened was a piloted one, but some of the optimism too is the pipeline for potential autonomous flights in some of these markets. You mentioned, maybe congested traffic zones like California, regional airport travel. We know the Northeast around New York has demand for that. Is that really the Super Bowl case? Is that these get approved and they're flying themselves?
Well, I mean, I haven't seen if they've got some autonomous technologies per se from a.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Flights. I think possibly we end up getting there at some point in time. We're close to.
Okay, dealers are short here, folks, so we could get a nice little pop.
Drivers or
Okay, we got a nice little pop. Okay, woo-hoo, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. That's what Papa wants. That's what I want. That's what I want right there. That's what I need. Okay, there we go. Now we're talking. Now we're talking. Pop through this area. Could see a run up towards 6470. Fingers crossed. Toes crossed. Okay, Microsoft's on the move. Microsoft is lifting. Okay. Let's go, S&P.
And it comes down to approval, and that's where they're at right now. But again, keep in mind when you look at the company's valuation.
2 hours to go.
They make $100,000 in sales, and that's basically maybe some licensing and agreements they have. But they are worth about 14.
Okay, we're starting to squeeze. 2 hours to go. 2 hours to go.
But nonetheless, the intermediate trend is still intact, irrespective of the fact that it's coming off its 2-week highs.
imagine too full autonomy and sort of a circuited like control.
Let's go. LATSGO. Come on, let's rip this sucker higher.
George, tell us, have a great weekend. It's always a pleasure. It's going to do it for us here on Next Gen Investing. Coming
Okay.
up next is the watch list.
Okay, hedging flows turning up. Hedging flows turning up. 64.60, 64.65. Come on, let's do this. Let's do this.
The checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by JD Power for 7 years in a row. With
This red over here, this dealer short, means people are long right here. So a move above this area could see a nice little squeeze.
ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor
2 hours ago. 2 to go.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers.
There goes Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft's helping out a great deal here. Microsoft.
Platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Looking good. Here we go. Okay, can we see 64.80? That would be awesome. 64.80 is not too far away. Dealer hedge flows coming in.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends, so neither do we. Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech check, options corner, futures focus, technical analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in.
Come on, let's go. Let's go. LATSGO. Futures are turned up. We got a buy signal on the 60-minute, buy signal 60-minute. Futures, buy signal 60-minute.
Good Friday afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Pippolides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. So glad you're with us with a big show for you today. We hit some records, by the way, for the S&P and also for the Dow Jones Industrial Average. And we will be joined by Circle's CFO to discuss the company's latest earnings, the legislation, and all the action since its June IPO. Looking forward to that. We'll take a look at the outlook for the market in the current environment. A couple of
Can we go a bit more? Stuck.
and we'll bring in our panel to discuss August.
Okay, we're pushing a bit higher.
Inflation is played in that particular print. In the meantime, 2 hours left in the trading day, and here are the numbers. We've seen records for the Dow and the S&P. Yesterday was a record close for the S&P. In fact, the 18th record close of this year. So any gains today would be another record close. However, the S&P has since turned into the red and is down 4 points at 6,464. The Nasdaq 100 is down 81 points at 23,751.
Hedge flows continue to rise.
Healthcare, that's up 1/3, 1%, 45,065, and the Russell down 1/3 of 1%. As far as oil and gold go, they're both to the downside. Gold's down about 3% this week at 33.82 a troy ounce, 63.02 the barrel on oil. 10-year bond yield has continued to move higher.
What's UNH doing? UNH, Apple's trying to turn. UNH is still hanging out at the high. Intel is okay, just off the high of the day. Microsoft's still pushing. Microsoft.
With me, and we've got many prints. We could start with retail sales, which really was solid, so it showed some strength, right?
Exactly. Strength in the number and strength in the revisions to last month, Nicole. Just showing that an employed U.S. consumer.
Oh boy, here we go. We're dropping off now.
Spend money, Nicole. Here's the numbers. The month-over-month retail sales.
Okay, they're gonna crush this or what? Somebody just took some profits off there. Okay, so it looks like we're not gonna get this. 35.
To up 0.9%. So good solid number there. X vehicles, similar. Up 0.3.
Okay, Google just dropped off markedly.
Revised from up 0.5 to up 0.8%.
Somebody just took some profits off there.
0.2%. And last month revised from up 0.6 to up 0.8. So good solid numbers from retail sales in line with what Brian Moynihan said the Bank of America data was last week. So pretty solid look at the U.S. consumer ahead of next week, Nicole, when we start getting Walmarts and Targets and a stronger look at retail and the U.S. consumer.
All right.
Yeah, and look, I mean, we've seen the resiliency of the consumer. I know sentiment was a little weaker, but we know people are shopping. I mean, we saw that in retail sales numbers, but where are they shopping? Maybe the question. How about Salesforce getting an upgrade? Tell me about that story.
Salesforce had kind of an ugly run if you look at their chart the last 6 months, but today D.A. Davidson upgraded the stock to neutral from underperform with an unchanged price target of $225. They say Salesforce has underperformed the iShares expanded tech software sector by 27 points since it reported fiscal Q1 results. Remember, this is a company, and we just talked about this on Fast Market. They seem to be
Okay, some of these longs just got taken off right there. You see that right there? I just saw these longs getting taken off. If we go back a couple of minutes, you can see this is much more pronounced. Okay, if we go to real time. Okay, that reduces. So we got some longs taking profits there. You could see that on the futures that we just dropped off a little bit.
Despite, averages going to new all-time highs.
All right, Kevin Hicks, it's great to see you. Thank you so much.
Dealer hedge flow still rising. We got 2 hours to go. 1 hour and 55 minutes to go.
Thank you so much for being here. I do want to get to the Fed and all the inflation talk and stocks, but just big picture, how are you feeling today? How would you describe your outlook?
UNH is hanging out at the highs. Intel is just off the highs.
We just come back with our terrific 20 here at Aquinas. We couldn't be happier with a lot of these things as it relates to the big picture. The big beautiful bill being passed, we think leads to a lot of new stocks that are going to be on the forefront of things moving forward the next 6 months. S&P, as you mentioned, are at record highs. VIX is at 2025 lows. Big tech continues to be its leadership on the S&P, and with the 50 basis point cut priced in, we think that this market continues to move forward here very, very quickly over these next 5 months to the end of the year.
Understood. What do you think the Fed should be doing? We have our meeting coming up September 17th. I know Jackson Hole is next week. What do you think the Fed should be doing?
Coinbase moving higher. Coinbase.
We think they're going to. We think the optimism with the PPI popping a little bit yesterday, that basically went from a short thing to right around a 90% probability of a cut. We still think that that's very, very good. Hopefully, looking at 25 to 50% basis point cut, with our estimation being around 50%, 50 basis points.
Right, understood. What do you think about, so look, I mean, Scott Bassett was suggesting 50 basis points. How many cuts do you foresee, let's say, from September into next year?
That's a great question. That's the big question, Nicole. And hopefully, if we're talking about 3, we think that's where the Fed will ultimately land. We are running out of runway.
Okay, dealer hedge flows continue to show upward momentum. We'll see what happens here. If we can continue.
How does the market react? How do we see inflation? How do we see unemployment continue to trend, as well as, more importantly, what are we watching on the S&P as we sit here and have our earnings outlooks continue to move forward, where right now we've seen 80% of these companies that have reported so far year to date basically in line with earnings and revenue forecasts. That for us is a key thing to watch, is what companies are revising outlooks, what companies are revising. We're seeing a lot of check there.
Tell me more about the market headwinds.
Okay, Coinbase on the move. Coinbase moving a bit higher.
Do you feel like there are more hurdles or more tailwinds?
I think there's more tailwinds. This is there's a couple.
That we need a strong Intel foundry to win the AI race that everybody's talking about. And Intel is the only American company that is creating leading edge foundry and the only American company to create the intellectual.
Okay, UNH is starting to see some profit taking up here from 310 to 308.
Very important distinction.
Fair. But when I first heard the news, and I'm just a jaded old news guy, it was that my first thought was, I was thinking about cash for clunkers. You remember that? 2008, 2009, sort of the bailout, the investments in Detroit. How is this, if it happens, we don't know the terms. If it were to happen, how is this not that?
That's right. And I mean, Palantir, the CIA's venture arm owns part of Palantir. So that was a winner. But I do understand that GM, Chrysler, and AIG. I think the big difference here is that having a strong auto industry is not necessarily about the future of the country's defense. I'm sure that some people would argue that I'm wrong, but to bring out the highest performance chips here in the United States, we need somebody on U.S. soil to be able to do this. Think about potentially if Taiwan gets invaded by China. Literally, we would not be able to advance the art of manufacturing, even with anybody's foundry, whether it's TSMC or Samsung, here on U.S. soil. And then we'd have to negotiate with the Chinese to see if we could get some of that intellectual property to be able to build it, or if they would even sell us the chips.
I get the national security point, and TSMC is rapidly adding capacity at the Phoenix, Arizona factory. We were there just a couple of months ago. We interviewed Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick. So you would view this not as a, quote, bailout, if indeed it happened, but rather a strategic security investment. So if that was the case, and Patrick Moorhead was kind of running the show.
All right, market's kind of quiet. Just keep in mind, I have hedges for next week.
We've already seen them invest in
Any kind of weakness next week. I have August 27th VIX calls, and that expired on Wednesday. And 2 days later, I have the SPY puts, 640s. Those are entirely hedges. Looking for the markets to move higher, hopefully. But hedging in case we don't, if we pull back next week. 640 put, and what is this, a VIX call? I have VIX calls, I have the 17 call.
I also think there's going to be other investors. you'll see a consortium of designer chip companies from the AMDs to the Qualcomms, NVIDIAs, the Broadcoms, folks like that, who some of them, not all of them, will likely invest. We could also see some hyperscalers invest, because if you see all of the hyperscalers are doing their own chips now, and they have the capex, they have the money, and quite frankly, the $40 billion that is required.
Okay, Apple turning back up. Apple turning up. Microsoft a little profit taking. Nvidia turning up.
Plus the potential national security.
Meta higher lows. Tesla trying to make a higher high.
Intel did have
Okay, we got mixed results. Mixed results on the New York Fangs.
What's called a foundry node. It was made for their own chips, so they kind of back-ended 18A into that. But this new one called 14A is absolutely a foundry-led. They have the time to get this out there. I want to make a key point here. Taiwan owns 6% of
We could
TSMC.
pin right in this area too. That's a possibility.
Was a 48% owner in TSMC.
Near 64.60.
When it was created. And they
Good pin here.
billions into TSMC.
Like to see this rip higher first. Give us a chance to exit some of these, the rest of these 64.75s.
Generated a lot of heat, a lot of passion, and a lot of noise as well. Patrick Moore had more insights and strategy. Patrick, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, now to the aforementioned bond market, because once again, yield steady following really what were a couple of contradictory data points.
Probably some profit taking up here, I would think. Profit taking. With an hour and 47 minutes to go.
Take to really get the Treasury bond market moving, because with the exception of about 3 weeks in April, it's kind of been, as you and I have talked about, kind of been stuck for a while.
Well, but where is it stuck at? If you look in May, we touched 4% like really briefly and rocketed back up in 10. See, we may be considered orderly, and I think that's a good, accurate description. But the curve is steepening. It's steepening about.
Okay, we got a lower high. We got a higher low. We had a buyer block right there. We came down and tested it. Looks like some profit taking.
The longer you go down the curve. Let's go to the charts real quick, Brian. You'll see. Okay, here's a 6-hour intraday of 10s. You notice the last couple hours it's really been accelerating before it plateaued a bit in the low 430s. Well, I'll tell you why. Because there's a technical aspect to this. First of all, we settled last week at 428. So as we started to check,
All right, end of the week. OPEX. So we should see something end of day, I would imagine. The last 45 minutes. Should see some volatility pick up. Are we going to do it from a lower level or a higher level? I don't know. Got options expiring. Monthly OPEX. Monthly OPEX. All right, Microsoft just pulled back a little bit.
You see how yields broke down. Maybe 2-year broke down more aggressively than 10s. But the point here is we're still well below the levels we were before that number came out. That's everything to me, because the market is telling me that the labor market's more important to those that trade interest rates on the long end than some of the issues that we're discussing regarding inflation. And by the way, solid retail sales today, import prices at 15-month highs, and weak Michigan. And finally, here's something really interesting. Tens minus spoons on the day yields are moving up is now the closest it's been, going all the way back to early April. And why is that important? Because as our rates go up, bond rates are going up every bit as fast. Look at bond yields. They're at the highest levels since the third week in March, closing in on 2.80%. Back to you.
See, I learned something. I'm looking at 10-year Treasury yields minus the German bond market yields, and now I feel smarter. Rick Santelli, thank you. All right, coming up after the break, that crucial meeting between Presidents Trump and Putin. If it doesn't go well, will this White House actually hit Putin where it hurts? That's in the wallet. That is a live look at Joint Base Elmendorf, waiting on President Trump to arrive. And we are back right after this.
All right, we've got an hour and 44 minutes to go. Hour and 44. What are we going to do? I don't know. Looking for some increased volatility towards the close.
September 26th, 60 strike puts at an 83-cent debit. So a very large quantity of relatively inexpensive long puts here. Still, though, comes up to a $926,000 debit paid for this bearish play here. And when we look at our risk profile, we can see we've got about 42 days out to expiration here, so a relatively shorter term trade here. If we were to look at our break even, 59.17, which is about 22% or so to the downside here. So we'd be looking for a bigger than expected move. The options market was implying about
Google is still hanging out at the highs. Google.
In either direction here. So that would be a notable break from what would be expected here in this name. We can also see that this is an opening trade, as are all the trades.
Really slow right now. Market's really slow right now.
Interest, so these are establishing new positions as far as we can tell here. Max loss is debit paid 926K, max profit 66 million if the stock were to go to zero there. But we can see that really an interesting play here.
Okay, they're holding 64.60.
To watch for that, and thank you for that chart. We really appreciate it, all the details on that particular options trade. How about Taiwan Semi? What's interesting is you have a bearish theme here that you have on the three trades that you're showing us, but let's start with Taiwan Semi here.
Yes. So for this one, it's an ancillary story to kind of this whole AMAT situation here. I read a Barron's article discussing how the industry's buying power may consolidate more toward Taiwan Semiconductor here. Intel seems to be doing some belt tightening with their new CEO. Less factory spending would mean that Taiwan Semi and other competitors have to invest less to keep up here, so they'd have more money available for other things here. Obviously, in addition to that, greater consolidation in this.
Okay, I'm going to take about a 5-minute break. I'll be right back.
Unique risks here. The tensions between the United States and China are kind of a sore point here. Greater concentration in this company could be something that could worry folks in the government here. So we can see, though, that earnings, not anything confirmed yet, probably will come around mid-October or so. Once again, though, a bearish play. This was actually two separate lots done at the same time, but it totaled out to 8,027, September 19th, 240 strike puts at a 960 debit here. So a $7.7 million debit here. So this is a quite a large trade here, 35 days out till expiration here. We can see that for the max loss would be that debit paid of $7.7 million. The break even, 230.40. That would be only about 3.2% to the downside or so. The expected move is much greater than that here. It would be plus or minus $21.31 or so at the time I checked. So almost a 9% move either way. So pretty widely encompassing a price range here that would include that break even here. Certainly not a sure thing or anything like that, though. But we can also see that when we look at this trade here, this would be one that would be even shorter than our last one here, looking for a rather pronounced dip to the downside soon. So it kind of makes you wonder when you see these themes here. We see all these large bearish plays on all these similar companies here. They're all relatively short term. Kind of makes you wonder.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, and also on the heels of all the news about NVIDIA and AMD, too, with them having to give 15% of the revenues of the chips they sell to China. There's just so much news in the chip sector and the chips act and what's going on with Intel today. I mean, lots of news. What about NVIDIA today? You got a bearish trade.
Yeah, as you said, kind of that whole arrangement where NVIDIA and AMD would have to give 15% of the revenue from chip sales to China to the government there. Kind of funny, too, because that H20 chip was actually specifically designed for China here. So it's kind of this turn that kind of highlights exactly what I'm talking about, is how the legislative risk is particularly strong for this sector right now because of the uncertainty. One story that caught my eye too, the Soros Fund Management added about 930,000 shares of NVIDIA. Appaloosa added 1.45 million shares of NVIDIA. I don't think it was options, but that's what it all equated to here. So we had that piece of news yesterday, but then today, President Trump was discussing potentially 300% tariffs on computer chips, as well as tariffs on steel to come in recent or upcoming weeks here. So as I said, the news just kind of keeps coming for this sector. It's something like every day, it's like an earthquake happens. So this particular trade, though, once again, bearish. All of these are just buying long puts, so pretty straightforward trades here. Plus 2,700, May 15th, 170 strike puts, and a 1788 debit here. So the smallest quantity, but the most expensive one out of all these today, coming out to a $4.8 million debit paid. And this one is a bit more long-term here. This one is 273 days. This is, once again, an opening trade, though. We can see for this one, the break even would be 150 to 12, about 15% to the downside. This longer time frame here gives us a bit of a wider expected move. There's more uncertainty the longer time goes out. That's kind of the way theta works with options here. But we can see that that expected move would be about $58 plus or minus 32%, roughly 32.3%. So that would be, once again, far wider than you would need to do to reach to get to that break even here. But still, though, a lot can happen in a year, especially with how chaotic and turbulent this sector can be lately here. So some interesting trades to be sure when all taken together.
Yeah, can't wait to hear more from NVIDIA next week, too. Okay. Rick Tucatica look there at 3 names here in Options Corner every single day on the watch list. We show you real options trades. Thank you, Rick. So we'll be joined by the CFO of Circle to discuss the company's latest legislation surrounding stablecoins. This was an incredible IPO, and this is the first earnings report since the company has gone public. More details in a moment.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights.
All right, 6460 is holding. There's no push through this area so far. Okay.
I'm Tom White, host of Fast
A
Market.
little more profit taking. I would guess that you're going to see more of the same profit taking. Maybe some volatility in the last hour or so, or last hour and a half.
Giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. The Platforms and Tools webcasts are designed to help you broaden your knowledge of platform features and resources available from Schwab. You'll learn tips and tricks to help navigate Schwab.com, Thinkorswim, and mobile-based platforms. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Still on a buy signal on the 60-minute future, so we could see a rush in the last hour. I'm not giving it much credence at this point. I have VIX calls the 17 strike for August 27th. That's a Wednesday expiration. And the end of the month, August 29th. SPY puts. These are 2 hedges, just holding on to these in case we do pull back next week a little bit. Doesn't mean we have to or that we will, but looking for it just as a hedge. Palantir off the lows earlier. We took the puts off.
It's really great to be here with your audience today, coming on the back of our IPO and our first earnings as a public company. We've been building the new internet financial system for 12 years now, and we've taken the company public. We announced a strong quarter. USDC in circulation was up 90% for the quarter. Revenues were up year on year 53%. Adjusted EBITDA was up 52%. We continue to expand and deepen our network. We continue to build exciting new product capabilities. We are announcing partnership after partnership with world-leading institutions. But at the same time, we're just getting going. We're in a good place.
Yeah, I saw this circulation, 61.3 billion, up 90% year over year. You talked about on-chain transaction volume, 5.9 trillion, up almost 5.5 times year over year. Do you think revenue and reserve income, which was 658 million, up 53% year over year? Obviously, these numbers are huge and impressive. Do you think that you can keep up this kind of momentum? Do you need to do that?
But as I said, we're only just getting going. We are, and it's not just Circle, it is the world is right at the beginning of the emergence of internet architecture for the financial services sector. We call it the internet financial system. Right now, stablecoin circulation only represents about 1% of the global money supply. And so you can see there is an incredibly long and exciting runway ahead of us.
How many folks, what percentage of Americans say trusted digital coins and such, this is the way we're going to be doing this? How many folks do you think really feel that they want to be a part of this going forward? I'm sure it gains momentum day after day. Every day that it's out, it gains momentum. How many folks are using digital dollars now versus a year or two?
Okay, we're bouncing back up again. Let's see what the hedging flows look like. Hedging flows still could see higher highs. You can see all these longs are coming off here. The longs are coming off. Okay.
To the value and the promise of these new technologies. They make money transfer quicker and cheaper. In essence, you should be able to send your money to anyone, anywhere in the world, nearly instantly.
Okay, you can see these over here on the left as we start to move forward. And they start to come off. Okay. Present time. Okay. All right, Palantir turning back up. Okay.
It's very early days today, but as we said, the target markets are large and the benefits are quite profound. And so we'll see whether it's consumer or business usage. We expect to see this just grow steadily for many, many years.
Google. Got Jan calls on Google. 64.60. We're still stuck to this area. Can we pop through this and get it over with? Get a little squeeze, maybe.
Are you finding that the institutions are on board for a wider adoption of stable coins going forward? They want to get in there?
We've been talking to investors for years, telling them the story of this new internet financial system, the benefits it can bring, not just to businesses, but to consumers and frankly to the societies and the world at large, given the great efficiencies of these new technologies and the scale.
Got an hour and 30 minutes to go in this regular session, Friday the 15th. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 2:30.
A share. Tell me about that offering.
Yeah. Tell him, Nicole.
Of markets between the U.S. and Russia. Peskov said this on the Russian flight to the U.S. So the Russian government is trying to lump a whole bunch of things together, including U.S.-Russia relations, far greater than Ukraine. So the president needs to remember he has the leverage. Global banks do not.
Of course, he knows he has the leverage.
Global banks won't finance it. There will be no business, and there only will be if the president gives the nod that sanctions can be lifted, both U.S. and ultimately EU and UK to do so.
Okay, nice little rally, some volume there on the on the short time frames, 2-minute charts. You can see the volume on the 2-minute chart for the last 10 minutes or so.
Closed down and the money was liquidated. You wonder if they'll come back to the markets. Bob McNally, on the energy side, if Vladimir Putin sits across the table from President Trump and says, listen, I'm willing to do whatever to speak with Vladimir Zelensky to try to end this war, but you have to let my oil flow freely again. You think we would do that?
You know, the president can't deliver that. You have to go to the Europeans. The Europeans have put in the major oil-related sanctions. They're the ones that have the big companies that provide those services to the tankers, the insurance, and so forth. They're the ones who've stopped taking Russian oil. So the president would have to deliver Europe. And to deliver Europe, I think President Putin would have to do more than just say, look, I'm willing to talk about this or talk about that. I think we're at the point now where Europe and President Trump want to see a hard
Watching the hedging flow here.
to lightly conditioned or no condition ceasefire now.
But Bob, you know this, and hopefully our audience knows this, the smartest and most well-informed if there is, that Europe is, that internet GIF or GIF where it's like the thing is the house is burning and there's like a cartoon character drinking coffee, like this is fine. That's kind of how Europe has been. They're pretending to be tough on Vladimir Putin, but they're not, because I've watched ship after ship after ship of natural gas come into European ports from Russia. In fact, Russia's never sold Europe more liquefied natural gas. Obviously not regular natural gas. The Nord Stream got blown up by somebody. They've never sold the more liquefied natural gas at any time in history. So it's hard for me sometimes not to think that Europe is being a little bit or a lot of it disingenuous.
Well, they're trying to put as much of a hurt on Putin as they can without shooting themselves in the foot and other parts of the body, right? They do this because they are so dependent on energy imports, as you mentioned. But they got rid of Russian oil. They used to be the big off-taker. They're right next door. They have threatened, I think, credibly, starting in January, to take no more refined products, diesel, gasoline, refined from Russian oil. So the Europeans are striking a balance.
Can they do that though, Bob? Can they actually do that?
I think they can. Clients I talked to, Brian, traders and so forth, who started to talk with them, believe that they're serious about that ban on refined product imports starting in January. I think it's real.
I seem I'm just old and cynical because the cynic in me
IWM looking for another push higher. IWM.
it actually benefits the United States for the Europe to keep this ban on Russian oil and some Russian gas, so we and our companies can sell them more.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fascinating prospect, Brian. And you wonder, if we get to a point where there is a deal, skip over all these meetings, you get to the other side and sanctions are lowered, what are the opportunities for American businesses? It's hard to suss that out right now because you just don't know outside of energy how many American businesses actually want to go into Russia, given the sort of political risks that you'd be facing there. But the president was asked about this on Air Force One on the way over to Anchorage by reporters who asked him about all of the business executives who are apparently traveling with President Putin, Russian executives coming over as part of that delegation. And the president said, look,
All right, we're just stuck to this area, 6460, can't get past it.
Wants a part of it, right? So
UNH, take a little profits off if you're day trading it.
of it globally as an asset to be leveraged in this negotiation. That is, he can hold that out over Putin's head and say, look, you want to be a part of this global success story, you better get in line and join with us. The president said he wants everybody to do business and be prosperous. He just wants the war to start. The question is, whether there's a practical way to get there in terms of land swaps and potentially, exchanges of important economic assets and the other things that will make sense if both sides can actually.
I wonder if there's another side, Bob McNally, of this story. And about 2 months ago, we were up in Ukiyavik, formerly known as Barrow, Alaska. We were live on CNBC. We're at the Alaska Pipeline. We were talking with a couple of cabinet members about the possibility of a major natural gas pipeline from the top of Russia down to Anchorage. It would be about a $44 billion project. Right now, no U.S. companies appear to be that interested in it. We talked about it extensively that day on the air. And I wonder, Bob, if there is a part of this meeting which is
UNH profit taking.
you don't need natural gas, but they want their gas sold elsewhere. Invest in this pipeline. Help us
and then we'll help you on the back end. I don't know, but there's an aspect of that which I can't shake.
Well, so Brian, there is, if we had to speak of one single energy project where President Trump and his advisors and the Alaska delegation, my old friend Senator Sullivan and others, they are focused like a laser beam on getting investors in that pipeline to bring the gas down from the North Slope, and then liquefaction to take that LNG. But I think the prime effort there are the potential customers, the buyers.
Taiwan, Korea.
Exactly. And that's focused, that's coming into those trade relationships. Like, look, if you want us to get to yes, we need your help on this pipeline investment. Yeah.
You know, Dan, you look at the Russian economy, and let's go back to 2019 because that was pre-COVID and then pre-invasion and pre-sanction. So it's kind of the quote-unquote cleanest economic view of Russia that we have. Russia is a small country. They don't sell much outside. The reason we're talking about energy so much is that's kind of what they have, right? Is there any other aspect of the Russian economy besides cutting off access to the Western debt systems or really penalizing oil or natural gas sales that would matter? What is
All right, we're stuck. Looks like we're sticking right to this area, 6460.
jokingly, I guess, a gas station with nuclear missiles?
I mean, you actually have to go back a little further, Brian. Sanctions have been on Russia since 2014 when they annexed Crimea, and what was a heavily criticized response by President Obama to focus on a handful of
President O'Biden. A little slip there.
services sector. But you're right; they really do have energy.
Okay, let's see if we can pop through this area.
Consumers of American goods, but in the past, especially post Crimea, those relationships really began eroding. So the gas station with nuclear missiles comment is probably as fit and proper you can think of one.
Yeah, and Eamon, we could have our colleague Steve Leishman add to this conversation because in a former life, Steve actually lived in Moscow as an economic writer, so he knows it well. And if you look at the numbers, Russia's GDP is about 2 billion, not trillion. Russia is about the same economic size as the state of Delaware. That's it. But those nuclear missiles give Russia a power, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that far outweigh its economic utility to the world.
Coinbase, coin popping.
And Russia's expansionism politically and militarily, right? I mean, if Delaware was invading Pennsylvania, you'd have to deal with them also, and that's just not the case, right?
My money's on Pennsylvania in that one.
Coin popping there.
So yeah, but you get the idea, right? I mean, this is a situation where you've got an expansionist country led by a leader who has visions of reuniting the old Soviet Union, whether by force or by negotiation.
Coinbase trying to push a bit higher.
Especially when
Evening session high. We had a little bit higher highs earlier this morning. Evening session highs with Coinbase trying to go a bit more. With an hour and 20 minutes to go. We got an evening session high trying to get above this 321 zone. Coinbase.
On the U.S. side, Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will be in the room as well for that. So, kind of reading the tea leaves, do you think that implies a more nuanced discussion with a deeper layer of detail that Witkoff and Rubio can bring to the table that would be sort of below the level of detail that the president would have at his fingertips? Maybe that implies a more enhanced discussion and more details to be bandied about at the table.
Yeah, and there was videos going around the internet last night of a Russian plane coming in, landing in Anchorage, Alaska. First time we've seen, by the way, Russian aircraft land in the United States in at least 3 years, if not longer. I want to reset where we stand, folks. If you're just joining us, hello, thank you for joining us. It is about 10:40 in the morning in Anchorage, Alaska. They're 4 hours behind Eastern time. That is a live shot you can see of Air Force One. We are waiting for President Trump to plane at Joint Base Elmendorf. Just basically, it's in Anchorage, so on the north side of that.
Oh, boy.
We stand in the stock and oil markets if we can. You can see it on the bottom of your screen, but it's worth merits attention. That's what he said. That the Dow, though up only 0.3%, that is enough to make it a new record. United Health, one stock, big heavy price stock, moving that index up. So the Dow hitting a new record high. First time that has happened since December of last year. The Dow is the last of the three major indexes to get to a record. S&P and NASDAQ, they are down a little bit today, but they're still just off of record highs this week, still a positive. We're seeing the price of oil up just a little bit, but still in the mid to high $60 range. So that's kind of the setup right now. You have this meeting, which is supposed to last, even 5 to 7 hours is kind of the expectation for the meeting.
Yeah, we've seen reports all over the place. I mean, the president said in an interview with Fox News that he'd be prepared to walk if things didn't go well. So, you could walk at any time, presumably, but we've seen Russian media estimates 5, 6, 7 hours, perhaps. So somewhere in between, 5 minutes and 5 hours is what we're looking for. And it's all going to depend on the field. The president has always said,
looking at a higher low,
first couple of minutes.
buy order blocks through the evening session. Then we get that sell order block. The sell order block there at the high of the day in the evening session. Right now we're pinned right to this area, 64.60.
If this meeting is short, let's say Trump
Looking for some volatility to pick up in the next hour.
That's a negative, correct? I mean, if the meeting goes all night and they're ordering takeout in, that's a positive sign.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think the longer this meeting goes, the more it's an indication that something substantive is being discussed, and it's not just the two sides reading speeches to each other. When you get inside these rooms, there's pro forma to it. I had a chance to ask the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, about his negotiations with the Chinese behind closed doors. And he said, in those meetings, once the doors close, we do kind of read speeches to each other, and sort of you have to get past that. And then you can get into the substance, which has been agreed to in advance, the different agenda items. So you imagine something like that is going to happen here, where each side has to kind of read a speech to each other, make a statement to each other, and then move on. But Putin is famous for using sort of Russian slang, very quick Russian language, speaking in a very sarcastic way that's kind of hard to translate in real time and hard to follow. And he's famous for long extemporaneous remarks that kind of dominate the conversation just by monopolizing the clock, right? And so President Trump, who likes to do that, a little bit of that himself, is going to have to handle all of that person to person in the room.
We are going to take a very short break. We're not going to miss the president coming out of the plane. I believe we saw Bob McNally and Dan Tannenbaum with us as well, Eamon Javers as well. We are waiting for President Trump to leave the plane in Alaska for what is the beginning of this historic summit and meeting between Presidents Putin and President Trump. Take a short break. We'll be back right after this.
Okay, stuck at 64.60. Okay, stuck at 64.60. Doesn't look like we're going to make it through here just yet. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We got an hour and 15 minutes to go. It is Friday the 15th. I'm going to take a couple of minute break and I'll be right back.
Really love ServiceNow, and that one's had a nice pullback, so we think that's a good opportunity here. We've added to it as it's come down, but they had a monster quarter. They have really good bookings visibility. They have a great backlog. The customers are engaging with them. 98% retention rates for ServiceNow. So, it's never been a cheap stock, and I wouldn't expect it to be, but they have real opportunities to take a bunch of market share. So I really like that one on a dip in particular.
Yeah. I think I saw Netflix on here. Was that? Yeah, Netflix. You have Netflix, Spotify, Costco, Amazon, Apple. Those are subscription businesses with recurring themes.
I mean, Netflix in particular is now our biggest holding. And, AI is clearly enhancing the content creation. It will enhance the ad tier and the engagement. And they are just the only game in town. And, the stock sold off after a good quarter, but their visibility, their viewership rates were down a little bit. I don't think that's a problem. It's summertime. We're all out on vacation. We're not watching as much.
Plus, their slate is back end loaded, so people will start to return to Netflix for the new shows, which will drive more engagement, which will drive more revenue, more free cash flow, and they are just a monster. And we still think that one's 1,500 plus, and it's still 1,240 or 1,250 now.
Okay. Wow. All right. So some upside potential there for Netflix. All right.
I think so.
CIO, Britain's portfolio manager at Activist Global Advisors. Eric, thank you. Good to see you. Coming up next, our panel standing by to talk all about the consumer. Consumer sentiment came in, and that showed it missed expectations. So there is still some concern about the uncertainty of inflation and tariffs and things like that. Other things have come in strong, but will the consumer sort of be tough for holidays and back to school and such? We'll be right back.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your number one broker with the best full service wealth management skills in the business.
Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab.
Uh-oh. Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Hey, Dad, I have a question for you.
Sure.
When did Granddad first start investing?
Granddad had an account with Schwab before there were branches in the area. He really started with nothing. He worked hard, and after he passed away, the torch has been passed to me and my advisor, Jennifer. She was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren, planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Welcome back to the Watch List. We're bringing our panel to discuss the latest numbers on consumer sentiment, August consumer sentiment. David Schwartz, Senior Equity Analyst, Consumer Equity Research at Morningstar, and Dana Peterson, Chief Economist at the Conference Board. It's great to see you both. Dana, like last time you were here, I hope you come back soon. Listen, what did you think about the consumer sentiment trend? Came in 58.
Market just hanging out in this area, 64.60. Looks like a pin for now. Maybe we get a late day rally and a pullback. I'm thinking we're going to close right around this area. A lot of congestion in this 10-point zone, more or less.
When you look at auto sales, especially sales for cars that are made abroad, were very high. And also we did see lots of spending on items like furniture, clothing that could be subject to tariffs. So I think that this is, again, kind of advanced spending and not necessarily a really big improvement.
Are folks really worried about inflation? I mean, it's good if they're able to spend and get ahead of things and they're shopping. I mean, that's a good feeling, David. What do you think? What's your interpretation?
People are concerned about a lot of things. We did see that the unemployment numbers were not as good as people had hoped, and maybe people saw that and they think now that maybe the economy is slowing down, and that does cause them perhaps to pull back on spending. A lot of products in consumer are really discretionary in nature. People don't necessarily have to buy them on a regular basis, and so they can choose, when they want to buy and how much they want to spend. And I think right now we're seeing a little bit of that in the numbers. It's also the summer period when typically economic activity slows down a little bit, consumers aren't necessarily shopping as they would other times of the year. So you don't want to draw conclusions based on just 1 or 2 months.
Look for inflation actually went up. I would say
Watching the S&P, looking for a bounce.
that we've seen it fall in 4 months for the consumer sentiment. Now the inflation part jumped to 4.9% from 4.5% in July. How worried are you about inflation, Dana?
We're extremely.
Steel Dynamics had 2 big projects that they've had finished this year, and so they're bringing those online. They bring those online, we're going to have a sizable expansion of free cash flow as CapEx comes down and those projects start to contribute to EBITDA. This company's purchased 25% of its shares outstanding over the last 4 years. We think this sets up again for another situation where they're really returning cash to shareholders. Looks very interesting to us.
Yeah, it really is fascinating time. STLD, I love talking about names that we don't talk about a lot, talk about the small caps. Earlier in the program, Aaron Dunn being very kind with your time. We appreciate you rolling with all the breaking and live news. Aaron Dunn, Morgan Stanley. Aaron, appreciate that very much. All right, we're going to wrap it up. We got a few more minutes left. We're going to bring back our panel, who's also been very generous and kind with their time. That is Bob McNally of Rapidan, Dan Tannenbaum of Oliver Wyman, and Eamon Javers in D.C. And I do want to correct something I said earlier. I said the Russian GDP was 2 billion. It's 2 trillion. 2 billion would be really, Eamon, really small. Maybe not as small as Delaware. I can't get everything right. There's the Russian GDP. My point, my broader point, though, I hope was made, was that this is not a rich nation. It would seem like we would have more economic levers to use against them, but for some reason, what we've done has not worked. And I guess perhaps that is maybe even because of Russia's continued closening relationship with both China and now India.
Yeah, Brian, to your earlier point, I still do like Pennsylvania and any squabble with Delaware, but
I pretty much like anybody against Delaware. It's not very long. Maybe Rhode Island would struggle. It's a small state.
Look, I mean, the president, you talk about the stock market and what it's doing today. The president's citing that in his Air Force One interview with reporters, saying that the stock market hitting a record high. Vladimir Putin is in the United States today and is willing to cut a deal, according to President Trump. That Vladimir Putin sees the economic success of the U.S., needs some of that for his own economy. And there are real questions, Brian, about how stable the Russian economy is going forward and how much running room does Russia.
Okay, we got a little bounce going. S&P 500
hits a wall. How much
with an hour and 6 minutes to go. Hour and 6 minutes to go.
What the X date is for his ability to afford this war, and U.S. intelligence probably has its own estimate of just how many more months of this war Vladimir Putin can afford to pay for. And so all of that's going to be in the back of his mind as well.
Yeah, and that's Dan Tannenbaum. That's one reason that we have you here, and we're glad that you're here. We talked about it yesterday. While the Russian economy is humming along, it is sort of largely disconnected from the West. Their sovereign wealth fund, which has been a big source of money to pay these soldiers to go fight and many to go die, that is running out. I mean, it's going down at a fairly good clip. At some point, will Russia, if things remained exactly as they are now, is there a point at which Russia would effectively run out of enough money to continue this war?
Well, one, I mean, Dmitriev is on the plane. He's there with Putin and the delegation on the ground. China and India and Turkey still continue to provide a lot of trading support with Russia. But to be clear, things aren't going great to the points you're all making. If things were going so great,
Where I stand, I think a little bit confused, which is, what is
just stuck. Looks like we're going to pin in this area the way everything is playing out at the moment. Looking for some last minute gymnastics, some last minute volatility being August OPEX. Let's see if we can pop through this area real quick.
Yes, thank you very much. great job by our team. Guys, sit tight for a second. We do have a
Hedging flows have flattened out. As you can see, the purple line is moving sideways.
that is taxiing now down the runway at Joint Base Elmendorf, and we have confirmed that Vladimir Putin is on that plane, correct? Okay, we do not have it confirmed that that is Putin's plane. You can see it says, read Russia, it says Russia on the side of the plane, and we have confirmed. Okay, that is Russia on the side of the plane. We believe Vladimir Putin is on that plane, and obviously when Vladimir Putin exits the plane, or whoever may be on that, we will show it to you. So there's a lot going on. We've got Air Force One. We've now got this Russian aircraft. Again, not sure who's on it. Dan Tannenbaum, I'm going to go back to you. We got a lot happening right now, and I got a lot of different variables that are occurring. What would you
Okay,
do?
the New York Fangs are all mixed at the moment, so I wouldn't put too much emphasis on any new trades at the moment. Next week, we have options need to fill in after this expiration. Options will fill in, and we'll get a better sense of what to anticipate into September OPEX.
Russia has mining and precious metals, natural minerals. It has agriculture. There's a lot of parts of the economy that are really suffering more broadly. There needs to be almost an Iran deal-like scenario to condition this ceasefire on economic conditions of re-entry, essentially, allowing them to slowly re-enter the global economy.
But there is this matter, Bob, from an energy perspective about OPEC. I mean, Russia is a member of the OPEC Plus coalition. They have quotas. They're right now producing and selling, are they not, at their max quota of about 9.9 and change million barrels of oil per day. So even if they get, quote, let back onto the world stage, is it likely they're going to suddenly flood the world with oil and crash prices?
No, they won't. Say, Brian, they are close. They're getting to record drilling rates. They are coming back this year. They maybe can do another couple 100,000 barrels a day, but no, they're pretty close to the max. But here's the opportunity for President Trump. We hope what we're about to see is going to lead to peace. If it doesn't, and he has to go for sanctions, the bad news is shale cannot offset, Russia. If he really drives anywhere close to 3 million barrels a day of just the seaborne Russian crude oil exports off the market. So that's just that. Prices would go right up. We saw that movie in 2022. However, as we look into next year, balances are oversupplied. Most folks, most barrel counters I know, certainly Rapidan, we see supply growth outstripping demand growth next year, almost 3 to 1.
That sounds like much lower prices, Bob.
Exactly, and this is where just what the doctor ordered could be removing a million barrels a day of Russian next year. So patience should be the watchword. If he does it right now, next week, crude prices are going to roof. But there is a scenario where the president could exploit this oversupply, which threatens the shale revolution, for just what the doctor ordered. Take 1 million, 2 million of Russian off, rather than OPEC Plus having a cut, by the way.
Bob McNally, you are just what the doctor ordered, as is Daniel Tannenbaum. Gentlemen, both, we appreciate your patience and your flexibility. Guys, thank you very much. We had to let Eamon Javers go. A lot of coverage here, folks. We're going to wrap it up with this. We got 30 seconds left in the program. Dow is up, new record high. S&P and NASDAQ are slightly lower right now, but the world is watching what you are watching or listening to on the radio, and that is the arrival of Vladimir Putin. And we now can confirm that Putin is indeed on that plane, the Russian president landing on U.S. soil, the first time in a long time. We're going to say goodbye. Closing Bell is going to pick up all this coverage, a lot going on. Safe, happy, and healthy weekend. Closing Bell starts now.
Thank you very much, Brian. I'm Scott Wapner. Welcome to Closing Bell. We continue to watch these live pictures in Anchorage now, waiting for President Trump to deplane from Air Force One. And you saw just moments ago, Russia's President Putin arriving on site as well. We presume these leaders will come down those staircases onto red carpets and meet for a photo opportunity and some kind of arrival ceremony. It is unique in and of itself that President Putin has landed on U.S. soil, and that is a point of debate today as well. We'll discuss all of that and what really could be a historic meeting between these two leaders, what the outcome might be. Really, when expectations leading into all of this have been lowered by the president himself, along with the White House. Remember, the president has already called this a, quote, feel-out meeting. The White House characterizing it as a listening exercise. The stakes, though, as you know by now, could not be higher. I'm going to welcome in our Eamon Javers, who's going to take us through what we expect to see over the next hour or so. The meeting expected to take place within the next 30 minutes, about the bottom of the hour, and there have already been some
Marcus
changes.
just sitting here at the highs.
Going to unfold.
Scott, that's right. We were told this would be a one-on-one between Presidents Putin and Trump. Now we're told it's going to be a 3-on-3. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is also going to participate in the meeting with Vladimir Putin, as his special envoy, Steve Witkoff. So that will be something to watch for. And maybe an indication, if you're looking to read the tea leaves here, that there might be more substantive at a detailed level information being discussed sort of below the presidential level here. So we'll watch for that. But Vladimir Putin, as you look at his plane here, has just become the first Russian president to land in Alaska, to set foot on Alaskan soil. That's since Alaska was sold by the Russians to the United States back in 1867. And this is just the first time Vladimir Putin has been on U.S. soil since 2015 during the Obama administration, when he attended the UN General Assembly that year. That led to a very frosty standoff between Barack Obama and Vladimir Putin over Putin's invasion of Crimea at that time and his actions in Syria. He hasn't been back on U.S. soil since then, and we'll watch to see what happens here. And of course, this follows up the president's meeting with Vladimir Putin back in Helsinki in his first term. Then we saw President Biden meeting with President Putin in Geneva in his term in office. Now this meeting in Alaska on U.S. soil, which is striking to watch.
It is. This will be the 7th such meeting between Presidents Putin and Trump. And Eamon, you know how this greeting looks that we expect to see within the next unfolding moments will be as closely parsed as anything else.
Okay, we're dropping off here.
What I think could be accurately described as a cordial relationship over the years, maybe awkwardly so in the minds of many Americans. But President Trump has spoken more critically of Vladimir Putin of late, maybe more so than he ever has in the past. He talked about very severe consequences. That's a quote. If President Putin refused a ceasefire, he said last month of President Putin as well, he had gone absolutely crazy. It's not exactly the kind of language we've come used to hearing from President Trump, at least as it relates to President Putin.
Yeah, and what a striking change in rhetoric. I was in Helsinki for the first meeting between these two men on foreign soil there. And at that time, President Trump said that he trusted Vladimir Putin more than he trusted U.S. intelligence, which caused a flashpoint of controversy here in the U.S. that he would say such a thing. We'll see what he says today, but that rhetoric has really turned around in the past couple of months. Trump came to office this time vowing to end the Ukraine war and ended on the first day. He has since said that this has been much more intractable than he expected, much more difficult problem, and expressed continued frustration with Putin, continued frustration with Russian military strikes on civilian targets in Ukraine, and said that is not helping solve the issue that Trump views very much as one of his key priorities as a president to solve. So you're right, that rhetoric has turned around, and you'll watch for the protocol here. I'm just looking at the bottom of those staircases that we're seeing on our screen, Scott, and what you don't see is a military honor guard in full dress uniform. We'll wait to see that. What you're seeing right now, anyway, is American military members in fatigues at the bottom of those stairs. That's a much more sort of martial, active duty military based kind of approach to the meeting than the full honor guard.
All right, the volatility should pick up a bit, I would think. S&P is still dropping off here. All right, so we're not moving above 6460.
How much of a red carpet, rhetorically and literally, the U.S. rolls out for Vladimir Putin.
This is complicated as well, Eamon, by the fact that you have two sides potentially looking for different outcomes here. President Trump wanting peace, as he has said, and President Putin wanting to win his war. How you come to some kind of middle ground in that difference will be closely followed.
Yeah, and we were talking about this in the last hour, Scott. This has become a war of attrition between Ukraine and Russia, just in terms of the horrific body count on both sides. Which side can continue to field an army in the field is an open question, but it's also become a war of attrition in terms of the economics and how long each side can afford to operate. Russia, of course, facing extraordinary economic deprivation as a result of this war, still managing to bring in revenue through their oil revenue, still managing to be able to finance an army in the field. Ukraine relying largely on the U.S. and European aid to finance its battle. And, you know, the U.S. here is in a position where the president has said he doesn't want to continue to supply that kind of aid. He wants to get, quote unquote, get something in return for that aid.
Okay, we continue to drop off. All right, so we're done. Looks like we're done for the high of the day for now.
Well, that raises a very important question of who has more leverage going into these meetings today.
One more time, we have hedges in case we do pull back next week.
Trump seems to undeniably
Wednesday the 27th. Wednesday the 27th.
because of the sanctions and the effect that they have had on the Russian
VIX calls the 17 strike, and August 29th we have puts, SPY 640 puts, just in case we do pull back next week. VIX at the lows are giving you cheaper SPY puts. Puts are cheaper with the VIX down here at the lows. Hopefully we hang out there and we don't have any sort of pullback, but I am expecting it for next week. So haven't done much in the last couple hours. Markets are very choppy.
American strength here. So Zelensky sending a message to the United States that he wants them, he wants the U.S. side to hang tough in this negotiation with the Russians. But what that looks like, what that means, all of that is going to be decided in a closed-door meeting between just a few individuals in just a short amount of time.
Well, since we're waiting for both leaders to exit their respective planes, there was talk about an event as we see President Trump here emerge from Air Force One, and he's going to make his way down that staircase. We presume that President Putin will do the same.
Here comes Trump.
These men will greet. You saw the red carpet set up, a stage, which we can only expect will be the site of photo op. But as we watch the president come down this staircase, Eamon, it was said that he called Lukashenko of Belarus on Air Force One and then said they had a wonderful talk. He, of course, is one of the world's longest ruling dictators, leading to some
There's
level of
Putin.
uncertainty coming into this meeting.
Yep. And you look at Vladimir Putin emerging from his aircraft just seconds after President Trump has emerged from his. So Trump the first to set foot on Alaskan soil here as Vladimir Putin makes his way down the stairs. All of this presumably choreographed between the two sides very tightly in terms of the protocol here of who greets who and when. And, you know, whether each man wait for the handshake, you know, all of that is something that both sides will have thought through very clearly. Striking to me, Scott, that you have this setup here. The sign says Alaska 2025. There's a blue platform for the leaders to stand on, which aides were vigorously vacuuming in the hour leading up to this meeting. But then flanking the stage are F-22 jets, American F-22 jets, noses pointed in toward where the two leaders will be standing. It's got to be somewhat unpleasant for Vladimir Putin, at least, to stand underneath that display of American firepower.
We look, Eamon, as though we could be inching closer here as President Trump stops and waits for President Putin to greet him. We have quite literally rolled out the red carpet for President Putin on U.S. soil as these two leaders wait to meet again for their 7th time. It is the first meeting of the
Okay, volatility picking up a bit.
was started by President Putin, and this is going to be an extraordinary moment in and of itself. I said this greeting will be as closely watched and parsed as anything. President Trump clapping his hands there as he waits for President Putin, and when they get close and have a handshake or whatever their greeting seems to be, I'm just going to let the pictures speak for themselves.
All right, Putin and Trump handshakes.
They'll make their way down the red carpet now. The president, of course, saluting. We believe there'll be a photo opportunity on saw being set up. I'd like to welcome in the Brookings Institution, the Director of Foreign Policy Research, Michael O'Hanlon, who is with us. And Michael, it's good to have you with us as they make their way towards the stage here. You can speak to the fact that we've literally rolled out the red carpet in a way that some said we should not have.
Yeah, I think it's fine as long as President Trump remembers what he seems to have concluded these last few months, that this war was started by Russia, that this war is being sustained by Russia, that there's no justification for Russia's war, that it's a war of aggression, and that even if Trump is willing to be friendly and amicable and diplomatic with President
All right, so the markets aren't moving much.
That we still have to keep a clear eye on who started this war, because Putin is unlikely to agree to the kind of ceasefire that we've been insisting upon. And so we're probably going to have to apply more pressure. So nothing about today should change that basic fact. Otherwise, let's let them talk and let's see if they can begin to move towards a ceasefire.
What do you make of the what looks to be an especially cordial greeting between these two men?
I have no particular problem with it. You know, I think back to President Trump meeting Kim Jong-un of North Korea in his first term. That was friendly. The year before, they were threatening each other, and I preferred the friendliness to the warmongering. Now, ultimately, that led nowhere, and the United States kept its pressure on North Korea, and we may have to do that here and actually step up the pressure on Russia. But I have no particular issue with President Trump being friendly towards Vladimir Putin, as long as he doesn't forget what he's been saying lately, which is he knows Putin started this war, and Putin is the reason the war doesn't stop now.
What does it mean to you that, as Eamon has told us, the mechanics of all of this has changed a bit? What we thought was going to be a one-on-one with just translators in the room, as has taken place in the past, will now actually be a 3-on-3. And that the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the Special Envoy, Steve Witkoff, will be in the room as well, presumably with their Russian counterparts.
I think it's better for the reasons that you were getting at a few minutes ago with your correspondent, that it suggests a little more substance to the conversation. The number one danger in this meeting would be that Vladimir Putin sweet talks President Trump and then feeds him twisted
Jeez, everybody is like speculating. All right, I got to change the channel here.
Still completely tendentious about how Eastern Ukraine is rightfully Russia's, if not the whole country of Ukraine. And I think when you have other people in the room, including the Secretary of State, who's a smart guy, it increases the odds that the conversation will move in a substantive way. Trump himself is smart, but he's also, I think, prone to these kinds of more emotional meetings, if you will, and potentially to be.
Yeah.
This has been probably the year that I've seen the most inquiries on international fixed income. And if you think about it.
Okay, Palantir is starting to push up again. Palantir coming up off the low. Palantir.
Most portfolios have only maybe a 10% or less sleeve to them. We've seen people looking and maybe wanting to diversify away from just U.S. government risk and looking at some of the yields, particularly when you hedge them back to the dollar of these international bonds, get you back on the same footing as the U.S. So you can diversify the sources of duration you're getting from different countries around the world. Yet if it's a hedged portfolio, you're getting back to where we have U.S. interest rate levels. So I think that's really the appeal, adding the duration, reducing the concentration risk just to the U.S. And there are some, even some sectors like European corporate bonds, European high yield that actually have higher credit spreads in the U.S. So some people who are seeking yield are even finding it in some of these other markets. So I think don't limit yourself just to the U.S. There's a lot of good opportunities in fixed income, even internationally.
Well, thanks for talking fixed income and ETF for us today. We really appreciate it. That's Karen Perry, the U.S. head of iShares fixed income strategy at BlackRock. And coming up, we'll dive into the strength that we've seen in the July and June retail sales report and look at the impact of tariffs on the consumer. Stay with us.
All right, New York Fangs are all mixed. Apple's trying to bounce a bit right now. Let's see what I have on Apple. I think I have some 15s and I have some 22nd August calls. Today's calls are going to be out of the money, it looks like. Yeah, we're $4 out of the money. So I have the 235 calls for today, Apple. Those are going to expire worthless. But I have next the 22nd, so that's going to be good. for next Friday. If the markets don't roll over, that is. Let's see. AMD, I have today's calls, I believe. Yeah, I have today's calls. Got a couple of those left. It was a small position. I thought AMD might get more. Might see more. IWM looked like that was going to do something. That fell off with the other indices. What's UNH doing? UNH still seeing profit taken on UNH. Maybe it runs after hours. We'll see. Palantir, I have 19 September. Palantir, I have 19 September calls. So if we get any kind of bounce, I'm thinking that we could see a bounce. We're at the 9 EMA right now, Palantir. Let's go take a look at Palantir. Palantir. PLTR, Palantir. Okay, we're right at the 9 EMA. Okay, so if we close a little bit higher, Palantir could conceivably bounce, but I'm thinking that, Bollinger Bands are going to turn inward and will consolidate somewhere between, say, 180 and 170, maybe. Between the upper Bollinger Band and the 20-day, I think we're just going to consolidate here. You can see Bollinger Bands coming together, so it's not like a steep drop off. We didn't drop through the 20-day, so the trend is still bullish. See over here? See at the end of June how this dropped below? It doesn't look anything like that right now. Let's see what junk bonds are doing. Junk bonds. Getting ready for next week. We only got 42 minutes to go. 42 minutes to go in the regular session. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday the 15th.
This summit as being about extending the New START treaty.
CNBC is full on speculative mode right now. They have no idea what they're going to talk about.
Do that much for the future because it doesn't include any limits on China's nuclear forces. So
this doesn't really help. This doesn't help the traders. Sorry, CNBC. I don't know why they have to spend so much time talking about news. They can do that on NBC or CNN or whatever. Junk bonds. Junk bonds look okay. I mean, we got buyers at the low of the day, junk bonds. So this looks good for next week. So far, I don't see anything really disturbing. HYG. That's trending. We've got IBB, Biotechs, IBB, and XBI. These are moving higher. These are risky assets. So if you're thinking bearish, you'd want to see price action doing what it did over here in March, right? If you're thinking super bearish on the markets, we don't see that. XBI and IBB, these two look okay. Bitcoin, could see a little bit more strength in Bitcoin. That would help. This is another risky asset. So this pullback, this is neutral to bearish at the moment. IWM, we'd like to see that follow through. The problem here is that it's not falling off. Like over here again, February, March, dropped off. Doesn't look anything like that. It's just trending 921.50, pointing up into the right. Everything is above the 200-day, the dotted gold colored line. So that looks fine. Let's look at breadth. See how breadth is going. Breadth for the day probably pulled back, right? Yeah, so we pulled back a little bit. The S&P is trying to turn. Mid caps, small caps, Nasdaq. Nasdaq did hook upward, so the Nasdaq had some of the New York FANGs did bounce a little bit. Apple's bouncing right now. So New York FANG advanced declines turned up. Nothing alarming here. I will say that the NYSE and NASI, the summation index. Summation index for the NASDAQ. Okay, you can see this is starting to hook upward. If this turns upward, that's actually bullish. Okay, so we're down below here. We hit minus 72 at the beginning of August. We bounced a little bit. Okay, NYMO and NYSE, the summation index for the New York Stock Exchange. This is trying to turn back up. So that's neutral. That's neutral for now. Still a little bit bearish, but neutral. You can see we got green elder sticks. We got green elder sticks on the New York Stock Exchange. Let's take a look at the New York Stock Exchange. So this doesn't give us anything to be concerned about at the moment. We're above the 921.50 200-day New York Stock Exchange. Let's look at the S&P. S&P. S&P.
It's difficult to look at that.
Okay, so the S&P, we made new all-time highs. Nothing disturbing here. Equal weight index. Let's take a look at the equal weight. That'll give us a read on the number of stocks above the 20-day, number of stocks above the 50-day. Okay, so these turn back down, but they're, 55% of stocks are above their 20-day. Let's just say 50-50. So it could go either way. Number of stocks above the 50-day is at 60%. Number of stocks above the 50-day, 60%. Number of stocks above the 200-day in the lower panel is at 62%. Nothing to be alarmed about here. I don't know, people. I can't find a reason to be super bearish. And if anything, neutral and hedge, right? Okay, so we had this little fade in junk bonds. So we want to see white Renko bars. For now, we're fading there. Let's see. The breadth indicate, the sectors. Sectors.
We watched that pretty close. It's certainly.
Let's see what these look like real quick. Okay, so we know biotechs look okay. Real estate is okay. That's right at the 50-day. Transports above the 921.50 200-day. Nothing to be alarmed about here. Semiconductors did fade. Okay, after being overbought a little bit. Biotechs again. Oil and gas equipment services flat. Materials above the 921.50 200-day. Energy, I'm sorry, communications rising. Energy flat. Financials above the 921.50 200-day. But pulling back today, a bearish engulfing candle. So maybe we have a little bit of a pullback next week. Industrials flat. Maybe that pulls back to the 50-day. That'd be a good setup into September. Tech, it's okay. Material, consumer staples, bounce. Utilities, bounce at the 21-day, sorry. Healthcare, bounce. Okay, healthcare is a defensive sector. Consumer discretionary at the highs. Retail, we'll see the retail in a second. You got XLY, XLP, that's still pointing higher. This doesn't look anything like February, right? The red boxes, that's February. That's when Trump reintroduced tariffs again after being elected. Does that look anything like, right now, does it look anything like February? It does not. I can't find anything really that bad. So all I would do is hedge. NVIDIA is trying to turn up in today. NVIDIA is trying to turn up. Basically neutral. It's probably going to ping pong between these two levels. All right, we'll ping pong between this sell order block and this buy order block below.
And you mentioned some of the pockets we're seeing some weakness in.
Palantir. Palantir, ping pong again. Tesla got stopped out on this one earlier, turning back up. NVIDIA, we just talked about. Meta fading, that one got stopped out as well. So for today, trying to buy the dips today didn't work. Not surprising, it's a Friday. OPEX, okay, we got buy order blocks into the high of the evening session. Broadcom, Netflix, not much going on there. Ping pong again here. Microsoft at the low. Sell order blocks. Apple back up to the highs. Buy order block. Okay, what do I have on Apple? I think I just said I had Apple. Apple next week's calls. Apple. $4 out of the money. $3.50 out of the money. Okay. Snowflake. Ping pong between these two levels. All right, so I don't see anything to be really that concerned about. If you do have a lot of longs, I'm back to 90% cash, by the way. I closed a lot of things. Intel's pulling back, so we'll look for that to follow through. I did sell Intel shares. I kept the calls. Intel calls. Where are you, Intel? Intel, where's my Intel? There it is. Okay, Intel. It's up pretty big on the day. Intel, I sold the shares and I kept the August 22nd, 24 call. Intel. Okay, so for next week, I got the 24 call. This is pulling back a bit. Okay, looking for a bounce. All right, so people taking profits for the weekend. All right, Google's hanging out at the high. Google, I have Google January calls. Okay, I have the 210 call for Google January. Okay, that's hanging out up there. Yeah, Google got the supply to deal with next week. Hopefully we don't have a pullback and we just torture the bears again, right? If we pop through this area, I got a target on Google. I believe it was 300. Let me look at my notes. Google for Google. I have, let's see, fair value. What did I have here? Fair value 276 on Google. Okay, Google, I have 276. Amazon, I have fair value of 311. Morgan Stanley upgraded Amazon. Their price target 300. I have 311. That's based on earnings, sales, revenue, etc. What is Taiwan Semi doing? TSM still in this big range up here at the high. Okay, Apple trying to turn the corner. Apple end of day.
And with guided learning paths stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching.
All right. So if you're worried about your 401k IRA, I'm not seeing a whole lot of reasons to be worried. If anything, if you were to reduce your exposure, I'm not looking for anything more than like 1 or 2%. If that, next week. Potential pullback. Okay. I mean, look at the S&P. Does this look precarious? Yeah, it's at highs, but that's not a reason to sell. You can see over here at the end of July, we had this big pullback. We don't see anything like that. Can that happen on Monday? Let's say it does happen on Monday. All right. Let's say it happens on Monday and we get this big red candle and we come back towards the 21 day and you decide, okay, I'm going to take some of my TRBCX off or some other fund that you might have in your 401k IRA. This is at highs. TRBCX. All right, this is the T. Rowe Price Blue Chip Growth Fund. Okay, that keeps going. There's no reason to sell here. The 10 EMA is still rising rapidly. All right, this is a long-only fund. In most 401ks, you'll find something similar to this or RGAFX. That's at highs. VGT, the Vanguard Information Technology ETF, you could pick this up in your Vanguard. If you don't have a position, maybe you want to wait. Maybe you get a pullback to the 10 EMA. That's possible. August, September tends to be a weak time of the year. Okay, so this time of year, the third line down, August 16th through September 30th, tends to be the weaker time of year. So even at 2.5%, 3%, even at 3%, 3% here wouldn't be that bad. Okay, 3%.
Going into the close, I'm actually looking at the 64.50 level. It looks like there might be some pen risk there. It's the amount of volume that has been traded at those
Let's see what
levels, as
Kevin's
well
talking
as
about here.
price action in the E-mini SP.
I don't see anything to be worried about, folks. VIX is at lows, so there is a possibility this does have a chance to spike. Okay, so I have some calls that expire on August 27th. That's a Wednesday. VIX expires on Wednesdays. So if this is pop up, I have the 17 strike for August 27th. That's a hedge. I have SPY puts. I have the 640 put. Okay, in case we pull back to the 21 day or the 9 EMA. Okay, we're right there. 640. I see Susie talking about Robinhood. Robinhood. Robinhood.
Especially given the fact that we did start off so strong.
Yeah, and we are still on track.
Okay, Robinhood hanging out at the highs. Maybe sell some covered calls up there.
Taking their gains off the table.
Yeah, it could be the fact. I mean, obviously there could be also some geopolitical risk events over the weekend. So maybe trying to reduce risk as much as you possibly can, based on what's going to be happening effectively right now.
Okay, Supermicro, SMCI, Supermicro. Okay, so we got buyers at the low of the day, Supermicro. Okay. I don't see anything to be concerned about. Worst case scenario, 2 to 3% during the month of September. So we're coming into the last 2 weeks of August and September. We do have options expiring today. Those will fill in next week. Okay, so we'll have options fill in. We'll have a better sense of what to anticipate.
We talked about this when I was in the office last week, Marley, where you had this kind of wedge pattern that's taking place, making higher highs.
Okay, so here is what we can anticipate. All right, so today's expiration.
So you are looking for a resolution if you are a believer of technical analysis. You're looking for a
Okay,
resolution.
this changed quite a lot since yesterday. Actually, a lot of calls. A lot of calls.
The support line on that wedge as well, which is not something you really want to see.
Support 643, SPY 643. Okay, so 643. If we were to pull back and drop below 640, those puts would come into play. S&P. Oh, that's why S&P. I was looking at SPY just now. S&P. You can see the S&P big cap. This expiration today versus September, big difference. Calls 830 billion, 837 billion versus today 333 billion in calls expiring. Okay, put call. The combo strikes taking the SPY and the S&P together. 6,500, 6450. Sorry, 6450. 6450. What are we trading right now? S&P 6450. Okay, so we got rejected at 6460. All right, so hopefully you have a good weekend, and I wouldn't be that concerned about the markets. All right.
And what else are you looking at as we get closer to the close here today?
Yeah, just looking at the advancing minus declining stocks and the S&P 500. Look at this comp chart anytime we have any type of situation where the sellers are fairly aggressive, especially when we're looking at the S&P 500 futures, and looking to see where if buyers are really trying to step in going into the close. This is options expiration Friday, so you do expect a little bit of fireworks going into the close. Hopefully, I mean the price action really kind of signifies that we have some pen risk here.
All right, we'll watch the S&P here for the next 24 minutes. I'm going to take the headset off and just relax for a minute. Oh, the other thing I wanted to point out. Was This is the daily right here. Here's the daily. Yesterday we remarked that we had a lower high for the first time. We had a lower high. Today we made a higher high and a lower low, it looks like. Pretty close to yesterday's low. But still in this channel, still in this upward sloping channel, more or less. Pretty wild, huh? Pretty wild. Okay. I'll be right back.
All you need when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. But there's a Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
Look it up there.
Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Watch the market with the Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on schwabnetwork.com and on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Watch the market with the Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades in full hours of trading insights. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Marley Caden. Let's discuss the commodities market with Phil Strebel of Chief Market Strategist over at Blue Line Futures. Phil, it's great to have you with us. As always, I'm taking a look at Bitcoin right now. We did see them get right up to that another record earlier this week, now down about 117,000 right now. So falling quite a bit after touching another high. What's happening with Bitcoin? I know they're having some issues, likely issues with the inflation data that came in hotter than expected, but
price gets higher up in any commodity out there, the more volatility you're going to see in these markets. That's why every trader out there should have average range on their cards, on their charts, not only on a daily, but whatever time frame they're using. But if you look at Bitcoin, it shot up through 125,000 and then it dropped back. If you look at the CM with Bitcoin, he revealed.
I was going to ask you about that. Federal government was going to be put into that strategic Bitcoin reserve. So did that create some more uncertainty? That had been a positive bolster, at least for Bitcoin up to this point.
It really did, and it also caused people that are in the crypto space to go into safety, and the way they're seeing that safety is in Ethereum futures, which are grabbing headlines and really stealing the show. You've got numerous analysts coming out from $7,500 to $10,000 for year-end targets. It's the optimism.
Okay, we should see some volatility in the next few minutes here. Amazon popping up just now. Amazon.
It's the institutional adaptation that we're seeing where large financial institutions are swapping out Bitcoin and they're going for, Ethereum because of the fact that it's better with decentralized finance and its overall blockchain infrastructure.
It is so interesting to have watched just in the last couple of weeks how much more we're talking about Ether on the whole. Before it was like a casual mention, maybe 1 in 4 times I was talking to you. And I feel like every time we speak now, it has to be mentioned. But as I look at Ether right now, Bitcoin down about 1% on the day. Ethereum down more than 3%.
Okay, Netflix popping up.
So, what's driving the harder?
Okay, make sure you check in any options that are going to close in the money. You might want to check those out if you don't plan on getting any kind of an assignment. What's UPS doing? UPS was one that Scott mentioned earlier. Okay. UPS. Let's see. Okay, ETHA. I have a butterfly on this. I have a put fly on this. Okay, a put fly. I can see what I got here. Basically, I have I sold 235s, 4 30s, and 2 225s. All right, and I got 10 of those. So for every 2, you're selling 4, or for every 1, you're selling 2. And as the price action moves back towards 30, you make the maximum amount of money.
Speaking of the dollar, I do want to talk about gold. We are seeing gold prices only stay.
Okay, Apple. Okay, what's Apple doing here? Apple's moving up. Apple's buyers at the low of the day. Maybe we get a follow through next week. Got VIX calls, SPY puts, Google. Google looks okay. Got January calls for Google. We'll swing those. Okay, UNHG. Rupin. SPY.
Switzerland with regards to the 1 ounce and 100-ounce gold bars, the market had pulled back from some of the speculators.
Netflix.
And then you look
Got
at
Netflix calls expiring on 19 September. Netflix. I took profits in Netflix yesterday and earlier in the week. Netflix, we had the 1230s, I believe. And I also had some 1250s. I took the 1250s off. It was a small loss in the 1250s. But then I have the 1280s for September. So hopefully Netflix can continue. Netflix, looking for Netflix to follow through. Stay above the 50-day and start to rally back up to all-time highs. Netflix, that's what I'm anticipating. So I have the 1280s. Will be close to the money soon. What else? Intel. Okay, Intel, of course, is pulling back. I sold the Intel shares earlier near the highs, luckily, because we did see some flow coming in, some bearish flows. I did keep the calls. I have the 19 September 25 calls. I sold the 24s earlier today. Constellation Energy, I have June calls for next year. S&P, we get anything going on S&P? What's S&P doing? Get some good thing about S&P. If you forget that you have S&P, let's say you had the 6460s and you forgot about it, and you come back after closing and go, oh crap, we closed at 6462. I can't get a sign, so that's good. I make $2 or $200 per point. $200 for 2 points. $100 for every point in the money. You don't get assigned shares. You get money instead. You get $100 per contract for every point. So S&P, watching that. maybe we'll get some volatility and we pop a little bit more.
Interesting to see one of them up on the day.
Oh boy, Netflix popping up, Amazon popping up. Make sure you check in your options if you don't want to be assigned anything. It's in the money. I've had that surprise before. Okay.
When those tariffs were canceled, it tried to bounce one time, and it attracted some people coming in, some speculators, but that trade was quickly unwound by anybody who was just looking for any kind of relief rally to right size their position. So copper futures, technically, it does almost look like a bear flag, and that futures could break lower. The ultimate support level, I think, is $4 on copper. If you go below,
We got 13 minutes to go. 13 minutes to go. Regular session. The SPY and the Qs close at 4:15. Okay, Netflix is popping up here, so we got some volatility in the New York Fangs. Apple, Amazon, and Netflix are popping up here right now. AMD is starting to pop. AMD. I have today's calls way out of the money though. AMD. I did some lottos. AMD. Those will expire worthless. That was a small position. What else? Palo Alto. What's that doing? Palo Alto Networks. What's Palo Alto doing? I haven't looked at that one in a while. Palo Alto Networks. Okay, we're still basing, turning back up towards the 200-day. Maybe we get a push higher next week. Palo Alto Networks. Amazon. Okay, I have AMZU shares. Looking for Amazon to follow through. Let's see. That's Netflix. Netflix is going. Amazon. Netflix. Amazon pushing higher. Looking for Amazon to test the supply zone overhead. Amazon.
That's why I'm a little bit head on a swivel right now, because I'm getting every headline shot at to me of what's going on in this meeting.
Yeah, certainly as those headlines come in, I feel exactly the same, Phil. But, you know, as far as the downside risk on oil, you know, how far potentially, if we do see a deal struck, do you think that the price of a barrel could go?
Okay, so President Trump had indicated into the mid 50s to high 50s. So 58 to 55 would be kind of that.
Okay, S&P.
U.S. shale producers can still at least operate and make some kind of income. So I think that is.
If you've ever held SPY into the last 10-15 minutes and it was getting close to closing in the money in your strike and you were getting nervous. If you ever had that feeling, that's the great thing about trading S&P big cap options. You don't have to worry about that. You know, actually you hope for it. You know, you're like $1 out of the money and you're hoping for like a close $2 or $3 in the money in the last few minutes.
Mid to high 70s is about as high as you get. I really think that this mid to low 50s is about as low as you get.
Well, we appreciate it.
Okay. I'm just going through, making sure that I don't have anything that's expiring today. Ooh, it's been a good week though. Hope everyone had a good week. And we were near all-time highs again. Near all-time highs again. Okay, so yeah, ETHA.
Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile
Okay, what we got going here? What do we got going here?
8 a.m. Eastern,
Okay, looks like we're going to pin right in this area, 6460-ish.
Opportunities don't stop when the market day ends.
Hope you had a good week.
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800.
Had a lot of scalps today. I had to take some notes right after the close because today's scalps buying the dip didn't work on many of these. Tesla failed, Meta failed, Microsoft turning back down. So Friday, make a note. Friday, these buy the dips don't work as well as they do during the week. Other than that, though, most trades have been strong. I'm back to 90% cash, 10% invested in my trading account. My longer term IRAs, 401ks, those are all 80% invested. I have 20% cash. I really don't see anything. The only reason I have 20% cash is I want to buy some things going into the year end. So I'm going to keep some cash. Everything else is working okay. If you want to see those positions, those are on the main site, closingprint.com. Just click on the positions tab, and that tells you exactly what I've been holding for all these months. Okay, there goes Netflix. Netflix on the move. Those positions are in my longer term account. What I don't have on there is SPMO, the S&P 500 Momentum ETF. I don't have BGT on there, and I don't have SPHD on there, or TRBCX. So those are 4 positions I have that aren't listed on that positions page on the main site.
So we'll welcome in our team from Charles Schwab. Joining us now is Cooper Howard, the director and fixed income strategist at the Schwab Center for Financial Research.
For those positions, you can see here, these are the positions that I have. Okay, so I will adjust these. Like I might sell 10 shares to put somewhere else, like Berkshire. Berkshire is nearly a double here from 266 to 477. Occasionally, I'll take like maybe 5 shares off of here and I'll put it somewhere else. So Raytheon, TSM, JP Morgan. Got to keep an eye on those because those are near stops or under my stops. So I'll adjust these too. I might like take where I'm close to a stop. I might take like 5 off, 10 off and put it somewhere else. But for the most part, these are all longer term positions that I've held for months, some for a couple of years now. Okay. So that's on the main site. If you click on, if you go to the closing print, okay, if you go home here, just up here at the top, under positions, click on that, and that gives you this spreadsheet. The green are fairly new positions. Meta, FBL, 2 times shares, Walmart, and Tesla, TSLL shares. Okay, so we've got a few minutes left to go. 5 minutes to go, 5 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com, coming into the closing bell to end this OPEX for the month of August. Okay, so the S&P falling off. S&P falling off.
Consumer at some point. I think the thing that the market's trying to still decipher and trying to figure out is at what point does that hit the end consumer? Now, our view is that there is an inflationary impact to tariffs. Now, in terms of how big of an impact that's going to be, I think that that's something that that the market's still grappling with.
While we're talking about tariffs, I do want to bring Michelle Gibley, the Director of International Research at Charles Schwab, into the conversation. Michelle, thanks for being with us. Tariff policy still evolving. Cooper and I talking about it's not fully even realized yet. But
one more time, I have VIX calls, the 17th strike for August 27th. And I have SPY puts, the 640, 640, 630 put vertical. For the end of August, just in case we pull back next week. I'm not anticipating it, but if we do, We're prepared for it.
The thing is that in recent weeks, he's also noted that
What's UNH doing? UNH hanging in there right around 305, 306.
But there really has been some inconsistency between the announcements and the implementation so far. And that makes it difficult for companies and investors to kind of measure the impact. We had an average tariff rate above 10% at the end of June. But if you looked at what was collected, it was less than 10% in terms of an effective rate. And so there's still a lot of products coming in.
All right. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go.
And those were the origin for 30% of U.S. imports last year. And then we have the new tariff announcements in July and August. Those have yet to be felt. And there's a potential for maybe more of a crackdown on enforcement of the new tariff rates and giving a little bit more clarity in terms of the implementation. So we could see that, as Cooper was talking about, inflationary impact to start to slowly be passed through and start to be felt.
And I want to pivot here while we have you, Michelle, to talk about China. I was just speaking with our last guest, Bill Strebel, about the pop we were seeing in copper prices over the possibility of some stimulus in the Chinese economy on some data that we got in last night. What did that data show?
Worse than expected data. If we think back to the first half of the year, China's economy grew better than expected, 5.3%. So a weakness in
2 minutes. 2 minute warning.
expected, but it really was quite broad-based across retail sales, industrial production, and property. And some of that is a little bit of payback, both in terms of retail sales in China were better than expected in May and June. And then we have those, front loading of tariffs. And so we could see some of the first signs of payback in terms of industrial production. Chinese stocks tend to look at bad news is good news, same for commodity prices. So the weaker economic growth is the better the chance of stimulus in coming months.
Well, we appreciate you both being with us for our big picture panel today. That's Michelle Gibley and, of course, Cooper Howard from Charles Schwab. And coming up, we have our closers panel, and we will close out our session for the day, see where our indexes close on the day. Right now, the Dow is our only one in the green. Let's see if we can hold on to those gains. Stay with us.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen
Okay.
their education.
Coming into the closing bell. Coming into the closing bell.
Articles, courses, and more.
Make sure you check your options if you don't want to get assigned anything. And you happen to be close to it, in the money
You can spend less time searching.
or in the money.
Trade brilliantly.
Okay, I don't have anything like that. Okay, so VIX, Google, Netflix, Intel, SPY, puts Microsoft for September. Okay. All right. It's been a good week. It's been a good week. Thanks for joining us. Glad to give you the play-by-play. Coming into the closing bell. And there you go. All right, the weekend video will be out around 2 p.m. on Sunday as usual, so make sure you check the alerts channel for that. Look for that to come out around 2. We'll be looking at what we're thinking for next week. I don't think we're going to have much. Back to 90% cash in my trading account. Still 20% cash in my investing accounts. 80% invested. No change there. Not much of a concern. We looked at junk bonds. We looked at all of our indicators. For the most part, everything is bullish except for breadth kind of came back a bit. But that's to be expected. Into OPEX, people taking profits. All right, so it's been a good week. We'll see you again. See you on Sunday. Have a good one. Take care. Be safe.